Chapter 1 The CEO is not too cold. Nyenha, where did you go last night? Why did you fall asleep? Li Nyenha felt someone was calling him. I opened my eyes dazedly and found myself lying on a desk. What's going on? Wasn't I carrying bricks at the construction site? Why are you here? I looked at the calendar next to the computer again, February 18, 2022. Traveled through time. I traveled from 2021 to 2022. In order not to reveal himself, he paused for a moment before taking the documents from his colleague and apologetically said, Sorry, I stayed up late last night. The middle-aged colleague shook his head and said, Nyenha, it's not easy for you to work part-time during the summer vacation. Take care of yourself. What? Ron. Part-time job during summer vacation? As a man in his 30s, why should I work part-time during the summer vacation? He immediately took the mirror from the table. Looking at the 17 or 18-year-old man inside, with a handsome face and gentle peach blossom eyes. He was stunned immediately. Not only did he cross over. I'm back to being 18 years old. He took out his cell phone again. Searched a bunch of information about this world. Half an hour later. He could finally be sure. This is a parallel world. Although the people I know have not changed, many things have changed. For example, short videos, celebrities, and those familiar songs and movies have all disappeared. At this time, he finally couldn't help shedding a tear. Talking to himself. Great, I can finally start over. Over the years, I have let my parents and myself down. From now on, nothing will happen again. Because of his poor family background, Li Nyenha chose to go out to work every holiday since junior high school. At the age of 18, he could never have imagined that a few years later, he would ruin his life because of a relationship. The woman he had been with for 3 years cheated him of his bride price and had an affair. These life tragedies. He, who had worked so hard to build up his career, ended up giving up on himself completely. And now, he decided to make money instead of wasting useless time on relationships. Just then, a mechanical female voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Hint, the host is disappointed with love, and the love system has been activated. System, start a new life. There is nothing wrong with love. It is people who are wrong. Depend on. Are you kidding me? He had read a lot of online articles in his previous life, so he naturally understood what the system was. What's wrong with coming? Do we really need a love system? In fact, according to his situation, even without a system, you can still make money based on your memories of your past lives. This system is too annoying. The next moment. With the cold girl in his mind, a light screen appeared in front of him. Tip, confess your love to the opposite sex, get a reward of 1 million, charming singing voice. Tip, successful confession, double the reward, plus 100 personality charm. Confession failed, dating ban punishment, 60 days of dating ban. Ahem. Seeing the reward above, Li Nyenha said excitedly. This system isn't that annoying. 1 million. That's 1 million. In his previous life, how long would it take him to earn 1 million? 10 years? 20 years? Or a lifetime? This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. But now, as long as he confesses his love to a girl, he can easily get 1 million. That's right. As long as the girl receives his confession, she can get it. As for the second item, the reward is doubled. And the third item, if the confession fails, will result in a 60-day ban on dating. He doesn't care. The second confession was successful, we can only leave it to fate, there will be better ones. If the third confession fails, then it doesn't matter. He was completely disappointed in love. Soon, based on the remaining memories in his brain, he began to search for a suitable person to confess to. A name immediately popped up. Li Wei. Because he was good looking, there was a girl who had a liking for him while working as a temporary worker during this summer vacation. In my memory, Li Wei is a cute girl in her 20s. He has a pretty good look and a slightly plump figure. Confessing to her, at least the success rate is high. After all, the $1 million reward is doubled, who wouldn't he be tempted? Although he is not particularly good looking, my family background is there, so it's good enough that I have a good impression of him. As for how to express yourself, that's even easier. The short videos in this world are very different from those in the previous life. There is not even any cheesy love talk. He chose to record a short video to confess his love. I was busy with my phone for more than 10 minutes. Lee Nyenha finally recorded a confession video that was acceptable. Such a passionate confession, which girl would refuse it? Certainly. Except for that cold and domineering CEO. Then he handed it over to a colleague who was going to hand over the shift to Li Wei on the 5th floor. Brother, help me give this USB drive to Li Wei. The man with glasses said sleepily. Okay. The man with glasses entered the elevator with a USB drive and a folder. Wait for me, please make way. A girl rushed in and was directly squeezed out by the glasses man's files and USB flash drive. Xiaoli, why are you in such a hurry? Look, the documents are scattered all over the floor. Xiaoli quickly apologized. Sorry, you don't know how fierce the new CEO is. I dare not waste your time. The man with glasses helped pick up the documents and said. Okay, take your USB drive. Okay, thanks bro. After the girl went out, he looked at the USB flash drive in his hand and said. Why do I feel like something is wrong? 7th floor. In the president's office. Sitting there was a cool and arrogant girl who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Height about 170 centimeters. The feet in black stockings flexibly move in high heels. It's just that her behavior doesn't match her image as a queen. She has fair skin and beautiful features, and her eyes blink as she looks at the computer curiously. Her name is Zhuo Tianxin, the 7th daughter of a top family in Nanyuan province. Damn it. It turns out running a company is so difficult. My dad is such a fool, he forced me to come, saying I'm not good enough. I am excellent. I skipped a grade and entered Jinling University when I was 15. I am only 18 years old, and you are asking me to do things that a 30-year-old should do. How inhumane. I spent a long time in front of the computer. She breathed a sigh of relief and said. Finally done. Then he picked up his phone excitedly. Leaning back in the chair without any image. The cute little feet in black stockings are shaking. I don't know where the TV series and novels are updated today. With a cell phone in his left hand and potato chips in his right hand, he complained vaguely. Why is the male lead so stupid? Kiss her now. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. It makes her look like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Hurry and put away the potato chips and mobile phone. Putting on a cool and aloof image, she coughed a few times and said, Come in. Xiaoli, who had just bumped into her colleague wearing glasses in the elevator, walked in and said, Boss, this is today's financial report. Zhuo Tianxin has a pretty oval face with her head lowered and eyes cast down, exuding the aura of a cool and majestic lady. He said calmly, Okay, come out first. He raised his head, looked at Xiaoli and said, What's wrong? Xiaoli pointed to the corner of her mouth timidly. Zhuo Tianxin took a look and found it was the potato chip crumbs. Shouting in my heart. So annoying. The image is going to collapse. No, you have to hold on. Wiping the potato chip residue from the corner of her mouth, she said as if nothing had happened. Thanks. After watching Xiaoli leave, Zhuo Tianxin lay down on the chair and said, My life is so miserable. It's so hard to maintain my character. That's right. In front of outsiders, even family relatives. She always has the image of a cold and quiet queen. She had to do this because of her family's harshness and her own identity. In fact, she is a typical cute homegirl at heart. I like to watch TV series, read novels, watch movies, and eat all kinds of snacks. I like playing games and listening to music. She is even a technical anchor on Douyu who doesn't show her face. Millions of fans. After get off work, I often livestream until 11 or 12 o'clock. In order to hide it from her family, she would not show her face no matter how many gifts her fans gave her. What a joke, she needs this little money. Sitting upright in the chair, she picked up the USB flash drive Xiaoli sent and said, After reading the financial report, I can be free today, yeah. Plug into the computer. She looked at the pictures inside, her curious face was stunned. Why is it a video? Chapter 2 Sorry, I came here just to confess my feelings. In the video, a handsome profile of a familiar-looking boy caught her attention. She has been in the company for a while. Naturally, I have some impression of Li Nianhe. Because the other person is good looking, she can't help but steal a glance at him during meetings. Isn't this the temporary employee who was newly hired this month? In the video, Li Nianhe was facing the window and only his profile was photographed. The breeze blew up his bangs. With a slightly sad look on his face, he said, "I know that maybe my identity seems so insignificant in your eyes. But I'm already so caught up in it that I can't control myself." Li Nianhe read this in a very slow tone. The magnetic voice made Zhuo Tianxin's heart beat fast, and he said angrily, "Damn it, what is he doing?" Li Nianhe turned his head slightly and continued, "So, I still want to continue to like you, like the wind that has traveled 8,000 miles without asking when it will return." Like the wind, traveling 8,000 miles without asking when to return? Zhuo Tianxin recited this sentence silently, and instantly felt something stirring in his heart. Her face blushed slightly. "That's so corny. Stop saying that." However, she said this but did not choose to turn off the video. Li Nianhe continued, "I still like you, just like the sun and the moon, no matter the day or night. I still like you, like a cloud floating for 90,000 miles, never resting. I still love you, like a star falling to the earth, until death." When Li Nianhe slowly read to this point, Zhuo Tianxin's face was already slightly red, and it seemed like tears were about to drip out. "My palms were already sweating slightly, but I couldn't bear to turn off the video," he said arrogantly. "Damn it, so disgusting. He is so lawless, not working properly, but doing this. She watched the video angrily and nervously, her heart completely confused. In conclusion, Li Nianhe turned around, stared at the camera with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes and said, "The most beautiful word I have ever seen is your name, so please date me." Bang! The mouse in Zhuo Tianxin's hand fell to the ground. Looking at the screen in astonishment, she was confessed. "In the eyes of others, am I not a cold and emotionless female president? Why would someone confess to her?" She felt her heart pounding. "I thought, is this what it feels like to be liked by others?" She is a girl after all. She hopes to have a perfect love in her life. She hadn't expected it to be now. There was a moment. She looked at the handsome face of the boy on the screen, thinking about whether to agree. But the remaining rationality in her heart controlled her. No way. For a long time, she turned off the video. Half an hour later, she finally calmed down and said aggrievedly, "Why do you have to confess your feelings for no reason?" Looking at the door, she made up her mind and said, "To keep up appearances, I have to talk to him." Reminder, the confession has been successfully accepted by the target, and the reward will be issued. Tip, 1 million has been credited, and you have obtained a charming singing voice. Li Nianhe, who was on the staff floor, obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, and said happily in his heart, "Hey! It's done." He immediately asked with some doubt, "Why is there no reward for a successful confession? This shouldn't be the case. Being rejected is embarrassing. But now that he has the money, the worst that can happen is that he quits his job." Xiao Li walked up to him and said, "What are you thinking about, Xiao Li? The president asked you to go to the office." Li Nianhe came back to his senses and said, "Oh, okay. 7th floor. In the president's office." Zhuo Tianxin looked calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. What should I do? How should I face him? As the door opened, her heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, she has maintained the image of a mature lady for more than 10 years, so she won't be exposed. Li Nianhe was also very confused and thought, why did the CEO ask him to come to the office for no reason? Could it be that he was discovered for being lazy just now? No matter. Act on your own. Boss, what do you want from me? Seeing Zhuo Tianxin's stunning face, he couldn't help but be stunned. Naturally, he had never met the president since he traveled through time. I didn't expect she is so young. She looks like she is not even 20 years old. The key point is, this appearance is too high. On the other side, Zhuo Tianxin looked at Li Nianhe from time to time, thinking, I haven't looked at him closely yet. He seems to be much more handsome than in the video. Damn it, Zhuo Tianxin, what are you thinking about? After finally calming down, he said calmly, I seem to see you're absent-minded lately. Is there something wrong? Li Nianhe murmured in his heart, Could it be that Li Wei reported his confession? Or does this company not allow dating? Depend on. Too sloppy. This is just speculation, he certainly wouldn't confess. I haven't had a good rest recently. Zhuo Tianqin looked at him, feeling a little ashamed and thinking. Snort. If you don't get enough rest, I think you're thinking about something bad. She immediately pretended to be a cool and aloof queen and said. You have a sharp mind and are quick to act. Don't think too much about unimportant things. Li Nianhe breathed a sigh of relief and said. I will work hard for the company and you, the president. After Zhuo Tianqin heard this, my ears turned red without me noticing. For me? Some of them huffed. What are you talking about? What do you mean by for me? Li Nianhe couldn't figure out her routine and said puzzledly. This company is yours. Work hard for the president, of course? Zhuo Tianqin was a little embarrassed, lowered his head and murmured. This seems to be the case too. But. She thought of something and immediately turned the notebook over and said seriously. How do you explain this video? Watching my confession video, it somehow ended up in the hands of a beautiful CEO. Li Nianhe almost cursed. Damn it. What's going on? Damn, brother Glasses, you've screwed me. He felt that this beautiful CEO was definitely not someone to be trifled with. You never know, others might think you are trying to curry favor with someone powerful. Eat her gigolo. It's over. This temporary job is no longer acceptable. Seeing that he was a little flustered, Zhuo Tianqin smiled and said. How old are you, 18? I'll just pretend it never happened this time, get out of here. Having said that, she couldn't help but admire herself. Zhuo Tianqin, you are awesome. This way, he would not damage his face and could maintain his cool image. Little did she know, she herself had just turned 18. Li Nianhe was not surprised by her reaction. After all, what is my identity? But now that I have the system money, wouldn't it be better to find a random reason to resign? Immediately pretended to smile bitterly and said. You still choose to refuse? Zhuo Tianqin was a little caught off guard and thought. Even after all this, he still insists. Does he really like me? No. I need to calm down. She pretended to be indifferent and said. Why can't I refuse? Li Nianhe was pleased. The time is now. His heart was calm, but his expression was sad. If you don't agree to me, then what's the point of me staying here? Zhuo Tianqin was shocked and said. You mean, you chose to stay here because of me? The protagonist shook his head sadly and said. It doesn't matter anymore, I choose to resign. I will hand over the work, sorry to bother you. Zhuo Tianqin's heart was in a mess. Did he really come here just for me? Or. Hey, you. She wanted to call Li Nianhe, but he had already hurried out of the office. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Am I going a little too far? Chapter 3, a few lyrics quickly became popular on Douyin. Hint, confession failed, love ban punishment begins. Li Nianhe, who walked out of the company, had just checked his account balance on his mobile phone. Then he saw the prompt sent by the system and said indifferently. TSK, if you want to ban dating, then just ban dating. What's the big deal? The next half day. Li Nianhe took the money to have a big meal. And I went through the procedures for off-campus accommodation at my own University of Finance and Economics. It's a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment for 1,500 yuan. It's not very nice, but it should be newly renovated and looks very clean. He then transferred another 100,000 yuan to his family so that they wouldn't have to work so hard. And I got a new phone. Li Nianhe did not spend the money recklessly. Because right now, he needs to improve his strength. After all, 1 million is not a lot of money, and if it is not managed well, it cannot be squandered. Holding the new iPhone, Li Nianhe said. It seems that even after traveling through time, I still can't change the former gang leader's position in the mobile phone industry. The main reason for choosing this phone is its simplicity of operation and durability. After quickly downloading various mainstream software, Li Nianhe fiddled with it for a while and said. To be honest, the quality of Douyin short videos in the parallel world is really not as good as in the previous life. There are no jokes, no emotions. I immediately quit and prepared to play some games. The system prompts the next step to come out immediately. Task: publish a short video and obtain super memory. Reward: get over 1 million likes on your short video and gain advanced fighting skills. Oh my god. It's amazing. Super divine memory? Li Nianha's memory was not bad, but it was still difficult for him to make money from his masterpieces in his previous life. Just like Zhou Luanluan's Blue and White Porcelain, many people have sung it countless times, but it is almost impossible to complete singing it. If he had super memory, he wouldn't have that pressure. He turned on Douyin again, thinking about what short video to post that will hopefully get over 1 million likes. After all, advanced fighting skills are pretty good. Think for a moment. He really couldn't think of any talent he had. He tilted his head and looked at a dusty guitar in the corner. According to the landlord, this was left behind by the previous tenant, a young girl who failed in her pursuit of her dream of becoming a musician. A 3-second silence was held for her misfortune. Li Nianha wiped the guitar clean and prepared to record a segment of himself playing and singing without showing his face. He had just acquired a top-notch singing voice and was also blessed with masterpieces from his previous life. This is the only way he could possibly get over 1 million likes. Wearing a clean white shirt, Li Nianha only showed his collarbone. I arranged the strings. Prepare to sing a more soulful song, Courage. After all, this is one of the few songs he can remember the lyrics of. It also fits the atmosphere of Douyin in this world. The video starts recording. Aha! He coughed a few times and began to sing. Finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as you are also sure. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it's not easy. My heart has been reviewing and convincing myself. I'm most afraid that you'll suddenly say you want to give up. With a magnetic voice and a soulful singing style, letting a boy sing this song makes it seem extra gentle. After listening to it, Li Nianha couldn't believe that he was singing it. After singing, he took a deep breath. It was as if the experiences of my past life reappeared before my eyes. But it did not stop him from saying shamelessly, "This is a song I composed myself, called Courage. I hope you like it." That's right. This world doesn't have these songs. So, he reluctantly said it was his. But he hesitated for a while, recalled his past life, and continued. This song also pays tribute to that impossible relationship. Perhaps, to truly love someone is not to possess them, but to bless them. When you post a video, in order to ensure that we can reach the requirement of 1 million likes, he directly sold the push for 6,000 yuan. Release. Done. Take a bath and go to bed. Tomorrow will be better. The next day, Li Nianha woke up in a daze. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly I felt full of energy. The first thing I did was leaning against the head of the bed and opening TikTok. Even if you are mentally prepared, he still got a fright. Awesome. His video received over 800,000 likes in one night. And the heat is not diminishing. And the reviews were unanimously positive. Oh my god, this sounds so good. What kind of divine voice is this? Sisters, a man who sings so well must be a scumbag among scumbags, so let me be the one to do this. The little brother has a nice collarbone and a nice voice. Beautiful collarbone and Adam's apple, clean white shirt, and seductive singing voice. Girls, I am wet. I'm a crazy fan of this little brother. I'm a guy, and I don't really like listening to music, but this dude is amazing. The key is that it's original. Are you convinced? Is there a full version of this song? Such a gentle voice, I am intoxicated by it. Looking at the comments of these netizens, Li Nianha raised his eyebrows and said, the response was too explosive, wasn't it? He clicked on the private message from 99+ and scrolled down for a few minutes but couldn't reach the bottom. Yes, this is a parallel world. There must be at least 10,000 private messages, right? They were all sent to him by some female friends. Basically, brother posted a photo. Do you have time to watch a movie together? Is my brother's stomach healthy? Sister can cook soft rice. Man, I admit that you are quite pretty, find a way to seduce me. Hey boy, do you like my Bentley? Li Nianha smiled as he flipped through the comments, but did not reply. If it was in his previous life, he would have definitely drifted away. But now, he is basically immune to beautiful women. What's more, there is a systematic ban on love. At the same time, Zhuo Tianqin, still wearing her professional attire and black stockings, looked out the window somewhat depressed. Her sister pouted her face, looking very cute. This Li Nianhai is too impulsive, he just leaves when he says he will. He hasn't received his salary yet. Is he really angry? Having said that, he is really good looking and fair-skinned. If I refuse like this, will he be very sad? Oh, Zhuo Tianqin, what are you thinking? I am just an employee, why would you do that? Snort. Don't want to think about it anymore. Saying, he picked up his phone, opened the company group, and found several employees discussing in it. Why didn't Li Nianhai come today? You haven't heard yet, he was fired. No way, Nianhai is a good guy, and he works hard, so why would he be fired? I went to the president's office and left immediately. Nianhai talked to me a little bit. He has 2 younger sisters who are just starting middle school. His family was poor, so in order to help support his family, he worked in a company during the day and had a part-time job until midnight. See here. Zhuo Tianqin, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, suddenly felt sad. Start to feel guilty. Somewhat dazed, he said. It turns out that his family is so poor, but he would rather choose to hold on to hope and give up his job. Why? She sighed deeply and prepared to talk to Li Nianhai. Sure enough, in the company's General Penguin group, I found Li Nianhai who had not yet left the group. Apply to add friends. Li Nianhai, who was drinking milk at the dining table, picked up his cell phone. Saw the friend request. The little star that keeps shining requests to add you as a friend. The avatar is a cute anime little girl. Baby gorilla? Li Nianhai was a little confused. Who was this? Was he a college classmate? However, he saw the friend message that the other party had requested to be added, and guessed a little. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. Can we talk about it? Isn't that quite right? This is not like the president's cold personality. Sure enough, after getting through friends, the other party sent a cute emoticon package. Li Nianhai, I thought about it and realized that what I said yesterday was really hurtful. Also, your family is in a difficult situation, so I would like to support you in addition to my salary. It's also an apology for what I said yesterday. Chapter 4 Li Nianhai, don't expect me to care about you again. Apologize for yesterday? Honestly speaking, if the president hadn't taken the initiative to add him, I would have forgotten about it long ago. Immediately responded calmly. You don't have to apologize to me. Zhuo Tianqin, why? Because you are absolutely right, silly girl. Li Nianhai suddenly felt that this beautiful CEO was a bit duplicitous. It seems that he is not as cold as he appears. So we just started chatting freely. In the president's office. Zhuo Tianqin frowned slightly, bit her lips lightly, and her beautiful face was puffed up. He hadn't yet realized that the cool image he had maintained for many years was gradually collapsing. The moment I was called silly girl, I even felt a sweet feeling in my heart. But she replied. What silly girl, I'm your boss, don't use inappropriate words. Since yesterday, it's no longer the case. I don't care, anyway. Seeing that Zhuo Tianqin was a little bit at a loss for words, Li Nianhai instantly felt that this cold and aloof girl was naive and quite cute. The other party sent another message at this time. My company treats its employees very well, and this is considered as compensation for dismissed employees like you. Hua. Li Nianhai thought, this paragraph must have taken a long time to write, right? Reply. Then why haven't I heard of resignation compensation when I was in the company before? This is a new rule. Li Nianhai almost couldn't hold back his laughter and replied. Boss, you don't have to feel bad, and you didn't do anything wrong. Everyone has the right to refuse, and you didn't hurt me. I won't take this money. I can find another job if I lose it, and I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern. Live a good life. I hope your company will continue to prosper. Okay, no more words, I'm going to do other things, that's it for now. Don't give the other party a chance to refute. Li Nianhai typed out a long list of reasons and then put it on his phone. Opened the game on the computer. I originally thought that this matter would be let go. He didn't expect it was just the beginning. President's office. Zhuo Tianqin held the phone in her slender, white hand. A hint of affection flashed across his eyes, which were as clear as autumn water. At this moment, she was a little bit moved. Li Nianha's dignity, generosity, and sunshine are something she doesn't see in many boys. She had seen profit-seeking boys in the circle of wealthy people. I have seen boys comparing poor people to coolie tools. I have seen boys who treat girls as toys. I've also heard about how children from poor families have low self-esteem and low vision. She had never seen anyone with Li Nianha's personality in her 18 years of life. It seems like it doesn't belong to this world. I never held a grudge when I was rejected. If you lose your job, you can find another one. Everyone has the right to refuse. You didn't do anything wrong, silly girl. Mr. Li did not expect that. These words that came from his heart were frantically increasing Zhuo Tianxin's favorability points in his mind. Increase Li Nianha's favorability by 99 plus. Zhuo Tianxin's face turned slightly red, and a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Tell the truth. When she saw the message from Li Nianha, she angrily threw her phone on the table. I wonder what kind of person is this? So stubborn. But it was this that allowed her to have a deep understanding of those words. Immediately, reluctantly, he picked up his phone again and sent a message. Why not choose to persist? Li Nianha, who had just finished playing a game, was stunned when he saw the message. No way? Could this girl be a little serious? However, as a veteran who has lived for more than 30 years in his previous life, Li Nianha immediately felt that it was not that simple. As a rich girl, she is naturally arrogant. Seeing someone who likes me give up so quickly makes me feel a little unbalanced psychologically. But this time Li Nianha only guessed half right. He felt that the way to avoid such trouble was to make the other party hate him. He immediately said, Miss, who are you? Even if we are together, will your family agree? You know who I am. I approach you only to get some money from you. Unfortunately, you don't seem to be that easy to fool. Zhuo Tianxin was stunned for a moment, unable to recover from the shock. He smiled bitterly. Sure enough, am I being too sentimental? Li Nianha, you don't seem to be any different. Ask immediately. What do you mean by that? Li Nianha continued to speak even more harshly. What do you mean? I think you are really stupid. Can't you see with your own eyes? You think I have to be your licker because I have no money? Wake up, I am just impulsive, I don't really care. Who wants to talk about love with you these days? If there is no benefit, no one cares about you. Seeing the hurtful words, Zhuo Tianxin was so angry that she almost cried, and tears suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Immediately replied. That's enough. You're such a disgusting person, don't even think about me paying attention to you anymore. Seeing this sentence, Li Nianha finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought. I'm sorry. Night. Zhuo Tianxin still looked unhappy when he returned to the Lakeview Villa. Thinking of Li Nianha's words, he stamped his feet in anger. When I got home, I ignored everyone, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. She was born delicate and pampered, when had she ever suffered such injustice? She pounded the pillow with her pink fist a few times and said, I'm so pissed off. Lying on the bed, she calmed down and thought. Is this what he really thinks, or is he saying this on purpose? Snort. What kind of person is this? His temper is so weird. At this time, her bestie sent her a message on WeChat. XINR, little darling, are you there? Just tell me what you want to say, don't be cheesy. Oh, this is the first time I see you so angry, what's wrong? Nothing, I just met a bad man. The best friend thought Zhuo Tianxin had been confessed to again and immediately said. It's not good for someone to confess. Don't think about it. I'll show you someone you like. What? Instead of answering her, her best friend sent her a video directly. Then he said. Don't you like listening to music? I know you're not free recently. I found a guy who sings very well on Douyin. Even someone like me who doesn't like listening to music was mesmerized by it. Zhuo Tianxin had no expression on his face and said calmly. Okay, let me take a look. She clicked on the video. Pause the video immediately when it is playing. She noticed the watch on the boy's hand and what he was wearing in the video. It's Li Nianha. How could it be him? Can he sing? Then he angrily said. How well can someone like you sing? Then I clicked on play. Finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as you are also sure. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it's not easy. My heart has been reviewing and convincing myself. I'm most afraid that you'll suddenly say you want to give up. This short song instantly intoxicated Zhuo Tianqin. His hatred towards Li Nianhe was immediately reduced by half, but he was still unconvinced and said, "Humph, it sounds nice, but the character is not good." But the words after the video made her a little stunned. Chapter 5 Li Nianhe, you are an idiot. In the video, she only heard Li Jiangji's magnetic voice slowly saying, "This song also pays tribute to that impossible relationship. Perhaps, to truly love someone is not to possess them, but to bless them." She held the phone blankly and clicked on Li Jiangji's Douyin homepage. The personal signature reads, "How dare I, a clean-handed person, mislead a beautiful woman?" At this moment, Zhuo Tianqin seemed to understand that this song was sung for her by Li Nianhe. And what Li Nianhe said? He just felt that she was not worthy of him and wanted to force her to leave. Finally, she was so touched that she almost cried. She scolded in a tender voice, "Li Nianhe, you idiot." Then he said aggrievedly, "Am I that kind of person? Do I take money that seriously? I am also very easy to raise. I don't need you to give me anything. If you are sincere, we can work hard together. You are such an idiot, so stupid." After saying this, Zhuo Tianqin turned over on the bed a few times, feeling touched and aggrieved. "Humph. You want to just leave like this after you provoke me? Look how I'll deal with you tomorrow when I find you." The next day, Li Nianhe still maintains the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. I was getting ready to get up and wash. A system prompt came in my mind. Tip: the video has been published and the video has received 1 million likes. Reward: Super God Memory Advanced Fighting Skills. Li Nianhe excitedly punched the toothbrush in his hand. Got it. Really? Next, those famous works from his previous life appeared in his mind one after another. He also made a small profit by posting the short video this time. I believe that soon, an entertainment company will contact him. As for the full version of Courage, he is not in a hurry. School starts in a few days. He needs to relax. What are the kinds of happiness for men? Of course, playing games and fishing. As a teenager with the soul of a 30-something man living inside him, how can you resist the temptation of fishing? Guicheng is a famous city of mountains and rivers, and there are many places for fishing. After a busy day, Li Nianhe bought the fishing gear and started night fishing. It was at this time Zhuo Tianqin pleaded with a middle-aged man. "Dad, let Uncle Li take my place as CEO. I have been busy for half a year, and you have seen my ability. Now it is time for me to relax." The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. "Okay, I got it." "Yeah, thanks Dad." Zhuo Tianqin's mother said. "Shanzi, is this girl of ours hiding something from us?" Zhuo Chang said. "Why, she's already this old, can we still force her to answer? Besides, you know who Xaner is, and I believe she won't do anything out of line." Zhuo Tianqin got into the limited edition Audi R8 sports car and took out the personal information that Li Nianhe left in the company. Murmured. North District Urban Village. "Humph, I told you to hide from me." After that, start the sports car with one button. The R8 roars like a beast. Drive out of the Zhuo family's manor. When they arrived at the village in the city, Zhuo Tianqin found Li Nianhe's residence and asked the landlady, "Girl, who are you? What are you looking for Li Nianhe for?" Looking at Zhuo Tianqin, who was wearing a small sling and a floral skirt, the aunt couldn't help but exclaim and thought, "What a pretty girl." Zhuo Tianqin looked around curiously and said, "I'm Li Nianhe's girlfriend. Where is he now?" Although the lights are a little dim, but the landlady could still see Zhuo Tianqin's appearance clearly. In her own words, she is like a fairy, and has a noble temperament. Immediately he said incredulously, "Hua, I can't believe that guy is so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend." But he shook his head again. He shouldn't be up there now. I saw him coming out in the evening carrying a big bag of things. Zhuo Tianqin did not show too much emotion and nodded. "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Of course, he sat in the driving seat of the sports car, with a little grievance on his face, and complained. Is this stupid pig trying to avoid me on purpose? Then he opened the Penguin account again. Remove Li Nianhe from the blacklist. Directly made a video call. Li Nianhe was almost asleep sitting by the lake in the suburbs. Being woken up by a sudden video call. It seems that he didn't look at it and just answered the call in confusion. Eyes on the fishing rod in front. Hello, who is this? Zhuo Tianxin's voice came from the phone. Where are you? Why are you hiding from me? Zhuo Tianxin's last syllable was slightly prolonged. Like a coquettish little kitten. Li Nianhe stared at the screen in disbelief. I only saw the girl in the video. Xiao Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a pitiful look, and her little face looked very aggrieved. With her stunning royal sister appearance. It's simply fatal. Li Nianhe is desperate about love, but he is a man after all. Thought. Is she serious? Since Zhuo Tianxin chatted with him yesterday, Li Nianhe could tell that this girl had a kind heart. Just when Li Nianhe was a little moved. Suddenly I felt a numbness in my chest. Then the system prompts. Tip, love warning, please obey the love ban. Depend on. This system is shit. Too sloppy. He immediately responded coldly to Zhuo Tianxin. I was fishing in Chuanshan Lake in the south, which is surrounded by graveyards. Do you dare to come? Really, nothing to do, hang up first, don't disturb me. You. Seeing that Li Nianhe hung up the phone without waiting for her to speak. Zhuo Tianxin was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. But she understood Li Nianhe's thoughts, and a hint of tenderness flashed in her heart. Don't think I'll let you go just like that. Go ahead, I have a car. This side of Chuanshan Lake. Li Nianhe just hung up the phone. Then came the system's voice. Task, do good deeds in time you can get rewards and professionally sports skills. He looked at the reward. He immediately said. Professionally sports skills? That's a good thing. With his handsomeness and professional esports skills. If you go the live streaming route, your income will definitely be high. However, he noticed the reward and immediately said something strange. What do you mean by timely charity? Do you want me to stop fishing? He quickly put away his fishing gear. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the system did not respond. Then all you can do is throw the bait out again. Lightly said. It seems that this is a random task. No matter what, let's go fishing first. It wasn't too long before. An Audi R8 drove into the southern area of Guichang, a remote place. Zhuo Tianxin looked at the bumpy less road ahead and was stunned. What kind of place is this? You can't drive here at all. Could Li Nianhe be lying to me? She turned off the car, turned on the flashlight on her cell phone, and looked at the lonely graves that seemed to appear and disappear around her. I suddenly felt a chill on my back. At this time, there was the sound of another car engine behind me. Zhuo Tianxin thought to himself, there are others, that's great. But when she turned back, only then did I realize that things are not that simple. For burly men got out of the Hummer that followed. He looked at her with a smirk on his face and said, Little girl, I've noticed you a long time ago. This is not a place you should be in, come, get in my car. Chapter 6 Don't be afraid, I'm right behind you. Zhuo Tianxin was panicking. All she wanted to do was run, but she couldn't run far in her strappy sandals. Now. There was only one name in her mind, Li Nianhe. She stepped back. While dialing Li Nianhe's number. After the call is connected. She said fearfully. Where are you? Wow, I'm scared. There was no talk on the other end of the phone. Zhuo Tianxin felt like he bumped into something when he stepped back. Turning around, it was Li Nianhe, who was nearly 190 centimeters tall, standing behind her with a calm look on his face. He whispered to her. I'm right here, don't be afraid. Li Nianhe wanted to say something comforting. But the punishment of the love ban is too severe. At this critical moment, no mistakes can be made. He gently patted the back of Zhuo Tianxin's hand and said, Don't go anywhere, just stay behind me. At this moment, Zhuo Tianxin no longer had the arrogance that he pretended to have as a president. She is a pitiful beauty. Holding Li Nianhe's hand tightly, he said. There are so many of them, let's go. Li Nianhe pointed at the Hummer and said. They blocked the road. Where do we go? Then he smiled at Zhuo Tianxin comfortingly. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I'm a very good fighter. After that, let go of Zhuo Tianxin's hand. Li Nianha's tall and burly figure was carrying a bag of fishing gear. He pulled out a baton from inside and said, If you don't want to die, get out of here. If you want to die, you can come up and practice. Since inheriting advanced fighting skills, Li Nianha has been confident when facing ordinary people. I don't know why. Zhuo Tianxin, who was standing behind him, looked at Li Nianha's back and felt a strong sense of security. I thought to myself, you're still being stubborn, I know you like me. The four burly men opposite saw that although Li Nianha was tall, he was alone. There is no fear at all. He pulled out a machete from the Hummer and said, Boy, don't ruin our good fortune. Li Nianha doesn't talk nonsense at all. He threw the bag in his hand, picked up the baton and quickly moved forward. So fast. This was the unanimous opinion of Zhuo Tianxin and the four strong men. Don't respond to them. Li Nianha's baton hit one of them directly in the face. Bang! The man fell to the ground with blood in his mouth. The rest of the people suffered the same fate. In less than a minute, he lay on the ground. This is the difference between professional and non-professional. Li Nianha put away his baton. A prompt immediately appeared in my mind. Tip: timely good deeds have been completed, and professional esports skills have been obtained. He was a little surprised and said, So this is what it means to do good deeds in time? I wonder if this esports skill is awesome. He was only thinking about the reward and didn't care about the other people present. On the other hand, Zhuo Tianxin. His face was full of disbelief and his eyes were full of peach blossoms. Li Nianha is so awesome. It's just like a kung fu master walking out of a movie. He is simply full of boyfriend power. Zhuo Tianxin, who had never been in love before, was completely conquered at this moment. When she is gentle, she sings seductively and she is also so responsible. At this moment, even the police can't guarantee her safety. But Li Nianha can. She is now determined to get this man. Li Nianha wiped the blood from his forehead, turned around to pick up the fishing gear and left. Zhuo Tianxin, who was originally full of admiration, saw that Li Nianha did not even turn back to comfort her. Instead, he turned around and walked away. He immediately stamped his feet in anger. Hey, you stupid pig, why didn't you wait for me? Li Nianha said without even turning his head. I advise you to leave quickly. There are many people here. Don't disturb them to rest. A lot of people? Zhuo Tianxin looked at the lonely grave in the wasteland and immediately felt a chill in his heart. Shouted. Li Nianha, wait for me. But Li Nianha just drove away on his electric bike. She had no choice but to drive away in the R8 with a look of grievance on her face. Half an hour's drive. When Li Nianha rented a house. Zhuo Tianxin, looking unhappy, stood at the door of his room. He said indifferently. The Audi R8 is indeed the swan song of naturally aspirated engines. It's really fast. Zhuo Tianxin looked at his handsome and fair face and never got tired of it no matter how much she looked at it. Opening his mouth. Why didn't you wait for me? Why should I wait for you? Li Nianha pushed her away as he spoke. Zhuo Tianxin has always been the spoiled one since she was a child. She has never been treated like this before. Now I have no temper at all. Immediately said aggrieved. It was because of you that I ran to Chuanshan Lake. Li Nianha said coldly, then I didn't ask you to go. Then he opened the door, looked at Zhuo Tianxin and said. That's it, I'm closing the door now. Bang! Without giving Zhuo Tianxin a chance to speak, Li Nianha closed the door. Zhuo Tianxin was angry and aggrieved. You bastard, you bully me. She knocked on the door several times. I looked back at the empty corridor and the dim lights. He was a little scared and said. Li Nianha? I'm scared. I won't make a fuss anymore. Can you take me downstairs? Li Nianha, who was originally prepared to ignore the sound outside the door, suddenly softened his heart. It turns out that women who act coquettishly have the best life. He could only open the door. Indifferently. Don't touch my things. Before he could say anything, the beautiful Zhuo Tianxin outside the door immediately changed her expression. He walked in with a proud look on his face. Li Nianha felt a toothache and said. You play me? Zhuo Tianqin raised his delicate chin proudly and said. Huh, what do you mean I should play you? People are afraid in the first place. It's just that your room gives me a sense of security, so I'm not afraid anymore. Li Nianhe held his forehead and said. Alright, you got in as you wished, now I'll take you home. Li Nianhe reached out to pull her. Zhuo Tianqin dodged with his clever body and said. I don't want to, I'm tired, I want to rest for a while. Li Nianhe was not a cold-blooded person to begin with. He said. Okay, 10 minutes. At this time, the other person's exquisite and beautiful face came close to him. Her beautiful and lively eyes looked at him with a smile and said. I regret it. Li Nianhe had a bad feeling and asked doubtfully. What do you regret? I regret rejecting you, so how about we be together? Tip, detecting arousal, warning of love ban. The system's warning made his chest numb. It also made him even more indifferent. I'm sorry, I really don't have any feelings for you. Then what do you mean by singing to me? After listening, Li Nianhe's face was full of question marks. My dear CEO, although you look like a sleeping goose, a beauty that is as beautiful as the moon. You can't be so narcissistic. When will I sing for you? Li Nianhe, you think too much. How dare you, a man with clean hands, mislead a beautiful woman? What does this sentence mean? Watching Zhuo Tianqin holding his phone and showing his Douyin account homepage, Li Nianhe asked doubtfully. How do you know it was me? Zhuo Tianqin said with a hint of emotion in his eyes. I remember the watch you were wearing that day. This. Li Nianhe thought, is she so careful? But he still said indifferently. This doesn't mean anything. Zhuo Tianqin's soft hand gently pinched his arm and said. Don't feel any psychological burden, I really don't care how much money you have. As long as you are willing to make progress for me, we can work hard together. Before I met you, I felt that love was just like this, but now I am wrong. Chapter 7. This time it's her turn to be humble. Li Nianhe lowered his head in silence. The system's love ban keeps reminding me. His chest gradually became numb and painful. Finally, he still couldn't help but shake off Zhuo Tianqin's hand and said. Baffling. What made him feel incredible was. Zhuo Tianqin was not angry about this. Although she felt a little sad, she acted as if nothing had happened. This time, it was her turn to be humble. She swung her dark ponytail and looked around Li Nianhe's residence. It's quite clean. Then I saw the guitar in the corner and said. Is this the guitar in the video? Then he paid attention to the wardrobe and opened it directly and said. What do you have in here? Li Nianhe said secretly. Not good. He hurriedly said, don't open it. After Zhuo Tianqin opened it, he looked confused. Then he took out a pair of women's underwear. Question you like wearing this? Li Nianhe looked at her as if she were a fool and said. This is what the previous tenant left behind, including the guitar. Zhuo Tianqin closed the wardrobe and said. Okay, I believe you. Li Nianhe said calmly. I don't need you to believe me. Seeing that he was unmoved, Zhuo Tianqin. I really want to pounce on it and take a couple of big bites. Thinking of this, I quickly dismissed the idea. I thought to myself, how come I have become so unreserved? Snort. One day, I will make you my man. I'll deal with you when the time comes, now I'll pamper you. She walked leisurely and said. It's a bit hot, do you have any ice cream? Saying. I walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, looking at the only few cabbages inside. I was stunned immediately. I felt distressed and turned around and said. Is this what you usually eat? Li Nianhe was too embarrassed to say that he had eaten too much meat and fish in the past few days. I want to eat light food recently. So I only bought a few cabbages. But he was too lazy to explain too much. I just want to get rid of Zhuo Tianqin as soon as possible. He just nodded indifferently. Zhuo Tianqin walked up to him in small steps. Her mature looks and 170 centimeters height actually make her look particularly cute. Like a kitten who made a mistake. I'm sorry, last time Li Nianhe didn't dare to be alone with her anymore. Because he found this girl so tempting. Immediately said sternly. I told you, this is not your fault. It's more than 10 minutes now, please get out. Zhuo Tianqin raised his head, looked at him and said, "Actually, I really like eating cabbage. As long as I'm with you." The ice in Li Nianha's heart was broken bit by bit. Are there really such good girls in this world? He immediately said in a trance. You. If it weren't for the system's love band that restrained him again and again, perhaps the two of them would have already had a different outcome. But this time, they had no chance. He didn't believe that there was any girl who could endure his indifference and ruthlessness for 2 months. What's more, the other person is so outstanding and beautiful. Don't wait for him to speak. Zhuo Tianqin held him with her soft little hand and led him out the door. What are you doing? You'll know when you get there. Wait till I come. Zhuo Tianqin walked in front, holding herself with her snow-white little arms. The graceful figure and long hair exude a youthful vibe. The faint fragrance of a young girl wafts over. Li Nianha felt. Of all the scenery in the world at this moment, this one is probably the most beautiful. The two of them went out at 9:10. On the way back, I was already carrying a lot of food in my hands. The two of them walked down the street and attracted a lot of attention. Zhuo Tianqin tried to hold Li Nianha's hand many times, but he pushed her away ruthlessly every time. Many boys on the street were stunned. Just call the boss awesome. After all, Zhuo Tianqin's looks are so amazing. How could this guy remain calm even when faced with such temptation? Li Nianha, with his hands in his pockets, said as he passed by a convenience store. I'm going to buy a bottle of water. Then, regardless of Zhuo Tianqin's reaction, he left her and went alone. Li Nianha came over with a bag and asked Zhuo Tianqin coldly, "When are those days of the month?" Zhuo Tianqin, who was originally a little depressed, smiled and said, "Are you concerned about me?" Seeing that Li Nianha was aloof and silent, she blushed and replied shyly, "Hate it, why are you asking this? It's still early." "Oh." Li Nianha responded casually. He took out an ice cream from the food bag and said, "Today, there is a discount on ice cream at the convenience store. I don't want change, so I'll give you this instead, eat it." Zhuo Tianqin looked at the cute ice cream and was so happy that her face was bubbling. Covering her mouth, she said, "I just said it casually, do you still remember it? What did you keep in mind? Did you say anything?" In order to avoid being punished by the system's love ban, Li Nianha had to remain indifferent. "Then why did you only buy ice cream? I told you, there's a discount at the convenience store." "Humph. I don't believe it. I'll go ask now." Boring. In the end, Zhuo Tianqin still did not choose to go to the convenience store to look for Ing. Because, at this moment, what was promised no longer matters. She happily held the ice cream in her two little hands and followed Li Nianha. He in front was carrying all the heavy things in his hands. The two of them arrived home. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Downstairs in the community, Li Nianha, who was sitting in the driver's seat, began to order the passengers to leave. "I have fulfilled your request. Shouldn't you go back now?" Zhuo Tianqin put her long, round white legs in front of the windshield and said, "Who said I want to go back? My family has gone to bed early now." "Then why did you buy so many vegetables? I'll make you a delicious dinner. It's already 10 o'clock at night. Then, let's make a midnight snack." Li Nianha really couldn't do anything about him. "I'm not hungry." Gurgle. Just as Li Nianha finished speaking, Zhuo Tianqin's stomach suddenly growled. She looked at Li Nianha in a clingy and obedient manner. "But I'm hungry." This sentence is full of coquettishness. Li Nianha looked over. Because of the angle, Zhuo Tianqin is wearing long legs. The floral long skirt has already slipped down most of the way, looking very tempting. Coupled with this coquettish words, he felt a little distracted. Dating ban warning. But the system is still so responsible. Directly punish with a love ban. Teach him how to be a good man. Seeing that Li Nianha didn't speak, the clever Zhuo Tianqin happily ran out of the car. "I'll go up first." Then outside the car, shaking the key to Li Nianha's door. Li Nianha was stunned. "Depend on. When did she get my keys? I saw that graceful figure going upstairs." Li Nianha was also a little helpless and went upstairs with the ingredients. When he got to the door, he found it locked. "I couldn't help but be surprised. Is this girl waiting for me here? Are you planning to take revenge on me by locking me out? He knocked on the door several times immediately. The door opens. Zhuo Tianxin said with a gentle look, half jokingly. My husband, you are back. I have been waiting for you for so long. Li Nianhe still had no emotion, pushed her away and walked into the room. Zhuo Tianxin seemed to have gotten used to it. Pouting and saying, Heartless man, sit down and let me show you my cooking skills. Chapter 8. What happened to the promise of speaking the truth after drinking? 10 minutes later. The two held their chopsticks stiffly, facing a dark mass of unknown objects on the plate. I don't know how to start. Li Nianhe's eyes twitched as he said. Are you sure this is to give me a taste of your cooking, not to murder me? Zhuo Tianxin said somewhat embarrassedly. Well, there was a little accident. Li Nianhe put down his chopsticks and stood up. Zhuo Tianxin said in a panic. It's just that the food is burnt, you want to chase me away again? Li Nianhe came to him and said. Give me the apron. Hearing this, Zhuo Tianxin felt very happy. Man. Although he said he didn't like it, his actions were quite sincere. Hand him the scarf. Zhuo Tianxin jumped happily and said. Husband, let me help you. I'm not your husband. Then let me help you, husband. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you home. No, then what should I call you? Li Nianhe. Okay, brother Nianhe. Li Nianhe. In his previous life, Li Nianhe worked as a kitchen in the summer vacation. I dare not say how delicious it is. But it's definitely better than ordinary people. Watching his skillful operation and calm temperament, Zhuo Tianxin stood at the door in a daze. I couldn't help but feel sad. What kind of experience is it? What makes a boy so sensible? He will be his own boy in the future. Those experiences must have been painful, right? Zhuo Tianxin said to himself. Don't worry, from now on I will turn this pain into sugar and give it to you. In the kitchen. Li Nianhe is the chef. Zhuo Tianxin is responsible for arranging the dishes and washing the vegetables. Although she was a little flustered, she felt an indescribable happiness in her heart. It seemed as if she had lived for others for the past 10 years. Now, she is truly doing it for herself. If anyone saw this scene, you can definitely feel the warmth in the kitchen. 20 minutes later. After Li Nianhe's operation. Just 4 simple dishes and 1 soup. Zhuo Tianxin neatly arranged the dishes in chopsticks. Sitting at the table and looking at the delicious dishes. While drooling, I secretly made up my mind to learn how to cook. She often heard people say, if you want to keep a man's heart, you must keep his stomach. Li Nianhe came out wiping his hands expressionlessly. Looking at Zhuo Tianxin's silly look while holding the chopsticks, he couldn't help but ask. Why don't you eat yet? The girl raised her head. It seemed as if his eyes contained stars as he looked at Li Nianhe. Said happily, I'll wait for you to eat together. In order to get rid of Zhuo Tianxin, Li Nianhe still said in a cold tone. Eat quickly, you're so nagging. Women's intuition is very accurate. Zhuo Tianxin could feel that Li Nianhe didn't really hate him. As for why he is so indifferent, there must be a reason. So there is no intention of being discouraged at all. Instead, he said shamelessly. In the whole world, my heart only talks to you. Li Nianhe was too lazy to pay attention to her. I sat down and took a bite of the food. Zhuo Tianxin also started eating. She picked up the braised eggplant and put it in her mouth. She chewed slowly and carefully, revealing the girl's reserve in her bones, which was very beautiful. Took a bite. She couldn't help but praise. Wow, your cooking is so delicious? Li Nianhe roared. That's enough, eat well. Zhuo Tianxin leaned forward, facing Li Nianhe, revealing a hint of white on her collar. Li Nianhe glanced at it casually. I sighed in my heart, this girl is so well developed. Immediately and quickly shifted his gaze. Zhuo Tianxin didn't realize that she was slightly exposed. Instead, he smiled foolishly. Brother Nianhe, is this beautiful scenery missing something? Li Nianhe shook his head and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Zhuo Tianxin took out 2 bottles of mutai from under the table. Her beautiful eyes curved into a crescent shape as she smiled. Almost wine. She was thinking to herself. Li Li Nianhe, they say the truth comes out when one is drunk. Wait till I get you drunk. Let you say in person that you like me. Li Nianhe was shocked and said. How old are you? How dare you drink? Why not? I'm the same age as you. I'm an adult. Humph. As she spoke, she placed the Maotai in front of Li Nianhe and said. One bottle for you and one for me. Li Nianhe's face turned cold, and he was really angry this time. Said coldly. If you really want to act like this, get out now. Zhuo Tianqin was tamed in an instant. Two slender and white hands hold Maotai. With her chin on the bottle cap and her lips pouted. With a coquettish look on her face, she said. Just a small cup, okay. Li Nianhe couldn't stand this girl's sugar-coated bullets. I could only purse my lips and say. Okay, just half a cup, I'll pour it. In his previous life, he drank this kind of mutai by blowing it into the bottle for social occasions. Naturally, there will be no impact. But he knew that Zhuo Tianqin had never drunk alcohol. This is a 52-proof liquor. It's very harmful to your health. Although he insisted on ignoring Zhuo Tianqin. But I couldn't bear to see such a delicate girl drinking. Think of this. He had already taken out 2 small cups from the kitchen. Then he poured a small half cup and placed it in front of Zhuo Tianqin. Zhuo Tianqin looked at the cup curiously and said. So the wine is so pungent? Li Nianhe said impatiently. Are you stupid? You haven't even smelled alcohol, and you're drinking strong liquor? Zhuo Tianqin put his hands on his knees and said aggrievedly. Brother Nianhe, please stop being mean to me. Say this with your mouth. In fact, she had already made a plan in her mind. I haven't drunk it, and you haven't seen me drink it many times. If I get you drunk, I'll torture you to extract a confession. Thinking of this, she stole a glance at Li Nianhe. He had bright eyebrows, white teeth, sword-like brows, and bright eyes. His peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to speak. He is so handsome that he is impeccable. I couldn't help but wonder, I wonder what will happen if I steal a kiss later. What if he does something drunk? Thinking of this, my heart started beating fast. Then he picked up the wine glass and said like on TV. Come, I'll toast you a glass. Then he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Li Nianhe couldn't believe it. Good guy? One gulp? Could it be that this little girl has a physique that can drink? One mouthful. Zhuo Tianqin walked up to Li Nianhe as if nothing had happened and said. I want to ask you something now. Zhuo Tianqin put her tender white hands on Li Nianhe's shoulders and said. Do you like it or not? What did you mean by your confession that day? Now it's like this again, I feel dizzy. She said halfway through the sentence. The whole person softened. Fortunately, Li Nianhe was quick to support him. Looking at the untouched food on the table, he couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. It turns out it's not that I can drink it, it's that the aftereffects are in tea there. Zhuo Tianqin lay in his arms, patting his face gently and saying. Do you know you are so annoying? I don't know how many people have pursued me since I was a child. You just know how to bully me. Okay, I'll bully you. Then he carried the weak and boneless Zhuo Tianqin into the bedroom. He laid her gently on the bed. Looking at the girl's beautiful figure, Li Nianhe did not have any improper thoughts. I can't help but feel. How could this silly girl be so careless? I've only known her for a few days, and you dare to drink alone in a room with her? He immediately shook his head helplessly and squatted down. When taking off Zhuo Tianqin's shoes, her tender white feet are not honest at all. She actually stepped directly on his face. Li Nianhe froze. I found that there was no other smell, only a light fragrance. Keep this posture for a while. Li Nianhe then gently moved her feet away. I was afraid of waking her up. He covered her with a quilt and walked out the door holding a blanket. Chapter 9 No, you silly girl. The next day, Li Nianhe woke up in a daze and suddenly felt his hand touching something. He turned around. Then he saw Zhuo Tianqin squatting in front of him with her hands on her cheeks. The smile is still as charming as ever. But it couldn't help but scare him. He had touched this girl's hair before. All of a sudden, he lost all sleepiness, got up from the sofa and said, Zhuo Tianqin, why don't you sleep in so early in the morning? Are you going to scare me to death? The girl held up her delicate face and tilted her head. The black hair falls from the white ears. She said in a delicate voice, "Why do you want to sleep in?" Then her beautiful eyes carefully looked at Li Nianhe. "Would it be better if I got up earlier and looked after you more?" "You?" Li Nianhe was stunned. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. However, the pain of the system ban forced him to remain indifferent. "You've never seen a man?" Zhuo Tianxin rolled his eyes mischievously and said. "Before I met you, other men were just carbohydrates, so naturally I had never seen them before." Then she pulled Li Nianhe's arm like a spoiled child and said, "Get up, get up, get up and have breakfast. If Li Nianhe continues like this, sooner or later, I will be conquered by this girl." He needed some time to calm down. He immediately shook off Zhuo Tianxin's hand and said, "Eat breakfast? Eat your dark food?" Zhuo Tianxin lowered his head slightly when he heard this. Like a little hamster that has fallen out of favor. Li Nianhe thought about it and decided to send Zhuo Tianxin away. "Since you are so free, why don't you come downstairs and pick up a package for me?" Zhuo Tianxin seemed to see hope. "Now we have begun to make no distinction between you and me. Are we still far from a confirmed relationship?" I even thought to myself with some pride. "Humph, I'm so good looking, it would take me several days to conquer you, right?" Then he nodded his head quickly and said, "Okay, okay." Looking at her tall figure, Manny skipped down the stairs. Li Nianhe leaned back in his chair, his mind in a mess. Now. Downstairs. Zhuo Tianxin took the QR code and walked to the express cabinet. He placed his index finger on his lips and thought, "Let's go get breakfast first. I wonder what brother Nianhe likes to eat?" "It's okay, just ask when you get to the breakfast shop and you'll know." She happily walked to the nearby breakfast shop. There were also quite a few guests among them. Zhuo Tianxin's stunning beauty attracted the attention of many people who came to have breakfast. Her eyes were fixed on the price list, and she read out obediently. "Brown sugar buns, soy milk, siumai." Auntie looked at her and said with a smile, "Girl, what would you like to eat?" Zhuo Tianxin didn't even think about it and blurted out, "What's something suitable for a boyfriend to eat?" Several aunties who were in charge of serving breakfast burst out laughing. The young guys behind were shocked to hear that such a beautiful goddess actually has a boyfriend. I couldn't help but feel a pain in my heart. The breakfast aunt wiped her hands and smiled. "Girl, there is no such thing as that, your boyfriend is also a human being. He can eat everything in this store. Let me recommend these breakfast combinations to you, which are the most popular among young men." Zhuo Tianxin smiled and said, "Really? Thank you, auntie. She has never done housework and has a nanny to take care of her food and accommodation. How can I understand these?" After listening to my aunt's words, I felt like I had found a life-saving straw. A few minutes. Breakfast is ready. Zhuo Tianxin holds the food bag. Looking at the breakfast in the bag, he said, "It looks delicious. Brother Nianhe will definitely like it." Wait till she walks out the door. Several aunts laughed and said, "This girl looks like a fairy, and she is so nice to her boyfriend." Yes, her boyfriend is really lucky. If my kid can find something like this, I will burn incense and pray to Buddha. In the room. Li Nianhe originally wanted to play games. My mind has never been on the game. I even pressed the wrong key several times. Zhuo Tianxin's smile kept appearing in my mind. It seemed to have magic that hooked his soul. He was in a trance. Zhuo Tianxin gave me the warmth that I had never felt in my previous 2 lives. This girl is so poisonous. He shook his head violently and said, No, we can't go on like this. Not to mention that the ban on dating is really uncomfortable. He had already suffered the pain of love in his previous life. Know that all this is fake. I said I would not be emotional anymore, and I won't be emotional anymore. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. He slowly hardened his heart and said, Yes, all of these are tests and stumbling blocks on my road to success. If you continue like this, you will be caught by this girl sooner or later. Joke. Is he so easily conquered? Think of this. He stood up suddenly. He walked with difficulty to the open door. After thinking for a long time, then he slowly closed the door. At this time, he felt a dull pain in his chest. It's not a problem of the system's dating ban. It's himself. Lee Nyenha sighed deeply and said, "Let's go all the way." Then there was a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Sit back in the chair." In order to prevent myself from being soft-hearted again, I put on my headphones decisively and started the game again. At the same time, carrying breakfast, Zhuo Tianxin happily came to the express box. Scan the QR code. The box is opened. There was nothing inside. This situation. She suddenly felt as if something heavy had hit her chest. My mind went blank. Even though she has never been in love. Even if she is stupid. At this moment, I seem to understand something. Throw away the QR code in your hand. He hurriedly trotted upstairs. He didn't even wait for the elevator and ran to the 5th floor in one breath. She said to herself, "No, he definitely won't be like this." Then press on the door. Can't push away. She clenched her tender white fist and knocked gently on the door. I remember that I was about to cry, and I shouted in a trembling voice. "Li Nyenha, Nyenha, what's wrong with you? Can you please open the door? What's wrong with you? Are you grouchy after waking up? I won't disturb you, is that okay?" Gradually, her voice became smaller and smaller, and a tear unconsciously slid down her face. She said in a voice that only she could hear, "I thought that after all I've done, you would accept it." Li Nyenha in the room. I could faintly hear a knock on the door. I can only try to tell myself that it was an auditory hallucination. Only. I don't know how long it took. He finally had the courage to put down his headphones. He stared at the door absent-mindedly, as if something was missing in his heart. With a choked voice. "I'm sorry, girl, I really don't want this to happen." At this time, his cell phone vibrated. Notes, keep shining little star. It's her. The message reads, "I'm leaving now. There's breakfast outside the door. Hurry up and take it. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Zhuo Tianxin sat in the car in a daze. I have already made up my mind to never have anything to do with Li Nyenha again. Unexpectedly, he couldn't help but reply with one word. This at least gave Zhuo Tianxin a glimmer of hope. He said to himself, "This idiot, why on earth? Is it really that difficult for you to fall in love?" Li Nyenha holds his cell phone. With one hand covering his chest. The pain prevented him from typing even one more word. He finally knew it. The more emotional you are, the heavier the punishment of this love ban will be. He cursed with a bitter smile. Damn, I still underestimated this ban. Yes, 1 million, plus all kinds of amazing skills, can it be so easy to get it? His heart grew cold again. The pain also disappeared. Zhuo Tianxin sent another aggrieved emoticon on the phone. "Zhuo Tianxin, you lied to me, brother Nyenha." Li Nyenha, oh, how did I lie to you? Zhuo Tianxin, there is no express delivery for you. Li Nyenha seemed to be afraid of the love ban, and said sternly. Yes, I lied to you, so what? I did it on purpose. You are really annoying. For a long time. Zhuo Tianxin replied. Yeah, a lot of people say I'm as cold as ice and can't be warmed up. It's not your fault, Nyenha. Li Nyenha gritted his teeth. Looking at this sentence, I feel sad. No way. Silly girl, you are so nice. Who dares to say this about you, I? Li Nyenha gave up replying. Put down your phone. I found that the shirt on the back was already soaked. Stand up. He brought the breakfast that Zhuo Tianxin prepared for him to the room. Chapter 10, If you show kindness for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Li Nyenha, sitting on a chair, stared at the food bag in a daze. Completely unaware, the game on the computer has already started. Let it hang up. Unpacked the food bag on the table. Inside was the breakfast that Zhuo Tianxin had carefully selected for him. Emitting hot steam. There's even a little note inside. Wrote. Stupid pig, enjoy your breakfast. Very familiar tone of voice. These past 2 days have been a shock to his cold heart. The girl's back appeared in my mind. Thick black waist-length hair and shallow dimples. Delicate oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, long eyelashes. And those eyes that seemed to be twinkling with stars. Li Nianhe couldn't help but think. What virtue and ability have I possessed? Make this little beauty who doesn't belong to this world sad? Yes, he has no right to hurt. But I am not qualified to accept it. He ate his breakfast slowly and shook his head. How on earth did she know I like to eat these? Night. Li Nianhe lay down on the bed early. He usually had a good sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. My mind was filled with the image of Zhuo Tianxin. I even thought of her well-developed body. Finally. He couldn't stand it anymore. Just pick up the Mao Tai that I didn't finish yesterday. I took a few sips. Then I fell into sleep. But what he didn't know was, at the same time, a girl in the Zhuo family manor in Guicheng, also unable to sleep. Girl's intuition is very sensitive. She could feel Li Nianhe's imperceptible tenderness. It seems like I want to care but I can't. Now. She calmed down completely. If she asks others, is she beautiful? The promise is certain. Even JoJo's top star Lu Feifei would pale in comparison to her. From childhood to adulthood, she had no idea how many boys had confessed their love to her. As for the body shape, she is thin where she should be thin, and fat where she should be fat, even loose clothes can't hide it. So she didn't dare to run around in crowded places because it would shake. As for height, she is just over 1.70 centimeters tall, with a pair of proud long, snow-white legs. No matter where you go, you are the most eye-catching one. But she didn't know why Li Nianhe was so cold to her. And it is unabashed. She was drunk last night. If it were any other man, he would probably do something to her. But Li Nianhe didn't. Zhuo Tianxin rested his delicate chin on his knees and snorted. This stupid pig, what on earth does he want? Thinking of something, she smiled foolishly and said, Humph, you can't bear to touch me, sooner or later I will uncover your little thoughts. Although Zhuo Tianxin has never been in a relationship. But the confidence in her bones told her. Li Nianhe was reluctant to touch herself, not because he had no interest. Thankfully. She guessed right. Many years later, when she pressed her little feet on the face of her husband who was cutting her nails. With a look of grievance, she said coquettishly, Do you know that you were very hard to pursue back then? And the man who already has a mature charm. He just held her feet in his hands and smiled. One night passed. When Li Nianhe was making breakfast in the morning. I will accidentally make one more. When playing games in the room. Always keep an eye out for anyone knocking on the door. Half a day passed. I can still vaguely feel the severe pain in my chest caused by excitement last night. The person he wanted to see but didn't dare to see never showed up. Yes. A girl who looks like a fairy from heaven is willing to be so humble. Which boy wouldn't be confused? But I happened to meet him, a cold-blooded animal who was incapable of love. Looking at the empty room. The air still lingers with the fragrance of a young girl. The warmth of that night is still vivid in my mind. The food in the refrigerator is almost gone. He is not going to buy anymore. He casually put on a black sweatshirt and white sweatpants, fixed his hair and said, Have a meal, relax and everything will be fine. Open the door. The first thing he heard was a noise. When I looked up, I saw a girl wearing a black sweatshirt and a white long skirt. She has a graceful figure and her long hair is simply tied up. With the youthful vitality and gentle atmosphere of a girl. She was directing the workers to move things. This back view. He was familiar with it. Even though they had only met a few times, he could recognize every detail of Zhuo Tianxin. Take a deep breath. While the other party is not paying attention to you. Li Nianhe quickly tiptoed around and, as his hand grasped the edge of the wooden door. When you are ready to close. A girl's clear and crisp voice came from behind. What a coincidence, Li Nianhe. Knowing he couldn't escape, Li slowly turned around. Standing there tall. Cough a few times. Zhuo Tianxin covered his mouth and laughed. What are you laughing at? He still pretended to be impatient. Zhuo Tianxin looked Li Nianhe up and down. His eyes seemed to be saying, I win this time. It turns out that the two of them were wearing similar couple outfits, black sweatshirts with white. Li Nianhe's mouth twitched, thinking. This is so fucking embarrassing. Immediately changed the subject. Why are you here? Zhuo Tianqin put his hands behind his back and looked at the ceiling. Why can't I be here? I'm here to rent a house. Li Nianhe was shocked. He had no objection to Zhuo Tianqin renting a house. But if you rent it right across from me, you will definitely see me every day. This is a big problem. He immediately said. Who are you? Why are you renting a room? He really couldn't understand this girl's train of thought. Are you tired of living in a manor villa? Zhuo Tianqin glanced at the porters. Looking back, some innocently said. Is there a problem? Is there something wrong with my status that prevents me from renting a house? The workers dared not talk to him. They knew that the girl in front of them was a wealthy person. They didn't dare to help. Because I saw Li Nianhe wearing the same clothes as her. It looks like the legendary dog food set. Immediately speed up your actions to escape from this dangerous place. At this time, the landlord came out of the elevator with a smile on his face. Li Nianhe immediately asked. Landlord, why did you rent the house across the street to her? The landlord looked at him angrily and said. It's my house, I can rent it to whoever I want, why do you care so much? Li Nianhe suddenly felt that he was talking without thinking. I was immediately speechless. The landlord continued. And you, Xiaoli, be content. I saw everything that happened yesterday morning. Such a nice girl, I don't know what you think. Li Nianhe really has no way to defend himself. If there is no systematic ban, flirt with yourself like Zhuo Tianqin does. A year later, he would probably already be thinking about what to name their child. The landlord ignored him. He turned his head and said to Zhuo Tianqin with a smile. Girl, let's ignore him. If you don't mind. My aunt has a son who is pretty good looking. He's an honest person too, so I'd like to introduce him to you. Before Zhuo Tianqin could speak, Li Nianhe was anxious and blurted out. No. The landlord raised his eyebrows and said. Hey, go, what do you want? Li Nianhe calmed down immediately. I thought to myself, this landlord actually has this in mind. As expected, if someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. But then I thought about Zhuo Tianqin's personality, he would definitely refuse. It doesn't matter at the moment. Chapter 11. He has reached the atmosphere. Seeing that Li Nianhe was anxious, Zhuo Tianqin smiled secretly in his heart. She knew that this person cared a lot and refused to admit it. Looks like I have to resort to provocation. I decided to take advantage of the situation and said to the landlord. Okay, Auntie, give me your son's phone number and invite him to dinner tonight. Then he looked at Li Nianhe proudly. Li Nianhe's eyelids twitched. But don't be angry. He is not mentally 18 years old. How can you not see this method of provoking others? Of course I won't be fooled. The expression on his face is very natural. He put his hands in his pockets and turned to go into the room. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Tianqin found that it didn't work and he got so angry that his teeth itched. Feeling aggrieved in his heart, he said. Let's go together, Li Nianhe. But he didn't even turn his head and said. No, that's your business. Take 2 steps forward from Zhuo Tianqin. What do you mean by no need? I'm sorry for bothering you so much last night, so this is just a thank you. Then he added. What if I get drunk? When Li Nianhe heard this, with a shudder in his heart, he turned around and said coldly. Okay, it's almost time for dinner. Seeing that he agreed, Zhuo Tianqin felt indescribably happy. But now that we have stabilized Li Nianhe's brother, what about the landlord's son? I just want to provoke her, who cares about other men? Damn Li Nianhe, you can be so cool and arrogant, just keep provoking me. One day, I want you to fall at my feet. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with this matter, suddenly a message came on my phone. It was her best friend, Liang Qingqing. Liang Qingqing, my little darling. Hey. Zhuo Tianqin began to have bad ideas in his mind. Liang Qingqing, you've walked into trouble yourself. Replied. Sister Qingqing, you are so relaxed, can you do me a favor? Liang Qingqing replied, I have a bad feeling. Zhuo Tianqin, don't be so nervous, just listen to what you have to say first. Liang Qingqing, okay, sister will give you this opportunity. A few minutes later, Liang Qingqing was shocked after hearing this. Are you yourself? Why do you say that? You are not the XINer sister I know. It's impossible for her to even resort to provocation just to woo a boy. Zhuo Tianxin sent a message. Liang Qingqing reluctantly accepted it and said, Who on earth is this Li Nianhe? How could he be able to subdue your little demon? Go away, you are the little goblin. Liang Qingqing sent a disdainful expression and replied, You have forgotten your old love because you have a new one. She actually sacrificed me, a poor and helpless person, just to pursue a man. Zhuo Tianxin sent a nose-picking emoji and said, Don't act like that. The fish pond on your WeChat account has a wide variety of species. It shouldn't be a problem if you add the landlord's son, right? Liang Qingqing, raising fish is fun, I'm not serious about it. Zhuo Tianxin, will you help me? Liang Qingqing, help, stand up for your sisters. Liang Qingqing asked, Is that guy called Li Nianhe very special? How could he fascinate you like this? Zhuo Tianxin recalled the time she spent with Li Nianhe. Tall and handsome, neither humble nor arrogant, good at fighting and flirting, and good at cooking. And he is a gentleman who does not take advantage of others' misfortunes. It almost cost her her life. Replied. It's not that he's special, he's just one of those rare. He has beautiful eyes, is tall and handsome, can say sweet words, and can also be violent to protect you. After hearing about Li Nianhe and Zhuo Tianxin's recent events, especially when Li Nianhe killed 4 burly men, Liang Qingqing exclaimed that it was amazing, and said, XINer sister, look, I searched all the fish ponds, but I didn't see a fish like Li Nianhe. Zhuo Tianxin, go to hell, what kind of person are you, you little slut? The two chatted here. They started discussing how to deal with the next dinner. Zhuo Tianxin, Sister Qingqing, how can I catch up with him? Liang Qingqing, according to my many years of experience, such high-quality boys basically cannot be too enthusiastic. Zhuo Tianxin, what do you mean? Liang Qingqing, you have to make him feel close yet distant, so that he can't leave you. Zhuo Tianxin, then what should I do? Liang Qingqing, use your strengths to attract him. Zhuo Tianxin, advantages? I just played the piano and can dance, and I won't be able to use these next time. That's impossible. I'll take him to play games to improve his scores. I don't think he likes it either. Liang Qingqing, then use it as a side effect. Zhuo Tianxin, how do you highlight it from the side? Liang Qingqing, it's hard to explain right now, just adapt to the situation. 10 minutes later. Liang Qingqing drove a Bentley. Zhuo Tianxin sat in the passenger seat, looking at Li Nianhe in the rearview mirror from time to time. He sat in the back seat with the landlord's son, staring out the window, his eyes unclear as to what he was thinking. Although the landlord's son tried his best to find topics to chat with Liang Qingqing and Zhuo Tianxin. But the two girls' attention was always on Li Nianhe, who never spoke. Liang Qingqing is a naturally gentle girl. Although her looks are not comparable to Zhuo Tianxin's. But if you throw it on the street, it will still attract a lot of attention. She looked at Li Nianhe's profile vaguely and thought to herself. So damn handsome, all the boys in my fish pond combined don't have this much looks, right? Moreover, the temperament that Li Nianhe exudes is indeed very attractive. He has a calmness that is not expected for his age. I just don't know what I'm thinking. At this moment, Li Nianhe only had one thought. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. The landlord's son next to him was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and was only a little over 1.70 centimeters tall. Standing beside me like a primary school student. The speech is also rigid and wooden. It doesn't pose any threat at all. Generally speaking, if a boy wants to pursue a girl, he has to suppress her in terms of momentum. Because girls like the feeling of being conquered. With the landlord's son being like this, even if there were 10 more of them, they probably wouldn't be able to conquer Liang Qingqing in terms of momentum. Not to mention that Zhuo Tianxin treated him as heir. Li Nianhe groaned in his heart. Why am I jealous? This is why it is difficult for a licker to catch a goddess. And those cool and handsome scumbags are always successful in flirting with goddesses, because goddesses also like the feeling of being conquered. But Li Nianhe is neither of them. Other boys are on the surface. He has reached the atmosphere and forced himself into an emotionless man. A few minutes later, the 4 of them came to Mingyue restaurant. This is a restaurant with a strong ancient atmosphere. There are even young ladies dressed in hanfu singing ancient-style songs. However, Li Nianhe had no interest in the ancient-style songs of this parallel world. It simply doesn't sound good. The landlord's son is being attentive for no reason. Li Nianha sat quietly on the chair, looking at the singing girl on the stage. I found that her singing skills are still very good, but she was born at the wrong time. Reduced to being a resident singer. This made him think of his past life, and he looked sad. This scene. It happened to be seen by Zhuo Tianqin and Liang Qingqing. Liang Qingqing whispered in Zhuo Tianqin's ear. How does your male god manage to switch styles instantly? Zhuo Tianqin asked puzzledly, what do you mean by style switching? Liang Qingqing, just now he was a cool and handsome guy, but now he is turned into a melancholy and artistic guy. So tempting. Zhuo Tianqin pouted and said. You are victorious, but you are not allowed to pay attention to him. Chapter 12. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. Where there are people, there are right and wrong. Think of crowded places like restaurants and bars. Basically, I discover things from time to time. Today, I happened to be met by Li Nianha and others. Because a few guests were not satisfied with the song sung by the Hanfu lady on the stage. So they're making trouble. In fact, in Li Nianha's opinion, their trouble was fake. It is true that he took advantage of the alcohol to bully this girl in Hanfu. Among them was a drunkard who ran to the side of the stands and said, Sister, what the hell are you singing? This song is too old. The rest of the people just looked at it. No one was prepared to step forward to stop it. Because of this troublesome matter, basically no one will step forward. The girl in Hanfu looked towards the door, as if she wanted to ask the security guard for help. I found out that the security guard had gone somewhere to take a nap. There was not a single person in sight. The drunkard grinned. Come on, drink this bottle of wine, and I will forgive you. The girl in Hanfu looked unhappy and said. Sorry, I don't drink. Li Nianha frowned and found that the man had erguotu in his hand. People who don't drink much may end up in the hospital after drinking one bottle. Zhuo Tianqin was also very angry, but she saw that Li Nianha said nothing and did nothing. Although Liang Qingqing is fickle, she has a good heart. Pointing at the drunkard, he said. Fuck, he's just a resident singer, why do you ask for so much? The landlord's son saw that things were not going well and said quickly. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Liang Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said. Coward. The landlord's son couldn't help but blush. The drunk who was planning to climb onto the stage heard this. He immediately turned his attention to Li Nianha's table. Seeing that Liang Qingqing also had good eyesight, he immediately walked over. Arrogantly said. What's wrong, girl, do you want me to help her drink? Just when Li Nianha realized that this matter could not be let go like this. The cold voice of the system came from my mind. Tip, sing a complete version of the song and get a reward of 500,000. I couldn't help laughing and thought. Fuck, system, you really know how to handle things. Seeing a drunkard coming towards me recklessly. Liang Qingqing was a little flustered. Just as the drunk was about to grab her hand. A large white hand clamped the drunk tightly. The show that everyone was looking forward to was interrupted by a tall and handsome boy. The drunk was stunned, looking at it. Li Nianha said slowly. You think the song is not good? How about I sing it, will you give me this favor? Everyone thought that the two would fight. Although Li Nianha is tall, he is too young. But the scene that everyone expected did not happen. The originally arrogant drunk was stunned for a long time, but he was mostly sober. He immediately nodded and said. My dear brother, what are you talking about? What's the matter with face? How dare I ask for your face? I just drank too much, please don't bother with me. Good guy. This scene completely stunned everyone. Liang Qingqing covered her mouth with a look of admiration. Zhuo Tianqin was as confused as everyone else. The reason for this is. Only drunkards know. Just now when Li Nianha clamped his wrist. He could clearly feel the other party's terrifying power. The drunk even felt that Li Nianha could throw him several meters away with one hand. If he really dares to do something rash. Maybe I will have to appear lying down today. The drunk man covered his wrist, which was still powerless, and couldn't help but feel scared when he thought about it. Li Nianha looked at him coldly and said. Are you done? If you are, get out of here. Yes, brother, I'll leave now. Everyone admired it. Who is this handsome guy? How can he be so powerful? A single encounter makes a drunk piss and shit? Liang Qingqing patted Zhuo Tianqin's arm and said. Wow, you have really good taste, this Li Nianha is so manly. Li Nianha is actually quite low-key. But he won't go against 500,000. Slowly walked onto the stage. Before he could speak, the girl in Hanfu looked at him tenderly and said, "Thank you." At this time, Liang Qingqing whispered in Zhuo Tianxin's ear. "You are a popular man, you have to watch out for it." Zhuo Tianxin raised his head proudly and said, "Humph, he's very sincere, he doesn't need it." "Hey, you haven't even caught up with her yet, are you so sure? It's only a matter of time." On the other side. On the stage, Li Nianha nodded slightly and said, "It's just a small favor. Let me sing a song for you." The girl in Hanfu was surprised. "Are you sure?" Li Nianha nodded and said, "A little bit." Liang Qingqing at the table asked, "Your man can really sing?" Zhuo Tianxin was indescribably excited to have the chance to hear Li Nianha sing again. She said casually, "You'll know in a minute." Li Nianha was holding a guitar and sitting on a lift chair. Start strumming your guitar to find the tune. The people in the audience were shocked by Li Nianha's heroic act. They all gave face and applauded enthusiastically. Pa pa pa. Many guests stood up and applauded. On the other hand, Li Nianha was not panicked at all. Holding the microphone, he said, "It's boring to sing other songs, so just sing your own original song." Then he apologized in his heart. Zhou Luanluan and Fang Wenshan are offended. Many audience members on the stage became interested. "It's amazing. This guy can actually write songs? I don't know if the singing is good or not, I'm starting to look forward to it." Many people even thought of the mysterious singer who became popular on Douyin not long ago. It's also the original singer. On stage, Li Nianha coughed lightly out of habit. Begin to build up emotions. The sadness in his eyes made many female guests intoxicated. Then, following the sound of the guitar, he slowly began to speak. The blank outlines the blue and white pattern, and the brush strokes turned from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. As soon as you open your mouth. There was a surprised voice from the stage. "Wow! This little brother sings so well. As soon as I opened my mouth, I got drunk. There's no wine in your songs, but I'm drunk like a dog." Liang Qingqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. "I covered my mouth, unable to calm down. Because this voice is exactly the same as the mysterious little brother who sang Courage on Douyin." At this time, some people discovered that. Exclaimed. "This voice, could it be that mysterious little brother from Douyin? Fuck, it really is like that, such a unique voice." Li Nianha was not disturbed by the screams from the audience. Continue singing. The charm of the glaze rendering of the lady's painting is privately kept. And your sweet smile is like a bud about to bloom. He looked at the girl whose eyes were full of him. The only person in his sight was Zhuo Tianxin. "I can't say I love you. Let me express my love in this way." He looked at Zhuo Tianxin with affectionate eyes. But all the girls present were stunned. The song reaches its climax. Li Nianha expressed his emotions to the extreme. "The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you." The moonlight was salvaged and the ending was blurred. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it is beautiful in its own way. Your eyes are smiling. At this time, even the most careless person would turn around and look at Zhuo Tianxin. I can't express my envy in words. Zhuo Tianxin savored the lyrics carefully. "The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you." Then he murmured, "Stupid pig, I don't want you to wait, I'm always here." Chapter 13: Zhuo Tianxin's Nobility and Elegance. After a song is finished, there was complete silence, followed by thunderous applause. It's not just because Li Nian has saved the day so handsomely before. What's more, the song he sang was so beautiful. The people in the audience also praised. "Brother, your song is a bit addictive. What kind of magical song is this? I suddenly feel like all the songs in my playlist are garbage." It's him. He's the mysterious singer who's been very popular on Douyin recently. This unique voice, there is no other like it in the whole country. I want an autograph now, maybe it will be very valuable in the future. I thought the Douyin song Courage was just hype, but now it seems not to be the case. This handsome guy is so talented, I'm a fan. He is handsome, has a sense of justice, and sings so seductively. This is talent, this is called talent, Jime. What a pity, his girlfriend is so beautiful, we can't compete with her. I don't think she's a girlfriend. I don't care. I'm going to fight for it. Off stage. Zhuo Tianqin looked at him on the stage infatuatedly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and emotion. Liang Qingqing was also in a trance. Suddenly I wondered what those guys who called themselves handsome guys in my fish pond were like. Look at Li Nianha again, he is what we call a male god. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Alas, Sister Xiner, it's true that fools have good fortunes. Li Nianha on the stage. He bowed slightly to the audience calmly. I don't feel much psychological fluctuation in response to these praises. Then, he turned around and returned the guitar to the girl in Hanfu. The girl who had looked very distressed before now had light in her eyes. Looking at Li Nianha excitedly. Are you really the little brother who sang Courage on Douyin? Li Nianha didn't say anything. He smiled slightly and nodded without comment. The girl in Hanfu couldn't control her excitement and said, You are really talented. Then he said helplessly, If I could have your talent, I would be more than what I am now. Li Nianha patted her shoulder gently and said with a comforting look, Believe in yourself, you can do it too. Little did they know. His words gave great motivation to the Hanfu girls. Liang Qingqing at the table was completely intoxicated at this moment. With eyes full of hearts, he said, Xaner sister, how did you manage to be this manly god, domineering, cold, and gentle at the same time? Zhuo Tianqin didn't want to answer. Looking around, the few girls in the audience were already getting excited. The girl in Hanfu on the stage flirted with Li Nianha. Even my bestie started to act crazy. Suddenly I felt a sense of crisis. There are love rivals everywhere. This big red font appears in front of you. Danger. What a bad decision. She still underestimated the charm of this stupid pig. I originally planned to use this dinner to make Li Nianha jealous. I didn't expect to lose more than I gained. Directly create so many love rivals for yourself. Although Zhuo Tianqin is confident, he is no match for this stupid pig's numerous little fans. She suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Next, Liang Qingqing's words beside her made her feel a soul strike. Xiner, Sister Qingqing is old now, so why don't you give this to me? Zhuo Tianqin's face was full of black lines. Stop being so naughty, you have no chance. Liang Qingqing smacked her lips and said, Don't be angry, I was just kidding you. Zhuo Tianqin asked again. Then how can I develop further with him? Liang Qingqing became excited and said, Forgot what I told you before? You have advantages, show them. Zhuo Tianqin was puzzled. Liang Qingqing patted the back of her hand and said, See the 1982 Lafite and champagne on this table? See this caviar and truffles? Zhuo Tianqin still looked confused and said, Look, I saw it, but what does that mean? Liang Qingqing said, You can use your knowledge of these famous dishes to tell their history and stories. Show your noble status and elegant temperament. Historical allusions? Zhuo Tianqin seemed to understand, and said with her mouth slightly opened, Oh, I understand. Liang Qingqing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I understand. At this time, Li Nianha has already walked down from the stage. Zhuo Tianqin could no longer contain his joy. She swayed her slender waist and kneeled towards Li Nianha's seat. Even if you haven't studied psychology, you can see her restless thoughts. Li Nianha looked at her suspiciously. I wondered what this silly girl was doing again. She was holding the Lafite elegantly, like a proud white swan, slowly pouring the red wine into the glass. I put into use all the aristocratic etiquette I learned in the West a few years ago. Liang Qingqing watched from the side and nodded with satisfaction. She raised her chin proudly and said, Brother Nianha, drink some red wine. This red wine. Finished. She couldn't quite remember what Liang Qingqing had said. That's right. It's the efficacy and nutrition of the ingredients. Her cute little hand handed the red wine to Li Nianha and continued. The function of red wine is to soften blood vessels and act as a diuretic. It is very helpful for boys with bad kidneys and frequent urination. Li Nianha. Liang Qingqing? landlord's son? Li Nianhe tried hard not to laugh. He hummed softly. Then took the red wine. Seeing that Li Nianhe didn't respond, Zhuo Tianxing continued to hold the caviar and said, Brother Nianhe, have some caviar. My mother always said that my father was not doing well, so she fed him caviar every day. Then he was stunned for a while and said, Although I don't know what's wrong with my dad. What's wrong? Can a man say no? Why is this girl so stupid? Li Nianhe quickly turned his head away. It took me a while to hold back my smile. Liang Qingqing held her forehead and said to herself, When I didn't say anything just now. Seeing a faint smile on Li Nianhe's face, Zhuo Tianxing knew it was effective. He also said, Brother Nianhe, eat truffles. This can prevent Alzheimer's disease. Liang Qingqing? Landlord's son. Li Nianhe. The three of them were shocked. Li Nianhe said slowly, Thank you, you are so kind, I am not hungry anymore. Hearing Li Nianhe praising himself, Zhuo Tianxing happily shook Liang Qingqing's arm and said, Did you see that? He praised me. Am I awesome? He. Liang Qingqing nodded expressionlessly. Awesome, awesome. I admire you. Zhuo Tianxing twisted her fair neck proudly and said, That is, did I show my noble temperament just now? When the two of them were talking in private, Zhuo Tianxing felt the hostility with her woman's nature. Sure enough. Turn around. Then I saw the young girl in Hanfu who had been singing there slowly approaching. She put her hands behind her back and looked at Li Nianhe. There was shyness in her smiling eyes. Zhuo Tianxing immediately became nervous. I didn't expect the first enemy to arrive so soon. The singing girl didn't look at others. Whispering softly to Li Nianhe, My name is Su Xiaoke, and I want to thank you specially. How about we add your WeChat ID? No. Mr. Li, who was being questioned, hadn't spoken yet. Zhuo Tianxing became anxious instead. She said it a little loudly, causing all four of them to look at her. Chapter 14 Would I, Li Nianhe, do such a childish thing? Su Xiaoke smiled generously and said, I'm sorry, is this your girlfriend? Li Nianhe shook his head and said, No, just ordinary friends. Then he took out his cell phone and said, Just scan my QR code. After Su Xiaoke left, Zhuo Tianxing pitifully pulled Li Nianhe's sleeve and said, Why don't you care about my feelings at all? Li Nianhe hummed indifferently. I thought Zhuo Tianxing would be disheartened. Unexpectedly, she raised her delicate chin proudly and said, Forget it, it's no big deal, just add some prestige. Li Nianhe saw that she was a little sad but pretending to be strong. I really can't bear it. He endured the system ban and punishment. Are you stupid? Don't think too much. I added her because she has good singing skills and I hope we can have a chance to work together in the future. Zhuo Tianxing immediately revived with full health and said, Really? Then when you release a new song, I want to be the first to hear it. Li Nianhe's eyes showed a smile that ordinary people could not detect. Nodding slightly. Liang Qingqing watched from the side. I couldn't help but sigh silently. Thought. You were such a proud little star, but now you have fallen into the mortal world. After dinner, several people left the restaurant. The landlord's son, who thought he was the protagonist of this dinner. At this moment, it has completely become a 1000-watt light bulb. Before I came to the restaurant, Liang Qingqing still wanted to deal with him. Chatting intermittently. What can I do? Li Nianhe's performance in the restaurant was really eye-catching. So much so that the landlord's son, who was considered a wealthy second generation, instantly became a tool. A walk for 4 people. But they became 2 different worlds. Liang Qingqing and Zhuo Tianxing surrounded Li Nianhe. The landlord's son had no words to express his grievances and just followed behind silently. What's going on? It was obviously me who came here first. They walked into Wanda's supermarket and passed by an amusement park. Zhuo Tianxing pulled Liang Qingqing and said, Sister Qingqing, that doll is so pretty. The landlord's son immediately perked up. Catch the doll. This is what I am best at. Thinking back then, he used his unique skill of catching dolls in junior high school, and he won the heart of a spirited little girl. Then he walked up to the boss with a breeze. With a flick of her bangs, she said, "I want to buy 100 coins." The boss looked at him as if he was looking at a fool and said, "What coin? There is no coin." Then he threw a box of darts to him and said, "Only this." The landlord's son twitched his eyes and said, "Why is it throwing darts?" Then he looked at the target and said, "Fuck, it's so far, can you retreat?" The boss said with disdain, "Can't you have fun? Are you making fun of me?" Zhuo Tianqin and Liang Qingqing both felt very embarrassed. He immediately hid far away. "This means, we don't know this person. This is really embarrassing. $100 to argue about." But Zhuo Tianqin felt that she was the one who called the person out. It's not good to just leave. Liang Qingqing and she watched on in boredom with expressionless faces. The landlord's son was asked by his boss, "Can't you afford to play?" I was stimulated. What's more, there are 2 goddesses watching on the side. He immediately said, "Who said I can't play anymore? Give it to me." But he is really not cut out for this. I threw dozens of darts in a row, but none of them hit the target. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Countless crows flew across the sky. Li Nianhe, who was standing by, watched quietly. No words. Just shook his head. He didn't look down on the landlord's son. "I think this distance is too far." If it were him, he wouldn't be sure at all. Now. The system in my mind sent a cold female voice prompt. Tip: use temporary skills to hit the target every time and gain charm plus 35. This. Li Nianhe couldn't help but complain in his heart. System, you are everywhere. You really know how to deal with things. Joke. Childish things like winning dolls as rewards. Would I, Li Nianhe, do that? Who do you think I am? Thinking of this, he walked quickly to the boss and said, "Boss, give me 2 darts." System, hee hee. The boss looked at Li Nianhe in surprise and said, "Only 2? You're pretty confident, bro." The landlord's son was doubting his life. "Why can't I afford to play with it even though I bought 100 of them?" He bought 2, which shows his confidence. Then he threw his darts in distress. Feeling arm pain, Li Nianhe walked over and said, "Let me give it a try." The landlord's son said a little embarrassedly, "This is quite difficult, you should buy 2 more." Li Nianhe said calmly, "Need not." As soon as the words fell, he turned around and threw the ball with ease. Hit the bullseye directly. Then he picked it up and threw the second one. This time it wasn't a bullseye. Instead, it stabbed directly at the tail of the first dart. Then he said, "Actually, 2 is too much for me." Boss. Landlord's son? This series of inhuman operations left passers-by and the people present stunned. Liang Qingqing and Zhuo Tianqin, who were about to fall asleep. I was suddenly excited. The mouth became an O shape. Liang Qingqing patted Zhuo Tianqin's forearm continuously and said, "It's amazing, your man is so awesome." Zhuo Tianqin had never heard of this internet term, so he asked, "What's too high?" Liang Qingqing said in her ear with a sly smile, "You like him so much, don't you want to be topped by him?" Then he continued, "Will you think about his 8-pack abs at night, and?" Zhuo Tianqin thought for a long time and figured out what it meant. Her face instantly turned red to the base of her neck and she said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Hey, although I know you are quite simple. But you are an adult now, and you have watched a lot of romance dramas, so you should understand it." Zhuo Tianqin, no. Liang Qingqing sighed and said, "But, I think he doesn't seem to be interested in you." Zhuo Tianqin, TSK, what do you know? Liang Qingqing, you'll know in a minute. What do you mean by wait a minute? Zhuo Tianqin was puzzled. Take the prize. Li Nianhe walked over leisurely. He handed the panda doll that Zhuo Tianqin had just liked to her and said, "This prize is really childish, I'll give it to you." Zhuo Tianqin felt sweet in her heart. I thought to myself, this stupid pig has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I really want to bite him. While she was still immersed in joy, Liang Qingqing's voice came from my ear. "Look, what did I say?" Zhuo Tianqin fiddled with the doll proudly and said, "What are you guessing?" He is just the reserved type. Liang Qingqing, oh, really? Then let's make a bet? Zhuo Tianqin's heart skipped a beat. Although her appearance and temperament are top-notch. But compared to Liang Qingqing, she doesn't understand men at all. She couldn't guarantee what bad ideas the slut would come up with. Liang Qingqing smiled maliciously. What's wrong? You don't have confidence anymore? You don't dare anymore? Zhuo Tianqin was a little panicked, but still said stubbornly. TSK, what are you afraid of? Liang Qingqing said with some satisfaction. Really? That's something you need to think about carefully. Zhuo Tianqin puffed out his chest proudly and said. Humph, brother Nianha is definitely loyal to me, he just doesn't say anything. Chapter 15, 100% hit Mr. Li. Seeing Zhuo Tianqin straighten his shoulders. Then it shook a few times. Liang Qingqing looked at her pair of aces again. I was instantly filled with jealousy, envy and hatred. He immediately said. Okay, I'll go. Before Zhuo Tianqin could react, she had already trotted over to Li Nianha and said. I want one, too. That doll is so pretty. Then he turned around and winked at Zhuo Tianqin proudly. Zhuo Tianqin instantly became jealous. Liang Qingqing handed the dart she had just bought to Li Nianha. Li Nianha saw that she was Zhuo Tianqin's best friend. It's not easy to refuse. Then just throw it away. 100% hit rate. After a while, Liang Qingqing walked up to Zhuo Tianqin holding the ragdoll and said. Did you see that? Zhuo Tianqin's little head couldn't understand this kind of thing. It doesn't matter. Did you see anything? What does this mean? Liang Qingqing whispered in her ear. This is treating you equally, which means you are just an ordinary friend in his heart. You have no special privileges. What I do for you can also be done for me. Zhuo Tianqin panicked when he heard this. You can't let your best friend snatch your man away. Pulling Li Nianha out. Pointing at the landlord's son, he said. Qingqing, you two are the protagonists today. Nianha and I are leaving first. Liang Qingqing looked at the somewhat dull landlord's son and scolded with a smile. You forget your friends for the sake of beauty, I was just joking. Then he looked at the two people's backs and said to himself. They are a good match. It seems the silly girl is really attracted to him. And she met many boys. The only thing I couldn't see through was Li Nianha. But she was sure. Although Li Nianha looks aloof and keeps strangers away. But she still noticed that. Every time he looked at Zhuo Tianqin, there is light in the eyes. What an interesting man, but I don't have that blessing. I hope she'll be nicer to my little Xing. When the landlord's son saw Li Nianha leave, he suddenly felt relieved. He shook his bangs and said. Sister Qingqing, what should we do next? Don't give him a chance to finish his words. Liang Qingqing looked at him helplessly and said with a smile. What's next? Next, take your little toy and go home. Saying, she stuffed the rag doll that Li Nianha had just given her into the landlord's son's pocket. Then he walked away quickly. The landlord's son was left standing there in a disheveled state. Here. Zhuo Tianqin took Li Nianha and walked for a while. Li Nianha shook off her hand and said. Why are you walking so fast? Zhuo Tianqin said cautiously. I'm afraid you'll be robbed. Li Nianha was angry and amused. I thought your best friend was just teasing you on purpose. It seems that this little girl is not careless. It's too simple. So in addition to expressing feelings, Li Nianha was reluctant to hurt her in the slightest. I didn't dare to be too harsh on her at the moment. He hummed softly. Zhuo Tianqin is over 1.70 centimeters tall and wears canvas shoes. The white skirt flutters in the wind. She raised her little head. Her big, watery eyes looked at Li Nianha innocently. Milky voice. I don't want to go home. Can you play with me for a while longer? Li Nianha would not tolerate such things. After all, it's almost 10 o'clock. Sleep is very important for girls. He immediately said. What are you playing for? What time is it? Gurgle. Zhuo Tianqin lowered his head a little embarrassedly, looking at the tip of his shoe. But I'm hungry again. You. Without giving Li Nianha a chance to finish his words, Because she was afraid that Li Nianhe would mock her again. He immediately explained. Before at the restaurant, I was listening to you singing and didn't eat anything. The night is charming. The warm street lights shine on the two of them. It has become a painting that makes others envious. The two were very close. Li Nianhe lowered his head slightly. You can see Zhuo Tianxin's dark and thick hair. Maybe it's because her sweatshirt is too loose. From this angle, Li Nianhe could see her fair shoulders and black shoulder straps. He breathed in the air with the fragrance of a young girl. I feel a little hot inside. He wanted to rub the little guy's head gently. The hand stopped halfway. He wanted to hold her tightly in his arms. His steps were so stiff that he couldn't move even an inch. Li Nianhe said calmly, I'll take you to eat. Zhuo Tianxin raised his head happily and said, Really? Okay, let's go, or we'll be closed if we're any later. Li Nianhe is in front. Zhuo Tianxin is behind. A night wind blew by. She followed behind Li Nianhe and couldn't help rubbing her shoulders with her hands. I thought, if they are a couple, I must be brave enough to hug him. Walking and walking, Zhuo Tianxin suddenly bumped into Li Nianhe's hard back. Brother Nianhe, why don't you leave? Li Nianhe said nothing and took off his sweatshirt. He put it on her and said suddenly, Dress yourself. We. Zhuo Tianxin's eyes formed a crescent. This action. It can wipe out all of Li Nianhe's indifference towards her. Li Nianhe did not choose to take a taxi. Instead, he scanned an electric yellow bike that had no group. Looking at Zhuo Tianxin, who was standing there in a daze, he said, Are you still going? Zhuo Tianxin nodded vigorously. She sat sideways at the back of the car, tucking her little hands, which had nowhere to put, into her sleeves. I found out he wasn't driving. Li Nianhe risked the punishment of the system's dating ban. He took a deep breath and said, Hold me. Zhuo Tianxin at the back seemed to have heard it wrongly. Eyes full of disbelief. I only heard Li Nianhe speak again. This road is not easy to walk on. What if you fall down? Yeah. Zhuo Tianxin nodded his little head vigorously twice. She leaned against Li Nianhe's back. Feel his warmth. And the unique smell of boys on his body. Li Nianhe saw that there was no dating ban. I just realized that as long as I don't get emotional. But he didn't dare to mess around. Because it's not easy to control something like this. Zhuo Tianxin hugged him obediently from behind. I was so engrossed in it that I didn't know how long it had passed. When Li Nianhe said, Arrive. She slowly opened her eyes. Question, so fast? Li Nianhe really couldn't understand her thoughts and asked. 20 minutes, is that fast? Zhuo Tianxin whispered in a voice that only he could hear. I want to hold you for a while longer. Yes. She wished the journey were longer. She didn't know when would be the next time she would come into contact with Li Nianhe like this. I don't even know if there will be a next time. I ate mutton soup and mutton skewers with Li Nianhe. It instantly became much warmer. After coming out, Zhuo Tianxin was holding a string of candied haws in his hand. The two went to the river to release lanterns. If there is anyone who knows Zhuo Tianxin present, you'll definitely be surprised. Because they had never seen this girl smile so happily. Before I met Li Nianhe, she was in a wealthy family and was restricted in everything she did. She may be one of the few people who cannot feel the happiness of rich people. I can only stay in my room at night to find my own little world. The two of them went around in circles until it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. When going upstairs, Zhuo Tianxin asked, When I released the lanterns just now, do you know what wish I made? Li Nianhe said coldly, not interested. Zhuo Tianxin asked and answered himself. I'll tell you later. The moment she opened the door, she turned her back to Li Nianhe and said, Since you accompany me tonight, I forgive you for what happened before. Li Nianhe opened the door and said, I didn't provoke you. Close the door. Zhuo Tianxin leaned against the door, holding a ragdoll. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, Good night, Mr. Li. Chapter 16, The Troublesome Little Fool. After breaking up with Li Nianhe, Zhuo Tianxin rolled around on the bed, unable to fall asleep. I even wanted to knock on the door opposite several times. Still held back. because she didn't want to disturb her future boyfriend's rest. Thinking of this, she said weakly, "But I still miss him so much." Her delicate white little hand reached for the phone from the table. After unlocking, the first thing to do was to open the photo album in the iPhone. Looking at the photos of Lee Nyenha that I secretly took today. Showing a sweet silly smile. My future husband looks handsome no matter how he is photographed. Then he said to himself, "Actually, it's not your looks that attract me. It's your character." Humph, just being handsome won't make me surrender. The longer she looked, the more itchy she felt. No, I have to divert my attention. Then open your phone's contacts. Found Liang Qingqing's phone number. I called directly. After the call was connected, Liang Qingqing said in a vague voice, "Hey, Zhuo Tianxin, why aren't you sleeping so late at night? What are you doing?" Zhuo Tianxin said with a little pride. "Looking for you to chat." Liang Qingqing said, "What are you talking about? Look what time it is. I want to go to bed." Cut. Zhuo Tianxin asked, "It's only 1 o'clock. When did you go to bed so early?" He said with a smirk. Could it be that she was taken by the landlord's son and then had sex with him? Liang Qingqing said unhappily. "Go away, am I such a casual person? Let me tell you, don't look at me raising a fish pond, I still have my first kiss." Zhuo Tianxin raised his eyebrows and said, "Even though I smoke, drink and raise fish ponds, I'm still a good girl?" Snort. Liang Qingqing said proudly. "Yes." Then he asked, "It's strange, how come a fairy like you who must go to bed at 10 o'clock stays up late?" Zhuo Tianxin said slightly. "It's all because of Li Nianhe." Liang Qingqing's tone immediately became nervous and said, "What happened? Did he fuck you?" Zhuo Tianxin laughed and scolded. "Go to hell. How could my brother Nianhe be that kind of person?" Liang Qingqing, then why are you feeling so wronged? Zhuo Tianxin began to say proudly again. "I just missed him so much. Let me tell you, I hugged his waist today." Liang Qingqing, "Ha, then what?" Zhuo Tianxin, "Then I just want to talk to you to ease my excitement." Liang Qingqing said speechlessly. "Come on, miss, I think you want to feed me dog food, right?" Zhuo Tianxin replied, "No way, I'm serious." Liang Qingqing, "Then why don't you just chat with your idol?" Zhuo Tianxin whispered. "I'm afraid of disturbing his rest." Liang Qingqing said a little unhappy. "Aren't you afraid of disturbing my rest?" Zhuo Tianxin said. "You're different." "Why am I different?" "I don't feel bad for disturbing your rest." "You." Zhuo Tianxin began to threaten. "So you won't accompany me?" "Hey, I was going to give Chanel to Liang on Women's Day, but who knew?" Liang Qingqing's attitude immediately changed 360 degrees and she said, "Actually, I'm not that sleepy, Xin her sister, let's chat slowly." Zhuo Tianxin. "Well, let me make a long story short. I feel like there is already some sign of a relationship with brother Nianhe, how can I seize the opportunity?" Liang Qingqing said with some intention of giving some advice. "Of course it's to improve your impression. For example, the most common ones are washing clothes and cooking." Washing clothes and cooking? Zhuo Tianxin looked down at the sweatshirt he was reluctant to take off. "This loose sweatshirt belongs to Li Nianhe. She." Suddenly I realized it. Then he hurriedly said, "Okay, I'm hanging up now." "What do you mean? What are you going to do?" Liang Qingqing was very confused. Zhuo Tianxin said proudly, "I want to do my man's laundry." Without waiting for Liang Qingqing to reply, she threw her phone down. "Just get out of bed." He was only wearing a sweatshirt. A pair of slender, tight and fair long legs is very attractive. Her little feet were in slippers. "I don't want to wash this sweater. Because it has the flavor of Nianhe goo." But in order to show presence, she still sacrificed the pawn to save the king. "Turn on the water heater," she said helplessly. "So helpless, I forgot to plug it in." "It doesn't matter." Forget it, just wash it with cold water. This will show my feelings better." Early morning. Li Nianhe turned on his phone. The first thing is not to play games. Instead, check the news every day to get the information you want. But I didn't expect to receive a strange phone call suddenly. He hesitated for a moment. I chose to answer the call anyway. Hello, who is this? The voice of a young girl came from the other side. It wasn't as pleasant as Zhuo Tianxin's voice, and it was a little hoarse. She seemed to speak in a hurry. Hey! Are you Li Nianha? Li Nianha frowned slightly. He didn't have the habit of giving out random phone numbers. Confused question. I am, how do you have my number? The girl said quickly. I'm Liang Qingqing, I got your number from the landlord's son. Oops, now is not the time to talk about this, I have something urgent to do. Li Nianha's expression slightly brightened and he said. Okay, you go ahead. Liang Qingqing said hurriedly. Go check on your sister Xin. I called her several times this morning but she didn't answer. If it were before, she would have gotten up by now. Li Nianha did not reply. Just drop your phone and stand up. Liang Qingqing on the other end of the phone couldn't help but complain. How come these two have the same personality? Without even saying hello, he just left his phone behind. Li Nianha put on his clothes casually. He hurried to the front of Zhuo Tianxin's door. I called a few times but no one answered. Then he kept knocking on the door. After a while, the door just opened. Zhuo Tianxin stood in front of him with a pale face. He forced a smile and said, Brother Nianha. Li Nianha couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw her appearance. Quickly asked, What's wrong with you? Without replying to Li Nianha's words, Zhuo Tianxin's body had already gone limp and she collapsed into his arms. Zhuo Tianxin, Tianxin. Li Nianha quickly touched Zhuo Tianxin's forehead and said to himself, It's so hot. I have a fever. Could it be that he took this girl out for dinner yesterday? Caught a cold from the wind? Thinking of this, Li Nianha couldn't help but blame himself. She picked up Zhuo Tianxin in a princess hug. Run downstairs quickly. Because I used all my strength. His breathing was very rapid. How could he not be anxious? If the fever is severe, it can damage the brain. He immediately ran to stop a taxi, hugged Zhuo Tianxin and said, Silly girl, please don't get into any trouble. Finally arrived at the hospital. After working for a long time, Li Nianha looked at the girl sleeping on the bed. Still a little nervous. A female doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out. Some blamed. You are her boyfriend, right? Why are you so careless now? It's just been delivered now. If it's any later, it won't be so good. Li Nianha also blamed himself. I am not. The female doctor is very young and has an intellectual beauty. You are not what? Li Nianha rode. I'm not her boyfriend. The female doctor shook her head and said, I don't understand you young people today. Okay, the condition is basically stable now, you can go in and take care of him. Chapter 17, Who can stand this kind of teasing? Hearing this, Li Nianha breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you, doctor. The female doctor took a few more glances at Li Nianha's handsome profile. Then he hummed softly and said, You're welcome. Zhuo Tianxin slept for a day. Li Nianha never left and even ordered takeout for meals. Late at night, he looked at Zhuo Tianxin with a serious expression. At this time, a girl's voice came from behind him. A nurse with an innocent look said behind him, Handsome, do you need a bed companion? Li Nianha turned around and smiled. Thank you, no thanks, I'll just lie down for a while. The nurse said with envy in her eyes. Your girlfriend is so lucky to have someone like you. Li Nianha did not speak anymore. The nurse gently reminded. There will be another bottle of potion later. When you are done, just press the bell. Li Nianha nodded and responded. Okay, I understand. One night passed. The next day, early morning, Zhuo Tianxin, whose fever had subsided a little, lay on the bed. Looking at Li Nianha quietly. My heart is warm. He gave a gentle smile. She now realized that. No matter how cold Li Nianha was to him before. But everything she did was worth it. She was sick before. The family asked a nanny to take care of her. It's never possible to stay with you all night like this. Li Nianha didn't wake up. He fell asleep on the bed. Breathing is steady. Zhuo Tianqin didn't dare to wake him up, so she lay down and looked at his profile happily. After a while, when she saw the chrysanthemums on the table, she began to have the idea of playing a prank. Pick off 2 chrysanthemums. Then he inserted it into Li Nianhe's thick hair. The little girl tilted her head to look at him for a few seconds, then covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, Li Nianhe also began to wake up in a daze. Lift your head. Looking at Zhuo Tianqin, who was already full of life. The girl looked at the flowers on Li Nianhe's head. She was actually holding back her laughter, and her pretty eyes looked away. Li Nianhe did not notice this scene, because he was fascinated by the scene before him. The moment you look up, the sunlight outside the window shines on Zhuo Tianqin's tender white ears. There is a kind of sacred and inviolable charm. The extremely beautiful posture adds a touch of youthful sunshine. What a beautiful sight! It made him a little dazed, to the point that he forgot that Zhuo Tianqin had his hand on the side of his cheek. Zhuo Tianqin bent down slightly. She gently wiped his face with her soft hands and said, "Your eyes are red." In a word, tender as water. It flowed into Li Nianhe's cold heart and slowly melted. It almost made him emotional. But he still patted her hand and said, "That's nothing. I used to stay up late playing games, but my eyes still turned red, didn't they?" In between the words, he immediately returned to his usual coolness. He looked like he didn't want anyone to get close to him. Zhuo Tianqin sat up. She was wearing jeans and a white shirt, hugging her knees. Looking at him tenderly, she said, "Brother Nianhe, you lied to me." Li Nianhe didn't say anything. Since he was talking to her, the girl would definitely take the opportunity to tease him. Who knew the little girl would set off on her own again? He sat next to the bed, revealing most of the bed outside, and said, "Brother Nianhe, come up and lie down for a while." Li Nianhe was actually quite tired. But he wouldn't lie down. Doesn't this mean sharing a bed with this girl? Seeing that he still didn't speak, Zhuo Tianqin realized that something was wrong. The little face blushed. "I've had enough sleep. I can just sit at the end of the bed." After a moment's hesitation, Li Nianhe stood up from the stool. "Aha!" Another voice came from behind. The nurse stood outside the door for a while. "I finally can't bear this dog food anymore." He quickly interrupted their flirtation. Then he walked slowly. He coughed a few times and said softly, "Miss, your fever is almost gone, it's time to change the medicine." Li Nianhe calmly stepped aside. Then I said thank you to the nurse. Standing aside in silence, watching the nurse's back, Zhuo Tianqin waited for her to close the door. Sitting on the hospital bed, hugging my knees. Sitting opposite Li Nianhe. The cute white little feet swayed in front of him. She doesn't know how lethal this action is to men, because her feet are delicate and pink. Li Nianhe wanted to pinch it directly. Zhuo Tianqin looked at him with innocent eyes and said softly, "Why do you always pretend not to care?" Li Nianhe felt a little embarrassed. "It's because my acting skills are not good enough. Or is this girl just too intuitive?" He immediately improved his acting skills, not looking at Zhuo Tianqin, and said, "I didn't pretend." Zhuo Tianqin asked directly, "Then why do you care about me so much?" You know. Li Nianhe asked, "What do you want to know?" Zhuo Tianqin said with shyness in his eyes, "You know, when I was sick before, my family just let the nanny stay with me." Li Nianhe was helpless. How could this improve Zhuo Tianqin's impression? He immediately chuckled and said, "Really? It's just out of obligation as a friend." Zhuo Tianqin tilted his head. He looked at him wisely and said, "Oh, really? You carried me to the hospital last night. I wasn't asleep, I heard you were very anxious, as if you were saying." Li Nianhe quickly interrupted her. He looked at his watch calmly and said, "It's past 7. I'm going to get breakfast." Zhuo Tianqin leaned forward, like a kitten, lazily lying on the pillow. He looked at Li Nianhe with great dependence. "Brother, I want some porridge." Li Nianhe was immediately attracted by the word brother. He forced himself to control himself and nodded. "Okay, got it." After a while, walk out the door. 10 minutes later. After having breakfast, Li Nianhe walked into the ward again carrying breakfast. He was greeted by Zhuo Tianxin's sweet smile. It would be a lie to say it's not provocative. He really couldn't understand. Girls like Zhuo Tianxin who have never been in love. How did it do so much to make it so alluring? If Liang Qingqing were asked to answer this question, there is definitely only one answer. Don't you know that girls are self-taught? Unpack the food bag. He handed over the porridge with a very calm expression. Zhuo Tianxin looked at Li Nianhe's handsome and fair face unscrupulously. He looked at the needle in his hand and said, I can't eat, can you feed me? Li Nianhe hesitated for a while. Then he nodded proudly and said, Then wait for me to wash my hands. Good. Zhuo Tianxin seemed unusually happy. Then, Li Nianhe picked up the porridge. He gently scooped a spoonful of porridge and blew away the hot steam on it. Carefully placed it beside Zhuo Tianxin's mouth. This scene, Zhuo Tianxin's heart melted when she saw it. So gentle. No one could have imagined that. Prior to this boy had protected her very violently. Li Nianhe still has facial paralysis. The hands are steady. But, suddenly, Zhuo Tianxin looked at him with her beautiful eyes and said, I like you. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The porridge spilled on my fingers. Then Zhuo Tianxin smiled secretly. I want to say, I like you to feed me porridge. Then he noticed that Li Nianhe's fingers were splashed with hot porridge. Urgently said, Brother Nianhe, did you get burned? Li Nianhe said that it was all right. No. Then he turned around and took the tissue on the table. The next moment, he felt something soft coming from his fingers. Then there was a tingling sensation. He was stunned for a moment. Turn your head. Seeing the well-behaved Zhuo Tianxin put his finger in her mouth. I could feel my fingers being sucked hard for a few times. It made him dazed for a moment. Even the heat in my heart. What is even more unbearable is that this little girl actually looked at him with a coquettish and resentful look. Chapter 18 Save a life, because it's worth it. Who can stand this? Li Nianhe even felt that. Was Zhuo Tianxin a little white fox who cultivated to become an immortal in his previous life? Every move can make him forget everything else. Just when he didn't know whether to withdraw his hand or let her torture herself, Zhuo Tianxin suddenly loosened his mouth. Her face turned red to her ears and she turned her head away. Then he said nothing. Li Nianhe still didn't know what was going on. I heard a lot of people coughing behind me. He turned around quickly. It's the doctor's morning rounds. This is so fucking embarrassing. What Li Nianhe didn't know was that the doctor was even more helpless. There are quite a few male interns among them. Most of them are singles. Seeing that scene just now, I didn't even know I was here for a ward check. I'm here to eat dog food. If it's an ordinary girl, it's fine. The problem is that Zhuo Tianxin is so beautiful. Just sitting there and not moving can still charm the opposite sex. What else more, it was the ambiguous behavior just now. It's too dog abuse. Directly abused by the most beautiful patient in their hospital. This sour smell of love. This is so much dog food. The attending physician has seen many storms and waves. Drop a sentence. The fever has subsided. I should be able to be discharged from the hospital in the afternoon. Then flee from this land of doubt. Li Nianhe quickly stood up and said, Thank you, doctor. Turning around, he saw Zhuo Tianxin looking at him with a smirk on his face. He couldn't help but feel a headache. I thought, girl, where is your shyness just now? As long as you are alone with me, you can be unrestrained in your feelings, right? Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head and said, Finish your porridge. Zhuo Tianxin was very happy and nodded repeatedly. Li Nianhe came prepared this time. Pointing at her little nose, he said, I'm warning you first, don't mess around again. Got it, brother Nianhe. This girl is really obedient. No action was taken afterwards. She just secretly glanced at her when Li Nianhe was feeding her. This morning, half day. Neither of them looked at their phones. Li Nianhe sat on a stool. Zhuo Tianxin leaned on the bed, watching the American cartoon Zootopia on TV. Li Nianhe is too old mentally. He sat there like a piece of wood, watching with Zhuo Tianqin. And she thought of you, a child, and her cheerful laughter filled the ward. Afternoon. The nurse came to take out the needle for Zhuo Tianqin. Looking at her with envy, whispered, "Your boyfriend is so nice to you." Zhuo Tianqin said complacently, "That's nothing." The nurse said sourly, "Is there anything better?" Zhuo Tianqin said, "Of course." As the two talked, suddenly there was a noise outside the door. Li Nianhe and Zhuo Tianqin followed the nurse and hurried out. Many people crowded at the door of a ward. Li Nianhe is very tall. Standing at the back, you can see. A girl of only 15 or 16 years old stood trembling by the window. With tears on his face, he looked at everyone. And her mother in her hospital bed. Li Nianhe frowned slightly. This is the 10th floor. If you jump down directly, you will definitely die. He also learned what had happened from the discussions among the crowd. What's going on? Someone asked. I'm not sure. I heard that this girl has depression. I have appendicitis again and need surgery. Someone was puzzled. Isn't appendicitis a minor surgery? Why are you so excited? Hey, patients with depression are very fragile mentally. Also, I heard that she wanted to play with her phone, but her mother refused to give it to her and even scolded her terribly. What a poor child. I guess her depression is probably due to her mother's parenting style. The woman in the ward cursed. You are going to die in a place where no one is around. The girl cried again. I just want to listen to some songs, why don't you give them to me? Listening to music? Playing with your phone? Look at your grades. How dare you say that? Li Nianhe thought to himself that this was not good. Judging from her mother's tone, the girl would definitely jump off the building in a few minutes. And it's impossible for the firefighters to arrive so quickly. Someone couldn't stand the woman's tone and said, Sister, please stop talking. It's not easy for children either. This woman also had a bad temper and said, Who are you? What are you looking at? Do you need to take care of my family affairs? Seeing her like this, the doctor couldn't say anything to the passers-by. We can only wait for the police and firefighters to arrive. Li Nianhe knew that there was definitely not enough time. But his anxiety was in vain. Because he has no other choice. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the system in my brain. Mission, save a life and get a cash reward of 800,000. Depend on. System, you are everywhere. Save people, how can I save them? Tip, your singing voice can move people, so why not give it a try? Singing? You want me to sing? Li Nianhe hesitated for a while. I thought that since the system said so, it must be useful. He immediately took out the guitar he carried with him from the ward. Walked in. Comforting the girl. Little sister, do you like listening to music? The little girl looked at Li Nianhe's handsome face and felt very healed. Suddenly, I wasn't so excited anymore. Wow, does it really mean you can do whatever you want just because you are good looking? The girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The woman was not happy. I am educating my children myself, what does it have to do with you? I want to go forward and theorize. I was frightened by Li Nianhe's look. What he obtained was not just advanced fighting skills. At the same time, he also inherited the murderous aura of the warrior. Everyone was a little nervous. Afraid that Li Nianhe would irritate the girl. Young man, take it easy. Yeah, this is a human life, this is not a joke. They saw Li Nianhe holding a guitar. I know he was going to sing for the little girl. I was afraid of having to endure the real-life version of singing to my death. Li Nianhe didn't care about that. Still stirring up trouble with the songs from the past life in my memory. Sit in a chair. The prelude to Same Hands and Same Feet was played. Looking at the girl tenderly, slowly he began to sing. I still remember when I was little. Let go of my hand and you're lost. In the crowd, I saw you crying with an ice cream in your hand. Extremely gentle singing in unique and magnetic voice. It reached the ears of the people. Oh my God, this sounds so good. No wonder he's so bold, this guy is a professional, right? This voice is so familiar, is it the little brother from the last fight? You know what, they really look alike. The singer is like a warm current. Warmed the heart of the girl who wanted to commit suicide. It made her cold face look a little brighter. He began to lean forward into the room. Not only her. Many people were also touched by the singer. This is still related to the charm value Lee Nyen-ha earned from the system. He looked at the girl tenderly. Continue to sing the climax of the song. And the only one in this world. Every step in the future is a footprint, moving forward with each other's dreams. Even if it rains and blows on the road, I will hold your hand tightly. Every step in the future is a footprint, knowing each other, cherishing each other and relying on each other. Don't forget the promise between us. I will always be by your side. A very gentle singing voice. Not only is it nice to listen to, it also warms the heart. Zhuo Tianqin covered her little mouth with both hands, her eyes full of admiration. This is the boy she likes. So kind, so gentle, so attentive. It is the unique treasure of this event. If God could really marry me to Lee Nyen-ha, she must protect this treasure well. Because worth. Chapter 19 Lee Nyen-ha, catch me. The little girl cried again. But I was moved to tears. She jumped out of the window and wanted to run over and hug Lee Nyen-ha. But he found that Lee Nyen-ha had his guitar across his body. She had no choice but to stand there and wipe her tears. With a choked voice. Thank you, big brother. I will live bravely. Seeing this scene, everyone applauded. This guy is amazing. It turns out that singing can really move people. I used to think it was just bragging, but now I finally know it's true. Lee Nyen-ha's system task even attracted many female nurses to ask for WeChat. There are also many people filming videos and preparing to post them on Douyin. At this time, the police came and reminded. Put your phone away and stop filming. Because Lee Nyen-ha had his back to everyone before the police arrived. So no one took a picture of his face. After understanding the situation, the police first praised Lee Nyen-ha's bravery. Then he gave the girl's mother a special education. Lee Nyen-ha came out of the room holding a guitar. Many people looked at him with approval. And the favor of many young girls present. But when he saw the beautiful Zhuo Tianqin clinging to him, I immediately gave up the idea. What surprised her even more was that Lee Nyen-ha didn't push her away at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "You're not jealous?" Zhuo Tianqin was puzzled. Why am I jealous? Because I sang for other girls? Zhuo Tianqin smiled and said, although I am a little jealous, jealousy also depends on the occasion. You are trying to save people, this is more important. Lee Nyen-ha couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Zhuo Tianqin. This little girl is not only sensible, but also kind-hearted. She is totally not like the rich girl described on the internet. Just when Zhuo Tianqin naively thought, when I can walk back like this holding Lee Nyen-ha's arm. He just glanced back a little. After making sure there is no one around. Then he pushed Zhuo Tianqin away and said, well, there are differences between men and women. The little girl was left standing there in confusion. It took a while to react. Lee Nyen-ha, you are such a bad guy, you actually used me as a shield. Lee Nyen-ha raised his eyebrows and walked forward quickly. No, you posted it yourself. Zhuo Tianqin was so angry that his face bulged and he said, you are not allowed to bully me. Lee Nyen-ha said calmly, how could I bully you? And why can't I do that? Zhuo Tianqin stepped forward quickly with his long legs and said, because I am a patient, you have to take care of me. Cut. Lee Nyen-ha shrugged indifferently. Your illness is healed. Now the most urgent thing is to send you home. Then we do what we should do. Watching Lee Nyen-ha going downstairs by himself, Zhuo Tianqin was so angry that he couldn't even speak. But I wanted some bad idea again. The corners of his mouth raised a beautiful arc. Looking at Lee Nyen-ha, who was 2 steps ahead of him, shouted, Lee Nyen-ha, catch me. This sentence. But it scared Lee Nyen-ha, who was strolling in front. I was afraid that this silly girl would do something stupid again. Turn around quickly. He found that the girl had thrown herself into his arms. She clung to him like an octopus. To prevent her from falling, Lee Nyen-ha put his 2 big hands around her waist. The girl's fragrance, like that of white orchid, struck his nose. The soft hair hid his face. The two looked at each other, breathing in each other's unique scent. Zhuo Tianxin couldn't help but blush, because she just wanted to jump onto Li Nianhe's back. Let him hold himself. I didn't expect him to turn around. Zhuo Tianxin is tall but slender. Li Nianhe was reluctant to let go. The girl looked at his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His facial features are as charming as if they were carved by a knife. The little head has slowly come up. But Li Nianhe would not let her take advantage of the opportunity. I thought of the power of the system ban. Directly threw Zhuo Tianxin down. Wuk Sindo. You're so heavy. Zhuo Tianxin originally thought he had succeeded. At this moment, due to the altitude problem, the little head hit the strong chest directly. Li Nianhe thought he had escaped. I didn't expect this girl to take advantage of the situation. The little head was buried directly in the collar of the shirt and started to act naughty. This moment made Li Nianhe feel a little funny. How could this girl be so clingy? No way, how long have they known each other? Fortunately, someone came down from upstairs. The little guy let go immediately. Li Nianhe lowered his head and opened his collar, and actually found teeth marks. Look at Zhuo Tianxin's resentful eyes again. He immediately laughed and scolded. You are born in the year of the dog, why do you like to bite people so much? Zhuo Tianxin stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin proudly, kicked his long legs and said, Who told you to say I'm heavy? Li Nianhe thought it was funny. Is Zhuo Tianxin serious? I promise, it's definitely not. Although she is tall and graceful, she is also very proud. But those slender arms and waist with vest line. It's something that other people can't envy. So, this means that Zhuo Tianxin, who is 172 centimeters tall, weighs just over 100 pounds. In addition, Li Nianhe's strength is measured in tons. It's no problem to hold her with one arm. In fact, no matter who it is difficult to withstand his power. Although this is what Li Nianhe thinks in his heart. But he won't say it. Because we have been together for so long. He understood this girl's character. He is the kind of person who will take advantage of any opportunity he gets. The mouth is unforgiving. It's not heavy, my hands are still sore now. Zhuo Tianxin rushed in front of him and said, Really? That's great. I'll bite you again, and the pain will go away immediately. Then show your white and neat teeth. Li Nianhe pulled his hand away and said, Stop making trouble, or I'll leave you here alone. In a word, the little girl became obedient instantly. He said aggrievedly, Got it. Then he proudly picked up an iPhone without a case and started playing with it. Li Nianhe looked at it at first glance and thought there was nothing wrong. At second glance, I thought this phone looked familiar. The third I said quickly, Hey, why is my phone in your hand? I quickly reached for my phone. But I never thought that Zhuo Tianxin would hide with his phone in his arms. Li Nianhe saw that the angle was wrong. I want to take my hand back. It's too late. His fingers brushed across the girl's shoulders, but unfortunately he didn't retract his hand. The girl immediately turned her back. My face has turned as red as an apple. There was a little secret joy in my heart. Li Nianhe thought she was angry. He scratched his head and said, Well, I didn't mean it. Oh. Moment. The girl turned her head, with an expression of joy that could not be hidden on her face. Li Nianhe's face was full of question marks. Girl, how can you be so bold with me? Who taught you this, eh? He stretched out his hand again and said, Cell phone. This time his tone was fierce. Let the little girl surrender instantly. He handed over the phone obediently and said, You are such a stingy person, I just want to see your new Douyin video. New Douyin? Apart from the last time when he was completing a system task, when has he ever sent a Douyin message? Chapter 20 Zhuo Tianxin's online identity. He quickly took the phone. I found that Zhuo Tianxin took a short video with his mobile phone. It was the video of me saving the little girl. I only took a picture of the back. But Zhuo Tianxin did not only shoot this. She also used her left hand with the bracelet. Shaked twice in front of the camera. This is a way to show off to the young lady on his Douyin account who is interested in him. Li Nianhe couldn't hide his happiness. I have lived 2 lifetimes. This was the only girl he had ever met who treated him like this. Maybe it's a gift from God. Seeing that Li Nianhe didn't speak, Zhuo Tianxin thought he was unhappy. Pouting and saying, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done that." Li Nianhe took out his phone and put it in his pocket and asked, "Shouldn't that be the case?" Zhuo Tianxin said, "You shouldn't use this method to deal with those little vixens." Li Nianhe said in the same tone, "You're quite good at demonstrating." Zhuo Tianxin frowned. "Lift your head." Her big watery eyes looked at Li Nianhe pitifully. 2 pretty little hands gently pinched his sleeves and said, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." Li Nianhe hesitated to speak. Thought, "Silly girl. That's not necessary. What's there to protest about? In my heart, besides you. When did other girls come? Only. It's just not the right time yet. Let this relationship last forever. It doesn't matter. It's okay, the video was well shot." Zhuo Tianxin smiled and said, "So you mean you won't delete the video?" Li Nianhe put his hands behind his head and said, "I sang this song so beautifully, why did you delete it? Besides, I wanted to record another video and post it to gain some fans." Zhuo Tianxin complained. "It's to seduce more vixens, huh?" Li Nianhe did not respond. He looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late, I have to go back." Then he turned and walked away. Zhuo Tianxin trotted behind him like a follower. Road. "Li Nianhe, you big bad guy, you didn't wait for me." At this moment, what she didn't want to see was Li Nianhe in front showed a long-lost smile on his face. If this is a dream, then never wake up. 8:30 p.m. After they had dinner, I started taking a taxi back to the apartment. Li Nianhe had been busy all day and wanted to go back and rest early. When I turned around to open the door, Zhuo Tianxin held him back, making him feel helpless. "What's wrong?" Zhuo Tianxin opened the door and said, "Follow me into the house, and you'll know." Although Li Nianhe was unforgiving in his words, but he still dotes on this girl and his behavior. Besides, she is a powerless girl. What can be done to him? Standing quietly behind Zhuo Tianxin, after she opened the door, he followed her in. Zhuo Tianxin jumped into the room. He took out the sweatshirt that he had washed for Li Nianhe last night. He shook it in his hand and said, "Yes, I washed it for you when I came back that day." Li Nianhe suddenly realized and asked, "You got a fever because you helped me wash clothes?" This is just his personal guess. Unexpectedly, this girl confessed without being asked, and whispered, That, there was no hot water that day, so I used cold water." Li Nianhe grabbed the clothes. Looking at her delicate face, I felt indescribable feelings in my heart. He scratched her nose with his fingers and said, "Are you stupid? Are my clothes so dirty?" Zhuo Tianxin said, "Don't keep calling me stupid. You've already called me stupid even if I'm not stupid." Then he continued, "It's not that your clothes are dirty, I just want to do more for you." "Then you won't be so cold to me." Li Nianhe was stunned. Has she always thought this way? How stupid. My indifference is not because of you at all. Li Nianhe felt very guilty, but he would not tell the truth. He immediately said, "Don't do such stupid things again." Zhuo Tianxin raised his head and asked, "Will you be nicer to me in the future?" Li Nianhe naturally couldn't agree. "Because my identity is there." He knew that Zhuo Tianxin was born into a wealthy family in Guicheng. There may not be much chance for the two of them. Not to mention the system's ban. This is the only way for him to reach the pinnacle of his life. So naturally he would not agree to anything from Zhuo Tianxin. At least not now. But I couldn't bear to refuse. He immediately said, "Come on, can you go to bed early tonight?" Zhuo Tianxin replied stubbornly, "Not good." Li Nianhe released his serious skill. He looked at her fiercely and said, Who knew Zhuo Tianxin didn't give in? But he said stubbornly, "I don't want to, I have to do a live broadcast later, I haven't done a live broadcast for 2 days." Li Nianhe couldn't understand what this girl was thinking. What? Live streaming? Your Zwa family is the top wealthy family in Guicheng. Do you need to make money by live streaming? He immediately said. Your reason is a bit far-fetched. Does your background require live streaming to make money? Zwa Tianxin said. Who said I live stream to make money? This is my hobby. After that, she directly took Li Nianhe to her boudoir. A charming aroma came. Li Nianhe looked at the various live broadcast equipment in her room. I believed it immediately. Zwa Tianxin quickly turned on the computer, pointing to his Douyu anchor page. Brother Nianhe, look, I didn't lie to you. Li Nianhe hesitated. He glanced at the top of the line computer in front of him. He glanced at Zwa Tianxin again. I found that her little face had regained some redness, but still a little haggard. He immediately made up his mind. Go and have some rest. I'll take your shift tonight. Zwa Tianxin couldn't believe it. Are you sure you want to do this? Li Nianhe asked doubtfully. What's wrong with that? Then I looked at her anchor name. Dark Pupils. This famous technical anchor in Douyin. How could he not know? I heard that she is currently the top female anchor in China. With superb game operation and awareness, he outperformed professional players. At the same time, he also rejected invitations from many professional clubs. Moreover, she often appears in neutral shirts and suits without showing her face. He has turned many girls into lesbians, so he has more female fans. Some netizens even call her husband. But Li Nianhe glanced at Zwa Tianxin again. She can't be compared with the heroic Emotong on the internet at all. Could it be that she has a split personality? Is this what they call marry one wife and double the happiness? He was thinking. If Zwa Tianxin really gets together with me in the future. When she was doing that with me, she disguised herself in various ways. Cough cough. I dare not think about it. It's a bit exciting just thinking about it. Facing her doubts, Li Nianhe raised his head and chest and said coldly. Isn't it just playing games? What's wrong with that? Although Zwa Tianxin broadcasts live under the identity of Emotong, his main focus is on technology. But he himself is not empty. After all, he had received the system's all-round professional game skills a long time ago. Chapter 21. We just need to listen to my brother-in-law's voice. Zwa Tianxin was still very happy inside. Because she knew that Li Nianhe did this out of concern for her. But she still felt a little worried. Honey, I have top-notch professional skills. Most of these sisters are here to learn how to operate the machine. If you represent me, I'm afraid they won't pay for it. The corner of Li Nianhe's mouth twitched slightly. I thought, sister, how much do you not trust my skills? Hey! I don't believe it today. He immediately said. How difficult is the game? You just think I'm a noob? Hey, wait, who is your husband? I am not him. Unlock the computer. Zwa Tianxin smiled and said. Okay, got it, sir. Li Nianhe. Oh, forget it. Wait until she finishes the live streaming interface. Li Nianhe sat on the girl's pink gaming chair. There is a novel feeling. And I couldn't help but think. She doesn't seem to have many close friends. Does she stay in her little nest like this every night? And then you spent it alone? This must be lonely, right? Who would have thought that the cold and stern beauty CEO in the company? Is she a simple and cute homegirl in private? What Li Nianhe didn't know was. It was his passionate confession that happened by accident. Unreasonably broke into the girl's heart. She spent all her life's passion on him. Before he could think about it, a large number of barrages suddenly appeared during the live broadcast. Hey, why is it a man? Fuck, where's my husband? You bold scoundrel, hand over Emotong now. Who is this little brother? He seems to have a good figure. Yes, that collarbone, that broad chest. Girls, don't be fooled by his appearance. Yes, he must have kidnapped Sister Emotong. Seeing these bullet screens, Zwa Tianxin covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She was now wearing only a basketball jersey, which covered the black shorts underneath. Li Nianhe glanced at the pair of long white legs without leaving any trace. Good guy. Does this girl really think I'm a wise man with no desires or requests? But it is very likely that she did it on purpose. So Mr. Lee certainly wouldn't be fooled. I looked at the comments again, they were getting more and more exaggerated. I couldn't help but have black lines on my face. He immediately said, Zwa. Emotong is not feeling well today, I'll take over. I know a little bit about game operation, so please forgive me if there is anything that you are not satisfied with. I thought the fans would talk trash. But I didn't expect them to get excited. Oh my god, this little brother has such a nice voice. I am a voice control, the little brother's voice is so magnetic. Love it, little brother, it's okay if you don't have black pupils, we can listen to you. Zwa Tianqin was shocked. She thought her fans wouldn't pay for it. He actually started to rebel because of brother Nianha's voice? I feel very sad. I wonder what kind of divine physique this Li Nianha has to attract girls. Can you charm women without showing your face or singing? Perhaps only Li Nianha knows the answer. Because his voice and temperament are both blessed by the charm of the system. She was very angry and said with her hands on her hips, Hey, you guys, I was still watching, why did you betray so quickly? After seeing Zwa Tianqin's outfit, the fans were somewhat surprised. Wow, has the girl Emotong started to dress up? I think there's an affair going on. Could this little brother be having an affair with Emotong? Emotong actually needs a man too? You know what, Emotong looks pretty good when she dresses up. What do you mean it's pretty? Emotong didn't show her face. Yes, Emotong, please show your face. Zwa Tianqin only appeared on camera for a few seconds and said, It's impossible to show my face. I'm busy now. She originally thought that the fans would be reluctant to part with it. But I didn't expect him to be so generous. Sister Emotong, you go ahead. Our brother-in-law will be with you. We can listen to my brother-in-law's voice all night long. I don't know why. When Zwa Tianqin saw these pop-up messages, he was not angry but quite happy. Maybe he simply likes his fans to call Li Nianha brother-in-law. Who knows, Li Nianha, who had been silent the whole time, said. We are just ordinary friends, Friends of the water are. So, we have a chance? Wow, little brother, you can choose between showing your face and singing. Li Nianha also watched the live broadcast in his previous life. I know more or less how to create a good show effect. Road. I choose to sing, but I have to wait until I lose a game. Friends reminded. Little brother, I'm afraid you'll have to keep singing tonight. Yes, Emotong is at the king level in League of Legends. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is ranked in the top 100 in the national server with 5,000 points, so it's a bit difficult for you to win. Li Nianha had also played these two games in his previous life. But I didn't expect that this silly girl Zwa Tianqin was so powerful. However, he has the support of the system function, so he is not panicked. Open the game directly. This is my first time playing too, let us give it a try. Live broadcast room barrage. Girls, you are watching the live broadcast, I am already selecting the songs. Sister, you are choosing songs. I have already chosen 5. Li Nianha calmly opened the chicken box and ate it. The matching started. Fan, brother, I'll be waiting for you on the Rebirth Island in 5 minutes. Netizen, even though this guy might have some skills, I don't believe he can win in a high-score game. However, Li Nianha's next move. This made the netizens instantly feel that he had never played this game. I saw him jump to the airport, and then he opened his parachute from high altitude. It floated in the air for half a minute. This little brother is so cute. Handsome guy, are you here to show us the island scenery? No, the little brother just wanted to see the scenery. Fighting and killing is too violent. Zwa Tianqin said lovingly. Brother Nianha, can I come? Li Nianha shook his hand and said. Mistake, your key position is weird, I pressed the wrong one. In the live broadcast room. Netizen, wow, it turns out this little brother is at Sundara? Netizen, am I the only one who noticed that Emotong spoke in a coquettish tone just now? Netizen, oh my god, brother Nianha, it seems like there is something wrong with our girl Emotong. Li Nianha adjusted the key position. It also successfully landed on the roof of Building C of the airport. Before he could stand firm, there was a sound of gunfire. He fell to the ground, then jumped backwards. Residual blood to save life. The water friends were all shocked. Zwa Tianqin on the side also began to be surprised. Netizen, oh my god, what a quick reaction. Netizen, yes, this operation might be difficult for Emoton to do, right? Li Nianha quickly climbed through the window and entered Building C. He ran quickly. While searching for guns, he secretly sighed at how powerful this system was. Obviously. The man on the rooftop who had just fired a burst of bullets at him was not prepared to let him go. At the same time, he jumped down. Li Nianha searched half of the first floor but couldn't find a first aid kit. At last, he reluctantly found a 98K with only 5 bullets. In this close combat, 98K is undoubtedly a fire stick. But for Li Nianha, that may not be the case. Netizen, oh, I feel sorry for the little brother for 3 seconds. Netizen, is it okay to have a 98K as soon as you land? Li Nianha hid at the stairs and listened to the footsteps. A dark shadow flashed across the corridor. The fans are also ready to listen to the song. At this moment, someone on the World Channel said, "Don't be afraid, he just landed and he only has a 98K. Then, a man rushed over recklessly from behind the cover. Li Nianha did not hesitate. He tilted his head sideways and shot with a sniper rifle. Fans? Fans. Netizen, oh my god, what kind of operation is this? Netizen, oh my god, this wave is too cool. Fans, at such a close distance, can you flick the sniper? Can you hit a headshot? Chapter 22 I think you are a simple vegetable. Li Nianha's 2 consecutive magical operations. I was immediately moved to the climax of watching Zhuo Tianxin's live broadcast room. After all, even if they are top professional Chi Chicken players, it is very difficult to perform this kind of operation. In the live broadcast room. Hey bro, are you serious about what you just said about knowing a little bit about gaming operations? I can testify that the little brother does know a little bit. I can also testify that I am the 98K. When the little brother held me, I felt unprecedented comfort. You hold this, is it serious? Holding? Comfortable? I feel you driving, and I have proof. It turns out that the little brother was acting us when he was skydiving. The little brother is too bad, he needs MUA to be coaxed. Jimei, you are taking advantage of my husband in every possible way. Zhuo Tianxin, who was watching from the side. The jealousy is overturned again. She took Li Nianha into the room, intending to be alone with him. Then something happens. Even if nothing happens, you can still get some small benefits. It's okay now. It's just like making wedding clothes for your fans. She was in agony in her heart. Why is that? Li Nianha, do you have any passive ability that can seduce people? If imprisonment is not against the law. She really wanted to imprison Nianha in her little nest forever. But this is just a thought. Now all she can do is watch helplessly as her fans tease her future husband. She had no other options. But she was just a little jealous. I won't be angry. Because these fans can only watch. But she is different. She may always be with her brother. Thinking of this, she felt more or less balanced. Zhuo Tianxin's status on Douyu is between second-tier and first-tier anchors. The number of followers is 2 million, and the popularity of live broadcasts remains stable at around 1 million. Since the face is not shown, some people don't buy it. So there are a few trolls. Basically, they are men who covet her beauty but cannot see her. Now I see Li Nianha helping to take over the shift. He even said in a weird tone. For this kind of high-profile operation, luck plays a big role, so there's nothing surprising about it. This guy is right. I've been playing Chiji for so long, and I occasionally make this kind of move. There were also many girls in the live broadcast room who were dissatisfied. You can tell at first glance that they are 2 sour people. Yes, if you can type it out, why don't you post a video? Hey brother, don't pay attention to these haters, let's show them the chicken. Of course Li Nianha ignored it. Because he didn't even look at the barrage, he was just listening carefully to the footsteps. Standing there motionless. This left the viewers in the live broadcast room a little confused. The trolls also started to make a fuss about this. What did I say? He didn't dare to move. Brother still has foresight. If you really know how to play, you will definitely choose to kill people and get materials at this time. Li Nianha played a single-player 4-person team. Therefore, many people think that if the kill is not made up, the person who fell will definitely report it. There are also cute little sisters who remind you. Little brother, hurry up and kill the person. Yes, make up for it, otherwise he will report it and 3 people will surround you and you will be dead. However, Li Nianha remained motionless. Just like a card disconnection. Soon, dense footsteps began to be heard near Building C. Li Nianha opened the world channel. The 3 people on the opposite side were obviously very angry. Asshole, you hit my goddess. The girl who fell to the ground, brother, pull me up, I am running out of blood. Girls, wait, I have a macho gun, watch me ride on his head and beat him up. The player just finished speaking. Take the AK and jump directly down from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Just as he was about to fire, Li Nianha's game character suddenly moved. Turn around. Bang. Just sniper and headshot to knock him down. Tong Jian uses 98k to knock out the goddess and drink the goddess's foot washing water. This player hasn't figured out the situation yet. He was already kneeling at Li Nianha's feet. When the live broadcast room was about to observe a moment of silence for Li Nianha. Seeing this scene, I was stunned. Oh my god, is this even possible? What kind of shooting skill is this? I'm totally impressed. My mother asked me why I was kneeling and watching the live broadcast. Brother, we are here to learn how to operate, not how to operate by non-humans. How do you want us to learn this operation? Ha, that brother probably has a mental breakdown. Level 2 helmet and level 3 armor. I thought it was very stable, but I didn't expect that I would be killed as soon as I jumped down. Now the trolls have nothing to say, right? Li Nianha still didn't get any kills. Unfortunately, the guy who fell to the ground kept rubbing against his feet like a maggot. He immediately added a sniper rifle and took it away. He said lightly, I originally wanted you to live a little longer. Tong Chan uses 98k to kill who is the old coin. Fans? So handsome, this little brother is playing games. Tonight the title of the strongest beep king goes to my little brother. A ruthless person who doesn't talk much. In-game world channel. Damn, guys, this guy is an expert. His teammates disagreed. What kind of expert is this? Can he fly into the sky with just a type 98k? I think you are just a simple vegetable. The sounds from the game can also be heard in the live broadcast room. He burst into laughter. Oh my god, there's an internal conflict? Is it okay if you are just a simple greenhorn? The fallen teammate refused to believe in evil. He took the M762 and prepared to kill Li Nianha. On the 2nd floor, the other party danced in a different and cool way. Received the same death. It was me who used the 98k to knock down old coin. This person lay on the ground motionless and said, sorry, I take back what I said just now, this guy is indeed something. The teammate who had been killed was about to collapse and said, what's the point of you saying this at this time? In the live broadcast room. Fan, ha, I am dying of laughter. What kind of funny teammate is this? It came in a hurry and cooled down decently. Solved 3 people? Li Nianha just heard the last person's footsteps. Judgment is hiding behind the door. It should be a girl. Just clean out the box at your feet. Full status. Then he held a bomb and started counting down. Directly a rebound and instant explosion took it away. Netizen, is this the legendary Calabash brothers saving his grandfather? Watching Tong play is just for fun, but if you want to learn skills, you have to watch the little brother. Zhou Tianxin, who was watching from the side, was stunned. If it were her this time, she would have no chance of winning. He immediately asked, Brother Nianha, have you really never played this game? Li Nianha began to lick the bag very easily. At least I've never played it in my life. Netizens, this little brother is too naughty. What do you mean you have never played it in this life? Did you play it in your previous life? Li Nianha smiled but said nothing. Because he had really played it in his previous life, but he was not very good at it. Immediately said lightly. This game is quite entertaining and not difficult at the moment. Zhou Tianxin? Fans? Wow, how come a 5,000 point game turned into a human computer game when the young man said it? It seems that this little brother is not only good at playing games, but also good at talking. Chapter 23. It's not like that, listen to my explanation. Douyu live broadcast room. Fan, brother, if you say that, Mo Tong will definitely be unhappy. Yes, handsome boy, you are on a narrow path. Ha, Mo Tong really cares about his game rank. I remember how proud Mo Tong was when he scored 5,000 points. After watching Mo Tong's live broadcast for so long, I can see that she is a strong girl. Brother, you are openly looking down on Sister Mo Tong. Your salary will be cut in half today. Just as the fans were joking, Zhuo Tianxin asked, Brother Nianha, do you like playing this game? Li Nianha was halfway through searching for vehicles in the game, while saying lightly, it's okay, just for entertainment. Zhuo Tianxin heard this. I was so happy that I was bubbling inside, because she could finally find common ground with Brother Nianha. Yeah. Love has taken another step forward. She was wearing a black Nets jersey with white trim and sat obediently beside Li Nianha. Two cute little hands supporting the chin. All I could see was Li Nianha's profile. With unconcealed joy in his tone, he said, as long as Brother Nianha likes it. I also think you are right. I will play with you every day from now on, okay? In the live broadcast room, the barrage directly fills the screen. Fans? What did I just hear? Who can slap me and tell me if I am hallucinating? Who is the woman who was acting coquettishly just now? Where is the Queen Mo Tong? Give me back my arrogant and disdainful Queen Mo Tong. Oh my god, the thing we expected Mo Tong to get angry didn't happen, instead we heard her acting coquettishly? Girls, I feel like we can't get this little brother. Yes, although they haven't made their relationship public, it sounds like it's south pretty close. Wow, isn't Mo Tong so cute when she acts like a spoiled child? This is the first time I heard Mo Tong act coquettishly, it feels so good. I knew she was a beauty from her figure, but I was completely attracted by her when she acted like a spoiled child. Woohoo, my queen of dark eyes is already in love, but I still wish you all the best. Who is this little brother? How could he conquer our queen? At this time, the gossip spirits of the netizens have begun to awaken. Little brother, how did you two meet? Yes, how did you get started? Li Nianha glanced at the comments, thinking about how to answer this. Because the system ban will not be lifted for more than a month. If he admits it now, I guess the chest pain was enough to send him to the hospital. So, even though he has a crush on Zhuo Tianxin now, I won't agree to it. It will not be announced to the outside world. He immediately said, no, I have a crush on her. But we were not together, and I didn't pursue her. There was another series of question marks in the live broadcast room. Fan, I don't believe it. Yes, are you saying that it was Sister Mo Tong who pursued you? Impossible, our Queen Mo Tong is so proud, how could she stoop to chasing after a boy? I am so fucking torn, our queen's character has collapsed. If you see the barrage. Zhuo Tianxin covered his mouth and smiled. Even though Li Nianha had just cut off all ties with her. But there was one sentence that she was very satisfied with. That is, he just said he had a crush on me. You know, Li Nianha before was a stubborn guy. Sit at the table immediately. She scolded him with a tone that was both coquettish and complaining. Humph, it was indeed me who pursued him. This bad guy is very ruthless. I have been chasing him for a long time. Not only did he not agree, he also bullied me. In the live broadcast room. Wow, Goddess Mo Tong, please stop acting like a spoiled child. My heart is melting. Is our queen also beginning to fall to the earth? Damn it, it's really damned. It's bad enough that Queen Mo Tong is pursuing you, but you still refuse? This little brother must be no ordinary man, otherwise how could he charm our queen so much? Li Nianha felt helpless. This simple little girl is starting to become a little scheming. He actually asked his own fans for help and oppressed himself? Thinking of this quirky girl, Li Nianha smiled. Don't worry. After the love ban period, I will definitely spoil you to the sky. However, he thought the gossip would end there. When you can play games with peace of mind. Zhuo Tianxin looked at him with a smirk on his face. She stretched out her tender white feet. He rubbed Li Nianha's trouser legs. This action is actually nothing. But it itches. How can he play games like this? But it's not easy to say it directly. After all, the fans are watching. Finally. For the first time, Li Nianhe showed her a begging expression. This time Zhuo Tianqin finally felt proud. Naturally, I'm not going to let him go so soon. She raised her delicate chin, looking very proud. In a soft voice. Brother, just concentrate on playing the game. Saying. Her little feet became even worse. Li Nianhe couldn't help but shudder. It was clearly just my feet rubbing against my trouser legs. Why is it so wrong? Li Nianhe finally couldn't help but said. Hey, don't touch me down there with your feet. Zhuo Tianqin then let him go. He supported his little head with one hand and said. Really? Oh, my legs are tired just now, so I'll stretch for a while. It's obviously a normal sentence. This made netizens imagine all kinds of colorful pictures. The atmosphere in the live studio immediately became wrong. Fan, what did I just hear? Mom, please listen to my explanation. I was really watching a live game broadcast. Hey, with your feet? Down there? I'm sorry, I'm not pure anymore. Car, such a fast car. Li Nianhe was afraid that the live broadcast room would be blocked, so he immediately explained. It's not what you think. She just kicked me with her naughty little feet. Friends. Okay, little brother, no need to explain. I'm an experienced person, and I understand that you young people like to have fun and have fun. Seeing these bullet screens, Li Nianhe knew that he couldn't clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Just concentrate on playing games. Because of the little episode just now, Li Nianhe hid in a small house near the military base and did not move. Almost all the people coming here were beaten by him. So far, 8 heads have been obtained. In a game of 5,000 points, 8 kills is a very good result. And the next step is to brush the circle. It actually appeared directly on the airport's secondary island. When Li Nianhe switched maps, friends no longer make fun of it. They all focused their attention on the game. Fan, this little brother is very lucky. Yes, it's the circle of destiny. If you stay calm, you might be able to kill a chicken. Netizens thought that Li Nianhe had just responded to Zhuo Tianqin in order to gain points. Little did people know that he never played this kind of game sloppily. Run out of the room directly. Ride a motorcycle to the bridge. The first reaction of the fans was, block the bridge. Fans, good man, you want to get points? I don't need it. This little brother is a bit stubborn. But this is a single-player 4-row game, can you do it, little brother? How can a man say no? Li Nianhe hid the motorcycle behind a scrapped car on the bridge. Then he climbed into the carriage, lying tightly inside without moving. Sure enough, a black spot appeared at the bridge head. Fan, brother, a car is running over us. Li Nianhe was still calm and composed. When the car reaches the middle of the bridge, he then slowly formed a thunder. The live broadcast room viewers were instantly confused. The parallel world game does not have the cool operations of the previous life game. Fan, bro, did you forget to switch guns? Chapter 24. You didn't mean it, did you? Just when the netizens thought that Li Nianhe was going to commit suicide, as the car passed by, suddenly stood up. Throw layout directly. Bang! Tong Jian uses a grenade to kill true love invincible. Tong Jian used a grenade to kill Ajin and fell in love with Xiang. The fans were stunned instantly. I was stunned looking at the pictures in the game. On the bridge, the jeep glided along proudly for a while. There were already 4 neatly stacked boxes lying on the ground. In the live broadcast room, netizen, oh my god, what a tragic death. Those 4 neatly arranged boxes represent our lost youth. Why is this little brother so naughty in his operations? I give in. Brother, accept my knee. What they don't know is, then came the time when Li Nianhe started to kill everyone. He used all kinds of magical operations similar to those of other fans. Became the farewell guest on this bridge. After the second to last circle shrinks, he has already recorded 21 kills. Various anti-human operations followed, which made the viewers even more excited. Zhuo Tianqin, who was sitting nearby, stared at the scene with her big watery eyes in a trance. In the end, Li Nianhe still took out the last person with a quick sniper shot. 31 kills successfully and shook the chicken. The live broadcast room was filled with 666 Viewer, this is so cool to watch, deserves a reward. Rocket +1. Super Rocket +1. Super Rocket +10. The popularity of the live broadcast room also reached a new high of 1.5 million. After half an hour of playing the game, Li Nianhe didn't feel anything at all. He turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Zhuo Tianxin and said, "How's it going? Am I okay?" Zhuo Tianxin stood up and leaned against his arm, saying delicately, "My lord, you are so great. I don't know how to repay you. Why not pledge your love to me?" Friends. It's incredible. Sister Imotong is so good. When the queen acts coquettishly, the little brother breaks his waist from exhaustion. Li Nianhe was afraid of her. Taking advantage of the live broadcast room's viewers watching, he openly made fun of himself? If the system does not allow it. He had already closed the live broadcast room and lashed out at the little girl. Netizen, being good at playing games alone is definitely not enough to make our cold queen surrender. She must have other specialties. Yes, the little brother must have special skills. See the ridicule from netizens. Zhuo Tianxin, who was relatively simple-minded, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Immediately blushed and said, "These people are too dishonest. I'll get you some food, brother Nianhe." Netizen, yo, it seems our Queen Imotong is still a rookie. Li Nianhe shook his head and said nothing. "I just opened another game." After a few minutes, Zhuo Tianxin walked into the room carrying a fruit salad. Watching Li Nianhe playing the game, he said, "Have you started the game yet?" Li Nianhe glanced at the plate in her hand and said, "Just put it on the table." Fans, hey, Imotong has completely fallen. They are all starting to take the path of being good wives and mothers. Zhuo Tianxin, who was standing aside, looking at Li Nianhe tenderly, although he was very indifferent before. But during the time we've known each other, I've done things for her that would be difficult for me to do even as a boyfriend. Immediately, he found a chair and sat next to Li Nianhe. Holding the fruit salad, he said, "Play games? That's even better. Brother, I'll feed you." This. Li Nianhe, who originally wanted to refuse, couldn't free his hand at all. The fruit was already at his lips. Zhuo Tianxin said softly, "Brother Li Nianhe, open your mouth, ah." "Fan, I'm here to watch the live broadcast, not to eat dog food. Did you really trick the dog into coming in and kill it?" The sour taste of love has already emanated from across the screen. Li Nianhe was really in a dilemma. I can only let Zhuo Tianxin, this naughty little girl, control me. Who knows what will happen next? The kiwi fruit slice fell off the fork in her hand. Zhuo Tianxin couldn't care less. Just reach out and grab it. Caught the kiwi. Li Nianhe's pupils dilated instantly. Mouth slightly open. His expression was frozen. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Zhuo Tianxin, who was also frozen. Her mind went blank. She immediately retracted her tender white little hand. The air fell silent for a moment. Li Nianhe barely organized his words and said, "You didn't mean to do that, did you?" At this moment, Zhuo Tianxin, the graceful figure, turned its back to him. Two slender hands clasped together. I couldn't help thinking about what just happened. Her face was so red that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. He didn't even dare to turn his head, and stammered, I'm going to drink some water." Because the camera couldn't capture it. Netizens also don't understand what the conversation between the two of them means. All he noticed was that Li Nianhe died when the car he was sitting on overturned. Fan, what just happened? I don't know anything else, I only know that the little brother is going to sing for us. I'm suddenly a little excited. Li Nianhe came to his senses. He coughed a few times and said, "What song do you want to listen to? Type it on the public screen and I'll see if it works." Fan, courage, I want to hear courage. The only thing written on the public screen was the word courage. Li Nianhe never expected that the song he recorded casually at the beginning would become so popular that it is known to everyone. Immediately smiled and said, "What a coincidence, this song is my original creation." The live broadcast room was filled with comments. "Little brother, I admit that you have a nice voice, but it's too much for you to say that this is your original singer. This little brother is still so naughty." Hee, if you are the original singer, I would be the wife of the original singer. Lee Nyenha did not refute. He got up and went to the next room to pick up his guitar. When I came back, the netizens were all stunned. Why do they feel a bit similar? Oh my god, he can't really be my idol? Impossible, absolutely impossible, it must be a show effect. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room had risen to 2 million. Lee Nyenha said, "Then I will start." Then the prelude began. The magnetic voice and charm slowly filled the room. Zhuo Tianqin hid at the door, sticking his little head out, looking a little dazed. It was the first time for her to see Lee Nyenha sing at such a close distance. Lee Nyenha began to sing. I finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as you are equally sure. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. Love really needs courage to face rumors. As long as you look at me. My love has meaning, we all need courage. This is the first time that Lee Nyenha sang the complete version of Courage. After singing, he took a deep breath and said, "Are you satisfied?" The barrage was blank for a while. Then gifts flew everywhere, filling the screen with countless pop-ups. Rocket +5. Super Rocket +15. Fans, oh my god, it's really the mysterious little brother from Douyin. I was wondering how the Emoton Queen was won over, it turns out it was the male god. This voice is too seductive. My ears are pregnant. The whole network is looking for that mysterious little brother, but I didn't expect him to be here. Sister Emoton, you actually have a mistress in your house. This should be the first time that the male god sings the full version of Courage, right? Not enough, not enough. Can the male god sing one more song, please? Rockets are coming. Super Rocket +20. How could Lee Nyenha know that short video would be so popular? Now his singing video has received over 3 million likes. Many people originally thought that he would continue to post videos to maintain his popularity. But unexpectedly, he disappeared from sight since then. Now I can see him here. How can netizens not be excited? Chapter 25. Zhuo Tianqin has the skill to flirt with men. Zhuo Tianqin's beautiful eyes showed surprise. It's incredible to see the barrage of comments and the live broadcast popularity reaching 2.3 million. This is the highest popularity in her 2 years of live streaming. What kind of divine physique does Lee Nyenha have? My future husband is really awesome. What Lee Nyenha didn't know was that, with the blessing of one's own charm and driven by system tasks, Zhuo Tianqin's feelings towards me have gone from liking me to loving me. He really just felt sorry for the little girl and wanted to take over for her. I really don't want to show off. Live broadcast room. Such a man is too awesome, no wonder our Emoton can't handle it? How can you be so boastful? Come on, praise my idol. Tell me clearly, what traffic do I lack? Yes, as long as you praise your male god, you are good friends. Brother, ignore these old drivers, please sing a song. Yes, my idol, I have looked for you thousands of times, and I didn't expect to find you here. Please sing for me. Seeing how harmoniously Nyenha is with his fans, Zhuo Tianqin was also very happy to see it. It seems that all the previous worries were unnecessary. I'm thinking about whether I should interact with him more in the future. After all, live streaming is her second favorite thing to do. As for my favorite, of course, there are many things I like to do with brother Nyenha in the future. Because she had accidentally embarrassed Lee Nyenha before, she ran out of the living room in shame. Now I finally recovered. Behind Lee Nyenha, ready to praise his performance tonight. Brother Nyenha, you really know everything. So amazing. Don't say Lee Nyenha sounded strange. The viewers in the live broadcast room also became confused. Zizi, there is something increasingly wrong with our Emoton. As expected, when a girl meets someone she likes, her passive flirting skills will be triggered. Mom, I'm just here to watch the live broadcast, not to eat dog food. Sister Emoton, don't treat us girls as outsiders. Tell us what your husband can do. I looked at the bullet screen. Lee Nyenha said calmly. You are still addicted to it, I am not your brother. Netizen, haha, my male god is so arrogant. The male god is too abstinent. When the abstinent queen meets the abstinent male god, her defense is immediately broken. Hearing Lee Nyenha say this, Zhuo Tianqin pouted, pinched his sleeve with her little fingers and said, Humph, you really won't give me any tofu at all? Lee Nyenha smiled and said. I'm not Fujiwara Takumi's, where did the tofu come from? The live broadcast room was amused by this joke. So funny, is Fujiwara Takumi okay? I was born in 2005, what is the story behind Fujiwara Takumi? Fujiwara Takumi is the driving god of Akina Mountain, specializing in delivering tofu. The above answer is correct. Seeing Lee Nyenha making fun of him again, Zhuo Tianxin really wanted to bite him hard. He snorted and said, I'm going to ignore you, I'm going to take a shower. Fan, Queen, stop acting like a spoiled brat, I'm going crazy. Lee Nyenha put down his headphones. He turned his head and looked at her seriously and said, Don't make the water too cold, or you'll catch a cold. You're not well yet. This unintentional concern. Zhuo Tianxin felt an unstoppable warmth in his heart. Biting her lips slightly, she glanced at Lee Nyenha with her beautiful eyes. Got it, brother Nyenha. Lee Nyenha had a black question mark on his face. He just cares about it casually. What has this girl imagined? In the live broadcast room. Fans, oh, brother Nyenha. The girl with black eyes should stop being too coquettish. The queen is just a character, the royal sister and cute little wife is Mo Tong's real self. Didn't you see the point? Brother Nyenha is so warm. Yes, he looks cold and arrogant on the outside, but he is a gentle and warm man in his heart. It was definitely not a good match at the beginning, but now it is a perfect match. It turns out that the clown is us. After a few minutes, Lee Nyenha completed another perfect ending with 20 kills and Shi Chicken. The slender hands with distinct bones left the keyboard. He took off his headphones and stretched. Looking at the netizens shouting 666 in the barrage and the rockets that came one after another, I can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He finally understood the fun of this silly girl. At this time, the iPhone on the table vibrated. He quickly turned on his phone. He found out that it was sent to him by Zhuo Tianxin. It shows. Brother Nyenha, can you come to the bathroom door? He responded with a glaring expression and asked. What is going on? He knew that this little girl was eccentric. I panicked for a moment. She replied. Nothing, just helping to get something. Seeing this sentence, Lee Nyenha breathed a sigh of relief. Just take things. That's easy. I immediately said to my friends. Everyone, I'm going to be away for a while. Then I walked from the living room to the bathroom door opposite. Standing outside like a gentleman, I knocked on the bathroom glass door several times and said, Well, here I come. Zhuo Tianxin's soft voice came from the bathroom. Brother, you shouldn't think too much, right? Lee Nyenha was stunned when he heard this. Think too much? What can I think, girl? Girl, there is something wrong with you. He immediately organized his words and said, I definitely won't think too much about it. What's wrong with playing games? Zhuo Tianxin smiled lightly and said resentfully. Oh well. Brother, give me your hand. Lee Nyenha was a little confused. Shouldn't he give her something? He was stunned for a moment and said, Oh, okay. He stretched out his hands. The next second, the bathroom door suddenly opened. There was a faint heat coming from inside, mixed with the unique and intoxicating fragrance of a young girl. Because it's too close. Behind the glass door, the swaying image is vaguely visible. A beautiful little hand as white as jade poked out from the crack of the door. Then she picked up a bottle of shampoo and waved it in front of him twice. Then it fell into Lee Nyenha's palm. After taking it, Lee Nyenha was completely confused. What was going on? Why did you give me a bottle of shampoo? In other words, this girl is teasing me on purpose? Little sister, what is going on? Are you making fun of me like this? Who is stupid, you or me? He looked at the empty shampoo bottle floating in his hand. I looked at the crack in the door again. I looked at it several times like this. It collapsed. That's too much. I was playing games fine, and you asked me to catch the empty shampoo bottles? You're still not speaking. Originally, after Lee Nyenha received the warrior skills, he possesses pure masculinity that ordinary men do not possess. Now that I can stand here peacefully and not get angry, I am already showing a very good temper. After a while, Zhuo Tianxin slowly closed the door. After laughing for a while, he said in a proud voice, "Brother Nianhe, I'm out of shampoo. Can you please get me another bottle? If you don't have any, please go buy me one." Li Nianhe? Are you sure you forgot and didn't do it on purpose? Never mind. Help people to the end. He took the empty shampoo bottle given by the little guy and put it into the small basin. Then he stood up and said calmly, "Then I'll go live first." Zhuo Tianxin, hee, thank you, brother. He shook his head helplessly. Halfway through. My nose is a little itchy. I wiped it with my fingers. Then a pause. This smells so good. What brand of shampoo is this? It's really puzzling that it can smell so good. He thought about it, then looked at the empty shampoo bottle in his hand, carefully examining the mark on it. I've never seen this kind of shampoo before. Li Nianhe didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Otherwise, just forget about it, otherwise Zhuo Tianxin won't be able to wash his hair. I have lived 2 lifetimes, but I was teased by a little girl who had just reached adulthood. It was such a shame and humiliation. As expected, the more beautiful a girl is, the more skillful her methods of flirting with men are. Even if they have never been in a relationship, they can learn it without any guidance. Li Nianhe had a deep understanding of this, so he didn't care. He just wanted to get the shampoo quickly and then go live. Chapter 26 Mo Tong, someone is teasing your man. Back to before the live broadcast. Li Nianhe sat on the gaming chair in a panic. Friends saw this scene. They all started to tease. What's wrong with my brother-in-law? Why does he look like he's done it? Nonsense, is our male god so fast? It must be that Sister Mo Tong failed to force the little brother and let him escape. Yes, I'm an experienced person. Look at the big brother's shoulders. The beautiful collarbone and Adam's apple show durability at first glance, and I would not be wrong in my reasoning. How can you be reasoning? You are just greedy for someone's body, I am too embarrassed to point it out to you. Li Nianhe didn't dare to let these people drive anymore. Because it is not stable enough, it is easy to overturn. He immediately said, Okay, I just helped Mo Tong get something. So let us get down to business. I should be able to eat chicken a few more times. In the live broadcast room. My dear brother, although you have good skills, your singing voice is more attractive. The girls want to hear you sing, please sing one more song. You've been away for so long, sing a song to make it up to me. When Li Nianhe was hesitating whether to sing or not, the voice of the brain system came. Sing the complete song and win a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. Li Nianhe shook his head and smiled. Yes. The task may be late, but it is never absent. This wave is really a divine assist. But the system really underestimated him. Is he such a money-loving person? No. He just wanted to sing. I immediately asked the system in my mind. Can I buy the accompaniment? System, stores can use popularity points to purchase song accompaniments. Li Nianhe was surprised. Is this even possible? He was just asking casually. You should have said it earlier. He wouldn't have to work so hard on the guitar. Enter the system store to check your popularity value. Not surprisingly, it has a popularity value of nearly 1 million. Immediately used 100 popularity points to purchase the accompaniment of Lost in Fantasy. The old songs we sang in the past were to suit the occasion. It's different now, he can sing whatever he wants. He immediately pretended to be helpless, as if he had no idea that there was a 200,000 yuan reward for singing. Then I'll sing an original song I prepared before. Then I opened the music player. The accompaniment purchased from the system was indeed in it. Netizens, looking forward to it. Original again, it's so worth it tonight. Li Nianhe coughed lightly as usual to ease his emotions. As the accompaniment slowly began. The universe in the mirror cannot wait for accommodation. I still remember that late autumn, you said you were leaving? Netizens, I'm on my knees when I hear your words. I can't see, but I know who my husband is by his voice. Sister Mo Tong, I'm sorry. It's not that I'm greedy for your man, but he's just too hot. This is too talented, even if it's original, every song is so good. Over here. Li Nianhe didn't look at the comments and continued to sing quietly. I didn't have time to say sorry, you were no longer around. I miss you all night long, I can't get out of the self-blame space. Dwelling on our yesterday. When the song reached its climax, the girls in front of the screen became collectively excited. Netizen, this is too exciting. I can't stand it anymore. I've been teased to the point of being unable to bear it anymore. It sounds good. It sounds so good. The male god really didn't disappoint us. I envy Sister Emotong so much. At the same time, another second-tier cute girl anchor on Douyu was also listening to Li Nianhe singing. Hey, why is this Emotong's live broadcast a little brother? Also, his singing is so sweet. It's so charming. This is a beautiful anchor on Douyu, with a cute Lolita girl style. Netizens like to call her Aria. Aria watched the comments during the live broadcast and understood what was going on. Covering her mouth, she said in disbelief. Is he really that mysterious little brother in Douyin? Then he said excitedly. I really liked his courage in singing, and I sent him many private messages. Oh my god, I actually saw him here. Then why is he in the live broadcast room of Emotongnan, sister? Continuing to gather information from the barrage, Arya said. He's filling in for Emotong, right? Even though she tried her best to hide it, there was still a hint of sourness in her tone. I thought, in other words, Emotong is not here today? Then what am I afraid of? Go and flirt with this little brother directly, huh? How can Emotong compare to me? She seemed to be very dissatisfied with Emotong. A faceless game technology anchor. She actually snatched half of her male fans as a beautiful anchor. Wouldn't that make her mad? Seeing that Li Nianhe was playing with Chi Chicken, the cute girl Arya logged into the game immediately. Prepare to snipe Li Nianhe and have a sweet duo with him, she said excitedly. He's not playing the game, go to his livestream and watch the duo row. Arya's fans, something is wrong with the cute girl today. Yes, isn't he just a singer? Forget it, since Arya asked, let's go. I am humble, I left in humility. Li Nianhe had just finished singing. Prepare to chat with friends. But suddenly, a barrage of gifts came flying at me. Super Rocket plus 10. The water friend who gave the reward said, brother, let's play duo. I want to see double row. I've given you the super rockets, so it should be okay to play in a double row, right? Although Li Nianhe felt that the other party's tone seemed a little strange. But for Zhuo Tianxin's popularity, he still cooperated and accepted it, saying, sure, that's not difficult. Really? With the help of fans, Arya was successfully matched with Li Nianhe. This is a very small chance. She originally planned to add friends directly if she couldn't find a match. He immediately opened the microphone to say hello. Li Nianhe listened to the soft lowly voice coming from the team's microphone. Little brother, can you please take me with you? Li Nianhe frowned. He's a very cold person. No one can keep warm except Zhuo Tianxin. So he actually doesn't like it when other girls talk to him like this. Immediately said indifferently. Let it be. In the live broadcast room. My god, this teammate is also a big anchor on Douyu. Is it Arya? How could it be such a coincidence that I matched her? Obviously. There are quite a few fans from Arya in the live broadcast room. The Lord's way. It is his blessing to be able to match Arya. Emotong's fans were not happy. What blessing? Our male god doesn't want it. Sorry, he has Sister Emotong. The two groups of fans were about to quarrel. The barrage suddenly dominated the screen and flashed this. A fan of cute girl Arya sent a congratulatory message. I've met Arya's husband in advance. Should I call him brother-in-law? Seeing the comments from Arya fans, Zhuo Tianxin's fans went crazy instantly. Seeing that they were about to fight, Li Nianhe came out to smooth things over and said, don't argue, I'll just treat it as a match with a stranger. Hearing him say this, Zhuo Tianxin's fans instantly became proud. Netizen, our male god is loyal and has countless merits. How could the male god be so awesome? He'd be fascinated by those slutty girls out there. Did you hear that? You, Arya, are just passers-by in the eyes of our male god. However, what they didn't expect was that Li Nianhe's aloofness did not repel Arya. Instead, it aroused her possessiveness. Next, she used all the cute girl-esque skills to seduce men. Chapter 27 Reject Zhuo Tianxin again. In the game, no matter how cold Li Nianhe was, she could always find a way to start a conversation. After escaping from the military base, the Arya anchor praised. Brother is so awesome, brother is so great, full of boyfriend power. Li Nianhe did not answer. She ran to Li Nianhe and said, Brother, I'll give you my level 3 helmet and level 3 armor. Please don't ignore me. See here. Arya's male fans were so angry that they typed garbled characters in the barrage. The plasmolysis occurred directly. The goddess they licked went to lick other men. So does it count as love if they licked this man? On the other hand, Zhuo Tianqin's fans immediately started to mock her. Fan, good guy, you are worthy of being you, an old bootlicker. Do you have any shame? Arya must know that her idol is Emoton. There's nothing we can do, our little brother is so charming. Sister Emoton, please come back soon. Don't wash anymore. Someone is flirting with your man. In the game, Li Nianhe ignored Arya behind him. Prepare to drive a motorcycle to pick up the airdrop. Who would have thought? The other party jumped up directly and said in a gentle lowly voice. Hold on to your brother's waist, I will block the bullets for you. Li Nianhe's face was instantly filled with black lines. Although the game characters are virtual, he still doesn't want it to be like this. Joke. I haven't hugged that girl's with Tianqin yet. Abandon the lane directly. Forget it, I don't need an airdrop because of my strength. The live broadcast room barrage once again dominated the screen. Good tea, Arya's tea is refreshing. I'm so angry. She flirted with the man with dark pupils right in front of us. Fortunately, the little brother ignored it. I don't need airdrops because of my strength? No, the male god just doesn't need you on the back of the motorcycle. Zhuo Tianqin came out of the bathroom. Li Nianhe looked at her slightly dizzy face and suddenly felt guilty. Zhuo Tianqin, whose figure and appearance were impeccable, walked slowly towards them. She was wearing a small vest and pink cotton shorts. I don't treat Mr. Li as an outsider at all. She didn't choose to appear on camera. Instead, he stood aside holding a towel. I glanced at the bullet screen. Seems to understand something. A confident smile rarely seen on Li Nianhe's face appeared. What is going on? This girl isn't jealous? Zhuo Tianqin took a small stool and sat aside. The wet little feet continued to rub against Li Nianhe's trouser legs. He felt a warm sensation. Smiling charmingly, while speaking in a voice that only the two of them could hear. It's too wet, Nianhe, please help me. I'm so fucking. What kind of vicious words are these? Li Nianhe didn't dare to reply and concentrated on playing the game. She was drying her hair and watching the live game quietly. This made Li Nianhe feel guilty. Zhuo Tianqin seemed to treat Arya as if she didn't exist. That's all. Li Nianhe treated Arya, the follower, with indifference the whole time. Seeing that Li Nianhe remained calm like Lu Xiaohui, Arya did not feel frustrated. Instead, I want to taste this man more and more. After all, she knew who Emoton was. The man who can conquer her must be the best of the best. I decided not to play games with him for now. When the time comes, add WeChat and start the Sayo plan. She is still very confident about her figure. I believe no man would refuse. After all, those second-generation rich fans became her bootlickers after seeing her indescribable photos. So, she was not prepared in the team formation interface. Instead, she said in a soft and weak lowly voice. Brother is so good at playing games, can you add me to your WeChat account and accompany me every day? Li Nianhe got goosebumps instantly. I don't know why. Zhuo Tianqin acted coquettishly towards him, but he showed no reaction on his face. However, he felt extremely happy in his heart. And this anchor called Arya was acting like a spoiled brat, and he just wanted to run away. The viewers in the live broadcast room also suddenly felt a chill. Just when Li Nianhe didn't know what to say, Zhuo Tianqin looked at the barrage and knew Arya's little trick. Gently took off the headphones from Li Nianhe's head. He said in a cold and lazy voice that Li Nianhe had never heard before. What's wrong, Sister Arya? What's wrong? Zhuo Tianqin's voice did not change. But her tone was full of cold majesty, and she had a very royal sister vibe. Li Nianhe was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary dual cultivation of Yuluo? Zhuo Tianqin returned the headphones to him. and winked at him coquettishly. This powerful contrast. Li Nianha's defense was broken immediately. Zhuo Tianqin didn't even bother to listen to what Arya said next. Li Nianha put on his headphones. There was a silence on the other side, and then he stammered awkwardly. Well, it's Sister Emotong. I'll go downstairs first. Although the viewers in the live broadcast room did not see Zhuo Tianqin. But hearing that voice, it boiled instantly. Waiting for the queen. My queen is back, my youth is back. Sister Emotong is still so handsome. Don't call me Emotong, call me queen. Haha, I want to laugh when I see Arya running away. This is the suppression from blood. Why pick on any other man when there are so many other men to pick on? Why does she have to pick on our queen Emotong, man? You deserve it. This game was undoubtedly the most tiring one for Li Nianha. He leaned back in his chair, somewhat doubting his life. Zhuo Tianqin was laughing at the side. Then he took Li Nianha's hand and said, Brother Nianha, you come first. Oh, drink. The fans were upset when they heard this. Something is wrong, these two people are going to cause trouble. Everyone, stop arguing, let's listen to the noise first. No eavesdropping for those under 18 years old. Over here. Zhuo Tianqin raised her little head and looked at the tall and handsome man and said, Help me comb my hair. I don't know how to do this. Humph, you're playing games with other women instead of helping me comb my hair. After hearing this, Li Nianha could only smile bitterly and agreed. Okay, I'll try. After a while, the graceful Zhuo Tianqin sitting on the chair looks like a beautiful painting. Li Nianha stood behind him. Even though the little guy's hair was long and smooth, he didn't dare to use too much force. Afraid of hurting her. He just started. My eyes unconsciously looked down. From this angle, you can just see a hint of whiteness under her neck. It reminded him of an idiom. Only those who are tolerant can be great. He immediately shifted his gaze. Zhuo Tianqin asked the next second. Is it pretty? Li Nianha's hands trembled awkwardly and said. It looks nice, this comb is really big. Oh no, this comb is really white, no, I didn't see it. Zhuo Tianqin bent down and covered his mouth with his hands, laughing. Brother Nianha, what are you talking about? How can this Nanmu comb be white? I'm asking you, do I look good in the mirror? Li Nianha stopped moving. Looking at the two people in front of the mirror. Zhuo Tianqin sat with her legs bent like a lady, while Li Nianha stood tall behind her. Like a photo of a couple. He was moved. The system's ban is also unreasonable. My chest immediately hurt. But Li Nianha still gritted his teeth and insisted. So beautiful. Zhuo Tianqin heard. Turning around, holding his hand, he said. Then can we be together? Li Nianha, the more I spend time with you, the more I feel like I can't live without you. Li Nianha stared at her with a pleading look in her eyes. So tender, so charming. It is also very touching. But he didn't dare to accept it, and slowly pulled out his tightly held hand and said. Let's talk about it later. I'm taking a shower. Li Nianha declined. Zhuo Tianqin didn't feel sad at all. He propped up his little head and watched Li Nianha running away in a hurry. There is love in the eyes. At this time, Li Nianha and her were more like lovers than lovers. It's just that I'm missing an identity. Compared to the cold Li Nianha before, he is very different now. Zhuo Tianqin smiled and said to himself. Brother Nianha, I'll wait for you. Chapter 28 I don't care about your reward. Li Nianha went to take a shower. It is impossible for Zhuo Tianqin to just leave the viewers in the live broadcast room alone. She put her waist-length smooth hair up. Just tie your hair into a bun. Then I looked at what I was wearing. Small vest and pink cotton shorts. Then he shook his head. Apart from herself, only Nianha Go had seen this outfit. Even in front of her parents, she always dressed very warmly. So how can I live stream dressed like this? Snort. Only brother Nianha can take advantage of her. No one else can forget about it. Thinking of this, she was wearing cute slippers and walking out of the living room in small steps. Walked into the room. Take out shirts and slim women's suits from the closet. Because there are only 2 rooms on this floor, and they are connected. The only entrance is equipped with a security door. It is basically impossible for outsiders to come in. Of course, except for Mr. Lee. So she simply left the door open. She raised her tender white arms and began to take off her vest. Lee Nyenha, who had already stepped into the bathroom, slapped his head and said, "Hey, why did you forget to take your phone?" Then he put on some clothes at random. He quickly walked to the opposite room to get his cell phone. After he walked out of Zhuo Tianxin's room, still wondering where this girl went? Then I saw the bedroom opposite. An extremely difficult image to grasp. The girl inside had her fair and smooth back facing him. Lines are softened and skin is firmed. He even saw the curvature of the brackets on both sides of Zhuo Tianxin's armpits. It's really interesting. Oh my god. He couldn't bear it any longer. Then the sage's soul was aroused, and he walked back to his room without any reluctance. By the way, help Zhuo Tianxin close the door. Zhuo Tianxin in the room changed into the clothes she usually wore for live broadcasts. The whole temperament of the person changed. Looks heroic and dashing. The straight trousers set off her long legs perfectly. But the shirt couldn't hold back the movement of her upper body. Back to the live studio. Her tone also became unusually cold. Long time no see, everyone. I thought the fans would miss her. Want to know? The barrage asked in unison. Hey, who is this woman? Did you go into the wrong room? Please help this lady, we want to see the male god. Facing the booing of the netizens, Zhuo Tianxin remained calm. She has encountered many excessive incidents in her live broadcasts over the past 2 years. She was a little overwhelmed at first, but now it's different. Regardless of the other party's identity, immediately activate the mute package. Because she has enough money, a solid background, and she doesn't need to be afraid of anyone. He immediately said, "My brother is going to take a shower, I'll take his place." The cool and majestic voice made the netizens feel very excited. Good guy, I like anchors like Emotong who are hard to tease. This is personal charm. Netizens also expressed their concerns about Lee Nyenha's incident. It's all our fault. They could have taken a bath together, but now they have to take turns bathing. Sister Emotong, if you are unwilling, just go ahead and show me the process live later. Zhuo Tianxin couldn't help but smile. You really want to see it? The water friend got excited when he heard this. Hey, is it okay? Zhuo Tianxin continued. If we are destined to meet again in the next life, it should be possible. The live broadcast room was flooded with messages. Wow, our proud queen is back? What is going on? Where is the little girl who was acting coquettishly just now? The little girl is for the male god to see, we just need to look at her character. The queen said, I am the only god in your ruins. Sister Emotong is mentally ill. Suddenly I missed the time when Emotong acted like a spoiled child, so cute and adorable. I only like the queen, please ravage me as much as you want. Across the room, Lee Nyenha has already finished his shower and come out. If Zhuo Tianxin was present, she would definitely not be able to hold back and let out a tender cry. Because Lee Nyenha was only wearing a pair of sports shorts. The abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles in the upper body are as perfect as if they were cut by a knife. The skin is also very good. He had only taken a few steps. The system's cold female voice began to sound in my mind. Now he is used to the system. Wipe your hair quietly and listen to the system tasks. Task, open the emperor in any anchor room. Reward, skill master of tutoring cashback 120,000. Lee Nyenha was a little dumbfounded. Oh my god. System, are your skills as a master trainer serious? What does this mean? System, literally. After listening to this, Lee Nyenha twitched his mouth and said, Train? Who am I going to teach with this skill? System, I think the guy next door is pretty good. Lee Nyenha directly refused. Damn it, system, are you trying to kill me? You gave me a dating ban before, and now you let me flirt with someone? He immediately went back to his room, put on his clothes and said, This skill is really useless. Forget it, it's better to have it than nothing, maybe in the future I can be with her ahem. Zhuo Tianxin, who was playing League of Legends seriously in the next room, had never imagined that he had been clearly arranged just now. Now her two small hands flexibly control the keyboard and mouse. If netizens saw her expression, I would never associate her with that lady with dark eyes who was full of aura. At this moment, she was holding a lollipop, which made her chubby face look a little plump. A pair of beautiful big watery eyes looked at the screen seriously, looking a little cute. The only thing that may be related to the royal sister is her temperament and figure. Whenever she sees netizens asking questions about game awareness, she will explain them carefully. But the words were a little unclear. In the live broadcast room, the queen suddenly becomes so cute when she speaks. Is Sister Mo Tong holding something in her mouth? Let me correct you, it's not one, it's one. Wow, you can drive on this broken road? As for what it is, we have to ask the male god. Stop talking, there is a picture. Zhuo Tianxin basically chose to ignore the teasing in the game. But then there is a bullet screen. It made her frown slightly. Linny, Mo Tong, I have rewarded you so much, please show your face to your brother. The other party has the noble title of Earl. Speaks very frivolously. Zhuo Tianxin sneered, ha! Netizen, Brother Lin gets humiliated again. Our queen just doesn't give us face. However, the netizens all thought that Linny would just laugh it off as usual. But he didn't expect him to continue mocking. You can do it, Mo Tong. I've been watching your live broadcast for more than a year and have always supported you. I just came online and heard someone say that you found a man. I think he is probably after your money, right? This sentence obviously angered Zhuo Tianxin. She spoke directly. Who wants your money? Earl, right? Rocket, right? I'll refund you the full amount. Linny, you. After that, Zhuo Tianxin unceremoniously asked the housing manager to silence him. Seeing Zhuo Tianxin's domineering reply in the live broadcast room, he couldn't help but gasp. Because some of them also understand that Mo Tong Live doesn't care about income at all. They all said. The queen is so domineering that she directly banned the earl in her room from speaking permanently. What a joke, Sister Mo Tong looks like someone who is not short of money. Ha, Sister Mo Tong hasn't even been with her idol yet, but she's already started protecting her husband. Where can you find a girlfriend who is domineering and cold in front of others, but gentle and obedient in front of her husband? If you sleep more during the day, you might have it in your dream. My little darling can't stand it, the royal brother-in-law is so greedy. Chapter 29. This money is not important. However, it didn't end like that. After Zhuo Tianxin banned Lin Yi, those male fans who had been jealous of Lin Yanhe before began to come out, using Lin Yi's words to mock. I think Brother Lin is right. That boy is dressed simply. If not for money, what else could he be doing this for? Mo Tong has never been in love, don't lie to me. Soon, countless female fans in the live broadcast room came to her rescue. Even so, Zhuo Tianxin was still very angry. But I don't know how to respond. You. It was at this time that suddenly, a screen with the Emperor barrage turned on appeared in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to Nyanhejin for opening the Emperor privilege in the Modong Plays Games with You live broadcast room. The people in the live broadcast room were stunned instantly. Zhuo Tianxin was also dumbfounded. The anger just now also disappeared. Nyanhejin? The first two words are of extraordinary significance to her. How could she not recognize him? How could she not recognize him? She has been live streaming for so long, so she naturally understands how much money the Emperor needs. She only has 5 live broadcast rooms. This is the most expensive noble title currently on Douyu. It requires 150,000 yuan. The netizens obviously also realized who Nyanhejin was. That's what Zhuo Tianxin used to call him. They all began to be shocked. This male god is so awesome. Oh my god, the Emperor, this is the Emperor. It's easily equivalent to my annual salary. Where did you just say that I am a troll who is after Sister Mo Tong's money? Yes, if you have the guts, open one and see. 666. I thought my idol was rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. The 150,000 was thrown away like water. Did you notice that it seemed like Mo Tong was angry, so he opened it? So you're here to vent your anger on behalf of Sister Mo Tong? Oh my god, I'm so full of dog food. The cold and protective wife-loving man said no, but he was sincere in his heart. It was amazing to see that Li Nianhe actually contacted the emperor directly in order to save Zhuo Tianxin's face. The fans were happy and excited. There were also quite a few viewers who were attracted in and were enjoying the show. And those trolls, led by Lin Yi, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only Zhuo Tianxin, who was sitting on the gaming chair, couldn't be happy. She felt sad again. She knew that Li Nianhe's family was not wealthy. This money is most likely all the savings he has earned from Douyin. She looked at Li Nianhe, who was standing quietly at the door and smiling at her. There is an indescribable feeling of being moved in my heart. The two looked at each other like this. There was mist in Zhuo Tianxin's eyes and she was biting her lips slightly with her pearly teeth. His eyes seemed to convey affection, but also seemed to be blaming. She just looked at Li Nianhe without saying a word. It made him a little confused. He was just completing the system task. Besides, 150,000 is nothing to Zhuo Tianxin, right? He thought that since he could give the anchor any reward, then he should just give a reward to Zhuo Tianxin. Good things should be kept within the family. After all, he can drink this water from Zhuo Tianxin later. Plus the system also gave back 120,000 yuan. It is equivalent to using 30,000 to purchase a skill with a rather unoriginal name from the system. With the system, it will be easy for him to make money in the future and he won't care about these tens of thousands. Zhuo Tianxin just perfunctorily said something to the netizen. I just shut down the live broadcast room. Then he continued to look at Li Nianhe with the same expression as before. Without saying a word, Li Nianhe pursed his lips and said, "What's wrong with you?" Who would have thought? He hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhuo Tianxin stood up suddenly. Somewhat angrily, he said, "Where did you get the money? Why are you giving me a tip?" Li Nianhe didn't know what the fan said before. When I came in, I saw Zhuo Tianxin looking unhappy. Then he found a reason. Because you're unhappy. Zhuo Tianxin's tone became even angrier, and he said fiercely, "Why are you giving me a tip? You worked so hard to earn that money." Li Nianhe was confused. So hard? That's not right. It's quite easy. But he couldn't reveal the secrets of the system. I can only say calmly, "Fine." Zhuo Tianxin's eyes turned red. She never thought that there would be a boy who would treat her like this in the future. I don't want her money, her body, or her beauty. Just silently giving. I gave her half of my life. I am even afraid of hurting her or wronging her, so I choose to avoid her. Choose not to acknowledge your feelings for yourself. Li Nianhe's words "it's okay" completely hit Zhuo Tianxin's weakest spot. She was angry and moved and said, "If I'm unhappy, you can comfort me. Who wants you to spend that money?" Li Nianhe felt something was wrong. But she saw that Zhuo Tianxin was even more abnormal, so she had to slowly walk over and said, "It's really okay, don't be like this." Zhuo Tianxin tried his best to control his emotions, took out his cell phone and said, "Give me your prestige and I will transfer the money to you." "I can't take it." Li Nianhe took a step forward. He held her hand and covered his phone at the same time. He shook his head and said, "Don't do this." Zhuo Tianxin glared at him and asked, "Why?" This question really stumped Li Nianhe. He can't possibly say that the money in the system cannot be recovered, right? I wanted to make up a reason. But he suddenly thought, if she was really my girlfriend, if I only had $150,000 to give her, would I? He remembered Zhuo Tianxin's selfless dedication before. Suddenly, the answer came to my mind. The money is not important, your happiness is important. He tried his best to control himself from getting too emotional. But Zhuo Tianxin could no longer control himself. She put down her phone and approached Li Nianhe fiercely. She punched Li Nianhe's strong chest with her pink little fist. He didn't use any strength at all and said angrily, "Are you stupid? Why are you doing this? I don't want your money. Who asked you to vent my anger? If you're not with me, why are you so nice to me? How can you ask me to pay it back? You stupid pig, how can I pay you back?" What? Finally. She couldn't control her emotions anymore. Hot tears flowed from my eyes. Li Nianhe couldn't bear it and leaned over to get the tissue on the table. Then he bent down and said gently, "Wipe it, please, you." The next moment, Zhuo Tianqin slapped the tissue out of his hand. She threw herself directly into Li Nianha's arms. The girl's body fragrance lingered around. This was a softness that Li Nianha had never felt before. It was also something he wanted to do many times but didn't do. The little fellow hugged him with all his strength. His clothes were wet with tears. She choked up and said in a soft voice, "Don't leave me, don't push me away." Li Nianha tried his best to calm himself down. He patted her soft back with one hand. Then he rubbed her little head and said, "If you cry again, your eyes will be swollen tomorrow." "So do you still like it?" Li Nianha did not speak anymore. I don't know how long it took, but the girl's emotions finally stabilized. She sat on the bed. Li Nianha squatted in front of her and smiled gently. Zhuo Tianqin felt both sad and sweet when she saw his expression. She pouted, threw the small paper ball in her hand at him and said, "You bastard, you bully me every day." Chapter 30. Seeing that he couldn't flirt with her, she flirted with him as much as she could. Li Nianha lowered his head. He slowly picked up the paper ball on the ground, put it in his pocket, and said calmly, "Don't litter anywhere." Phew. Zhuo Tianqin was originally in a low mood. Suddenly I was amused. He immediately said, "If someone is joking with you, don't change the subject." Li Nianha knew he couldn't hide anymore. She pursed her lips slightly, hummed and said, "I don't mean to bully you, it's just that you are a punching bag." Zhuo Tianqin looked at Li Nianha squatting in front of him. With his head tilted up, his eyes were filled with imperceptible fondness. She couldn't help but tremble. With a snort, she patted his shoulder with her little hand and said, "You are the one being bullied. I think you just think I am easy to bully." Seeing her burst into laughter, Li Nianha felt relieved. No matter in his previous life or in this life, what he hated most was seeing girls cry. What else more, this is a girl with whom he has a special relationship. Ask immediately. "What's wrong, crybaby? Why don't you cry anymore?" Zhuo Tianqin suddenly said arrogantly, "You're the crybaby. You're the first boy who made me cry in such a long time." Li Nianha raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the big deal? Once is new, twice is familiar. You will get used to it after crying twice." Zhuo Tianqin was both angry and amused. The pearly teeth bit the lower lip slightly. He kicked Li Nianha unscrupulously again. "You bastard, here you go again." Li Nianha didn't hide either. He endured the slight force from her kick on his body. Seeing that she was getting better, he slowly stood up and said, "Okay, my legs are numb from squatting, I'm going to go back and rest, you should go to bed early too." He just turned around. Zhuo Tianqin jumped off the bed, hugging him from behind. In a soft voice, "Don't leave yet." Li Nianha shook his head helplessly. "Hey! Is this little guy addicted to being held?" He didn't push her away before because he wanted to comfort her. Now it's all right. But it's different. He mercilessly pried open Zhuo Tianqin's small hand and said, "What's wrong? Why don't you let me sleep?" Zhuo Tianqin finally spoke out his true feelings. "Of course I can, but how can I repay you?" She stood in front of Li Nianha obediently. She raised her delicate chin slightly and asked with her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Li Nianha pinched his chin embarrassedly and said, Well, how about you cry again?" Zhuo Tianqin was both angry and amused by him. I clenched my little fist and punched his chest hard, but it didn't hurt at all. "Road. You big jerk, do you really want to see me cry?" Li Nianha suddenly felt that his request was indeed a bit excessive. Changing the subject. "So what can you give me in return?" "Hey, let me make it clear first, I don't want money." This made Zhuo Tianqin feel a little troubled. Biting his finger, he said, "I can play the piano, but there's no piano here. I can dance, but this place is not convenient for me to dance." She pondered. "Finally, I found an opportunity to keep Li Nianha by my side longer." The ancient spirit said, "How about I change my clothes to show you? I have a lot of nice JK and Hanfu, and well, there are a lot anyway, and I'm usually embarrassed to wear them out, so do you want them?" She had a plan in mind. It only takes a few minutes to change a set of clothes, and then change a dozen sets. Couldn't brother Nianha stay a little longer? Maybe if I dress nicely, he will like me more. Seeing that Li Nianhe didn't speak, Zhuo Tianxin said with great grievance. I heard that most men like to see girls changing their clothes. Brother Nianhe, you didn't feel anything, do you dislike my poor figure? When Li Nianhe heard this, think. She has a bad figure? I'm afraid there are few people in the world who have a good figure. Especially after spending these days with this silly girl, he found that her figure and appearance were indeed perfect. And there was the time when I accidentally saw her back before. This is a perfect clothes hanger. Looks good in anything. Of course, no matter how you dress, you will look good. He was just afraid that he would be dazzled. This little guy obviously wants to tease me. However, he saw Zhuo Tianxin's small body standing in front of him. It looks like if you don't look at it, you are not allowed to leave the room tonight. I had no choice but to agree. Although I'm not an ordinary man, I still want to see yours. Zhuo Tianxin was very happy and said immediately. Then wait for me. After a while, she came out wearing a short skirt, KJ, and over-the-knee socks and said, Does this suit look good? Li Nianhe was admiring it, it was indeed very pretty. I thought to myself, I can tell this set is very nice just by looking at the fabric. Then he began to rate it in his heart, and nodded in approval. It looks good. Not bad. This fabric doesn't look cheap. Zhuo Tianxin looked down happily, but couldn't see his feet. Then he smiled and said, I bought this a long time ago, and I don't dare wear it once. Then he unscrupulously circled in front of Li Nianhe. Well, it feels like a fairy. Li Nianhe was sitting right in the middle of the bed, right in front of her, and could see everything clearly. Next, Zhuo Tianxin changed into various styles of Cheongsam and Hanfu and gave them to him. Let him experience the illusion of having 3,000 concubines in the emperor's harem. The little guy is obviously a little tired. Holding his hand, he said, Brother Nianhe, pick one for yourself? Then I'll let you go back. Li Nianhe really admires his own determination. In the previous life, I guess he has become a bootlicker. In his previous life, he did see women unable to walk. I saw the wardrobe and looked left and right, not knowing which one to choose. Then Zhuo Tianxin, who was wearing a short skirt, came to her side, put her hands behind her back, bowed slightly, and said, Brother Nianhe, can't you make up your mind? How about you choose with your eyes blindfolded? Li Nianhe was stunned. How come I haven't thought of this yet? He couldn't imagine what it would be like to be with this girl in the future. Seeing that he can't tease her, just tease her harder. He immediately found a black ribbon and covered his eyes. Point your finger anywhere. He saw Zhuo Tianxin didn't speak for a long time. After taking off the black ribbon, I found that the little girl had a red face and was holding a box. Ask. Brother Nianhe, do you really want to change this? Li Nianhe said indifferently. It's okay, what are you afraid of? He opened the carton. I saw a pair of furry cat ears inside. Zhuo Tianxin said. This was given to me by that woman Liang Qingqing as a prank on my last birthday. I originally said I would throw it away in a few days. Li Nianhe looked carefully for a few times. I was a little confused. What kind of clothes is this? Seeing that Li Nianhe didn't speak, Zhuo Tianxin pulled down his blindfold and said, Don't look at it anymore. Sit here. I'll change here. Before Li Nianhe could say that the black belt was a little light permeable, Zhuo Tianxin has already started to change. He had no choice but to lower his head and not think about anything else. It took a long time. He felt the girl sitting on his bed. Then he smelled a faint fragrance coming from beside him. A small hand gently lifted his blindfold. Zhuo Tianxin knelt beside him. She looked at him with proud eyes, very proudly, and said softly in an extremely gentle and slow voice. Does it look good? Chapter 31 The Importance of Inner Drama. Master? If I didn't already know what kind of person Zhuo Tianxin is. Li Nianhe couldn't believe it. This once innocent and lovely little guy. Playing so wildly? But he didn't expect that. During this period of time, Zhuo Tianxin tried to win his favor. To capture his heart. Not only did I ask my bestie privately, still asking online, how to seduce an indifferent man. Then she looked through countless answers. Finally she got an answer that was hard for her to speak. It was also an answer that changed her heart. This theory, summarized from countless answers, is: men are animals with lower bodies. If you want to impress him, you must undoubtedly arouse his desire. So, Zhuo Tianxin was entangled for a long time. Decide to sacrifice for love. One thing. She lied to Li Nianhe. That is the cat ear girl-esque suit, not given by Liang Qingqing. Instead, she bought it online when she made the decision. But she couldn't find an opportunity. At the same time, it is not certain whether Li Nianhe will end up with her. It was only after Li Nianhe rewarded the emperor before she finally felt it was worth it. If a man has 100,000 and gives you 1,000, I can't be sure if it's true love. If a man only wants 1,000, I'll give it all to you. That's for sure. Although, Zhuo Tianxin doesn't like to measure love with money. But Li Nianhe did it, and she was very happy. And she will pay it back through various compensations in the future. What Zhuo Tianxin didn't know was, Li Nianhe has always been very kind to her. Zhuo Tianxin doesn't need to do anything. Even if she just stood in front of him, Li Nianhe would protect her for the rest of her life. Now, Li Nianhe looked at her unscrupulously, looking at the fabric on her body that is almost like a bikini. The chest is magnificent. Further down is a tight and slender waist that is not even wide enough to be held in one hand. The outline of the vest line is also breathtakingly beautiful. Under the very short red tulle skirt, it is a pair of long legs as white as jade. When a beauty who seems to have walked out of a painting, wearing sinful clothes. Just sit there and let me do whatever I want. I believe no man would not be moved. Li Nianhe found that her beautiful eyes were looking at him lovingly. My heart is hot. My breathing became rapid. An impulse came over me. And her thin lips met his. Zhuo Tianxin had a very strange feeling at the moment. Is this really what I want? Although she had always wanted to have her first kiss with Li Nianhe. But not in this way. Not through seduction. But through enough love. At this moment, she was thinking, is this really the only way I can possess you for a short time? A trace of sourness arose in my heart. She still chose to close her eyes and face it. Only, under the dim light, no one saw the tears in the corners of her eyes. Just when she thought her first kiss was about to end. Feel a pair of big hands. He covered himself with a blanket. She opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the gentle boy in front of me. Li Nianhe restrained himself. He believed that this was definitely not what the little guy wanted. He lived two lives. Naturally, I understood Zhuo Tianxin's thoughts. The previous indifference and ruthlessness towards her made her make an irrational decision. But this girl has always misunderstood. I have no idea how much I love her. How could you choose to hurt someone in this situation? Put the sheet on the little one. He patted her soft shoulders gently and said, don't be silly, your fever has only just subsided for a short time, you will catch a cold. Saying, he picked up the girl's beautiful body in a princess hug. Put it on the bed and say, it's late, go to bed and stop thinking about it. I'll always be here. Zhuo Tianxin leaned against the head of the bed. One hand pulled the bedsheet over his chest. She knew Li Nianhe wanted it. But I restrained myself later. She could feel the other person's subtle love and pity. I just don't understand why Li Nianhe is unwilling to take one more step. Looking at the back of him preparing to leave, Li Tianxin sat up and asked, Brother Nianhe, why are you unwilling to agree? Li Nianhe paused. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Whether it was because of their background or because of the system. Or maybe it was the emotional setback in the previous life. All of these made him feel afraid of love. Then he said slowly, because of fate. Li Nianhe returned to his room. Zhuo Tianxin sat on the bed, repeating his last words in his mind. And the love that Li Nianhe had shown to her just now. And he tried his best to restrain the impulse in his heart. This actually made Zhuo Tianxin admire Li Nianhe even more. At the same time, he felt sorry for the boy and said to himself, you must have been under a lot of pressure because of me. Blame me for not being sensible and not considering your feelings. I will stay by your side and help you change this so-called fate. Immediately, lying on the bed, a look of satisfaction appeared on his little face. The next day, early morning, Li Nianhe got up at 7 o'clock and washed up, getting ready to go out for breakfast. Of course, this time he also wanted to bring one for Zhuo Tianxin. Just opened the door. He saw Zhuo Tianxin squatting by the door, with both hands wrapped around the long legs. The little head was buried in his knees, as if he had fallen asleep. She was holding a food bag filled with breakfast. The name of the store Yuyanzai is printed on it. He knew this breakfast shop. It is very famous and there are long queues every day. It is almost difficult to buy during this period. So, there is only one possibility. She lined up very early. Li Nianhe couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He quickly squatted down, patted her little hands and said, "Come to my room and sleep?" Zhuo Tianxin woke up. The moment she saw Li Nianhe, there was an indescribable joy in his eyes. Because she was afraid. "I'm afraid last night was just a dream." After a nap, Brother Nianhe became the cold boy he was before. But now she finally felt relieved. He happily picked up the breakfast in his hand and said, "Look, I brought you a lot of delicious breakfast." She looked a little silly, which made Li Nianhe feel ashamed. He said in a reproachful tone, "Why did you get up so early when you slept so late last night?" He took the breakfast and continued in a stern tone, "It doesn't matter what you eat. If you do this again, I will be really angry." Zhuo Tianxin's pink little mouth pursed, like a little pet who has done something wrong. I just want you to eat something delicious. I'm afraid you won't like other breakfast shops." She hadn't finished yet. Li Nianhe held her soft and boneless little hand. "Go into your room. Throw it on the bed and say, 'Sleep for 2 hours. If you don't get enough sleep, you can't get up.'" Zhuo Tianxin sat cross-legged on the bed and begged, But I want to watch you eat." Li Nianhe hummed, and his tone became stern. "Okay, got it." The little guy lay obediently on Li Nianhe's bed. "I feel a little excited. Wow, this stupid pig's bed smells so good. What else came to mind?" Suddenly he asked suspiciously, "Will he secretly bring a woman back while I'm sleeping? How else could there be a scent of perfume?" If Li Nianhe knew what she was thinking, he would definitely burst out laughing. "You call chrysanthemum-scented disinfectant spray perfume?" Chapter 32 Zhuo Tianxin's image is gone again. 12 o'clock noon. Zhuo Tianxin slowly opened his eyes. He hummed in a babyish voice. Then he looked at Li Nianhe squatting beside him, looking at him with a look of trying not to laugh. She looked puzzled. "Brother Nianhe, what's wrong?" Li Nianhe didn't say anything. He reached out and wiped the crystal saliva she left on the pillow. He said calmly, "You slept soundly?" Zhuo Tianxin collapsed instantly. "Ah." The image that I had worked so hard to build up in the male goddess heart was gone in an instant. It really is social death. How could she know that she had no image at all in Li Nianhe's heart? Very embarrassed, he turned away with a red face. He covered his head with the quilt, as if saying, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Li Nianhe did not disturb her self-hypnosis. He stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and returned to the desk. I don't know how long it took. Zhuo Tianxin's little head popped out from under the quilt. She looked at Li Nianhe's back as he sat at the desk, both curiously and shyly. What is this big idiot doing? It's been so long, he should have forgotten what just happened, right? Thinking of this, she tiptoed out of the bed. Just as my feet were about to touch the ground, I saw a pair of cute pure white slippers on the ground. Very new. When she put it on, she found it fit her feet perfectly. The big eyes blinked twice curiously, thinking, "How did this stupid pig know my size?" Then there was a burst of joy in my heart. Why do I feel like I'm married? Thinking of this, she was already beginning to blush uncontrollably. Then he walked gently behind Li Nianhe, who was sitting at the desk. The slender, tender white arms hugged his shoulders from behind. "Judo. Good afternoon, husband." Sure enough, Li Nianhe took her hand away calmly and said, "I'm not your husband." The little guy waved his fists twice in anger, and proudly said, "Humph, one day it will be." Li Nianhe put down the book in his hand and said with a smile. Little girl, where do you get your confidence from? You drool even when you sleep. Zhuo Tianqin suddenly felt a little ashamed and said. Ah, do you still remember this? Li Nianhe continued reading and said. I'm not a fish. I don't have short-term memory. Besides, it's only been 5 minutes since then. The more Zhuo Tianqin talked, the more he felt ashamed to face people. Ah. In front of outsiders, I am a girl without any flaws. Why is it that when I'm with him, all my shortcomings are exposed? If you want to expose your shortcomings, at least do it after you get married. Being exposed so early, all the goodwill and image I had before are gone. He immediately found a reason to explain. Nianhe, that's not saliva. Li Nianhe closed the book and asked seriously. No? Besides your mouth, is there any other place where you can have water flowing out? After listening to this, Zhuo Tianqin was suddenly stunned. I remembered the dirty joke Liang Qingqing told me before. Now I really wish I had never discussed this topic with Li Nianhe. You, a hooligan. Li Nianhe didn't understand at first. Later, when I thought about it carefully, I suddenly discovered some strange knowledge points. I felt a little embarrassed at first. Just one sentence directly hinted at the forbidden forest for girls. He really didn't mean to offend. I can only change the subject. I'm going to cook, and I'll review the book later. Zhuo Tianqin asked in confusion. Review, what are you reviewing? As Li Nianhe spoke, he started to tie his apron. Lightly said. School is about to start. Only then did Zhuo Tianqin realize that Li Nianhe was still a sophomore. Because before, Li Nianhe gave her the feeling that he was someone who had been in society for many years. He immediately said depressedly. That means I have to wait until you have a day off to see you? Li Nianhe was washing the dishes and said. In theory, that's the case. Then he turned to Zhuo Tianqin and raised his eyebrows and said. How is it? Are you happy? Zhuo Tianqin was so angry that he stamped his feet and said. I think you are happy. Look, you can hardly hold back your laughter. Of course Li Nianhe was unhappy. He was just amused by the little guy Zhuo Tianqin. To be honest, the days he spent with Zhuo Tianqin were really interesting. This was something he could not experience whether before or after the time travel. Zhuo Tianqin saw that he was smiling and didn't seem angry at all. Because she rarely saw this boy smiling so innocently. It seems like he is under a lot of pressure. Perhaps it was this pressure that prevented him from confirming his relationship with her. He immediately took out his cell phone and said deliberately. Well, I'm going to complain to my fans and say you're bullying me. In fact, she just wanted to show off. Look, my man is so great and he can even cook for me. This time she is going to broadcast the whole thing live. Because she had already thought about it. It's a bit boring to always live broadcast games. Get ready to live stream some outdoor life. So I bought the two-dimensional virtual portrait software online. Whenever the camera locks onto your face, it will be modified into a two-dimensional avatar. I'm 80% familiar with her in appearance. So you don't have to worry about your family finding out that you are live streaming online. Don't worry. If your future husband shows his face, it will make a lot of female fans get excited. She took out her cell phone. Click to enter your live broadcast room. He also informed fans in the fan group that he was going to do a live broadcast. It made a lot of fans feel incredible. Because they have never seen Emotong live streaming during the day. In the live broadcast room. Wow, Sister Emotong is here so early today? Hey, why aren't you playing games? Are you live streaming your daily life? Emotong changed her boyfriend, and everything changed. Yes, you are dressed like a lady. Zhuo Tianqin dresses like a lady. It was because she was afraid that what happened last night would make Li Nianhe misunderstand her as a casual girl. She turned the camera around. Li Nianhe appeared in the live broadcast room. And his image was switched to a two-dimensional virtual portrait by default. It's my brother-in-law. No, this is my husband. I didn't see it during the live broadcast last night, but the male god is so tall. I've heard of this paid virtual software. It is said that the two-dimensional virtual portraits look very similar to the real person. Does this mean that our male god is very handsome? Of course, this is our sister Emotong's man. Love, and I can cook. You can tell from practice that this knife skill is a skill you've mastered. What a great man, I love him. Lee Nianha glanced at the silly little guy holding the phone. Somewhat helplessly, he put the dishes on the plate and said, "Silly girl, come and eat." Zhuo Tianqin jumped up and down while holding his phone. "Okay, husband." Li Nianha took the apron and said, "Don't yell, I'm not your husband." The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. "Ha ha, the queen looks so pretty when she's frustrated. The male god is still so arrogant. It seems that our sister Emotong has a long way to go if she wants to catch up with her male idol. Your arrogant, cold, and heartwarming male god is online." The male god spoke to Sister Emotong with full of affection. Chapter 33. A girl's feelings are always. Zhuo Tianqin put his cell phone on the table. Go to the disinfection cabinet and take out the dishes. Then he placed it in front of Li Nianha and said to himself, "Hey, one pair for you and one pair for me." When netizens saw this scene, they started to complain. "Ah, Sister Emotong is so cute. Compared to the aloof queen, I still prefer the way Sister Emotong lets go of her persona." Zhuo Tianqin just happened to see this comment and said, "Ha, you guys think too much, I only do this to brother Nianha." Then he reached for his phone and said, "Okay, we're going to start our own world. Let us see if there is anything interesting later, and then we can broadcast it live." After that, just turned off the live broadcast. The fans were left in a mess. It seems that Sister Emotong's willfulness is innate. It's still the familiar recipe, it's still the familiar taste. Zhuo Tianqin put down his phone. She picked up some food for Li Nianha and said, "Brother Nianha, eat this. It's said on TV that it can nourish the kidneys." "Li Nianha?" He immediately interrupted Zhuo Tianqin's virtuous mode and said, "No, let's eat in peace." Zhuo Tianqin nodded obediently. I thought to myself, brother Nianha is so well educated. He even knows not to talk while eating or sleeping. Little did they know. If it weren't for her little head's habit of imagining things, maybe I wouldn't be sitting here today. Unexpectedly, the two of them had few meals together. They are surprisingly harmonious, like a newlywed couple. What made Zhuo Tianqin even more unbelievable was that Li Nianha actually took the initiative to pick up food for her. After dinner, Zhuo Tianqin took the initiative to help wash the dishes and never got tired of it. Li Nianha did not stop her, but sat quietly in the chair reading a book. After washing the dishes, Zhuo Tianqin wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. A call came to her cell phone. The note showed the word Qingqing. She was a little confused. Sister Qingqing didn't bother the fish in her own pond, but came to chat with her. It seems something happened. I immediately got on the phone and asked, "Sister Qingqing, what's wrong?" The person on the other end of the phone asked, "Xiner, did you miss me?" Zhuo Tianqin laughed and scolded. "TSK, why do I miss you? I think my brother Nianha is not enough." "Qingqing, oh, look how capable you are, but it's a pity that people don't miss you," Zhuo Tianqin said proudly. "Yeah, he was reading a book. I just got off his bed and he made me some food." Qingqing suddenly became serious and asked, "Fuck, Tianqin, you guys are developing so fast, did you sleep with him?" Zhuo Tianqin said, "What are you talking about? I brought him breakfast this morning and he asked me to rest on his bed for a while." Liang Qingqing said, "That's good, I thought you were so confused because of love." Zhuo Tianqin didn't want to chat with her anymore. She just wanted to make trouble for Li Nianha. Immediately said impatiently, Okay, what's the matter? If not, I won't talk anymore." Liang Qingqing. "Zhuo Tianqin, you are such a heartless girl. You forgot your best friend when you got a man." "Huh, so what?" Liang Qingqing pretended to be sad and said, "Hey, I originally said I had something good to tell you, but now it seems that it is not necessary." Zhuo Tianqin's kitten-like curiosity was aroused and he asked, "What good news?" Liang Qingqing didn't argue with her and said, "Hey, I have 4 free travel vouchers to Shenangjia. How about bringing your man to feed me dog food?" Zhuo Tianqin originally wanted to refuse, because she was afraid that her naughty best friend would seduce Future. Besides, there must be a lot of girls on the tour bus. At that time, I would definitely be fascinated by my handsome future husband. No. The little guy refused to do it when he thought about having many more rivals in love. But on second thought, Lee Nianha is about to start school. I don't have much time left to spend with him. Do I have to stay in the room like this forever? It would be fine if she just stayed in the room. Lee Nianha didn't do anything to her. It seems very boring. So, she thought for a while and said, "Okay then, I'll ask Brother Nianha and send you a message when the time comes." Then he hung up the phone without giving Liang Qingqing a chance to speak. A few minutes later, Li Nianha closed the book and said, "Travel? Shenangjia? What's fun there?" Zhuo Tianxin pouted and said coquettishly, "Well, no, Brother Nianha, school is about to start for you. Would you like me to play with you? My concubine?" Li Nianha couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl takes advantage of me all the time. He needed to review his lessons before. It's because he didn't inherit much memory when he traveled through time. So I was afraid that when I went to class, I would be exposed. But after watching for a long time, then he realized that he had overestimated his own IQ. This short period of time cannot be made up at all. So I just gave up. After all, we have a system. If the problem cannot be solved, just buy plugins from the system store. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Zhuo Tianxin said, "Okay, let's pack up, shall we?" Then he suddenly thought of something and said, "Qingqing has 4 free tickets. Do you have any friends you can invite to come along?" Li Nianha thought for a long time. "I really can't find the right person. Do you remember Su Xiaoka, who was the resident singer in the restaurant last time?" Hearing this name, the little guy's face immediately fell and said, "Oh, I remember." Li Nianha said seriously, "I want to take her there." Zhuo Tianxin still looked unhappy and said, "Oh, why her? How could Li Nianha not know her little thoughts?" He scratched her little nose with his hand and said, "What are you thinking? I called her because I have an original song suitable for her. So I'll take this opportunity to discuss it with her and get to know her better." After discussion, the two of them went downstairs carrying their small suitcases. When going out, Li Nianha took the initiative to help Zhuo Tianxin carry the suitcase. After going out, he called a taxi on the road to meet Liang Qingqing. The journey takes nearly half an hour. Li Nianha was lost in thought as he looked at the flowers and plants on the roadside. Travel? This was truly a luxurious word for him in his previous life. When he had time, he had no money to go. When he had the money to go, he didn't have the time. I didn't expect that, by some strange coincidence, this kid whom I had just met would actually accompany me on my first trip. Zhuo Tianxin had different thoughts. She had traveled abroad with her parents many times before. But there has never been a time when I was as excited as I am now. Maybe I can even sleep in the same room with Brother Li Nianha at night? Humph, why not? We have double rooms. Then he turned his head and looked at Li Nianha, who had a gloomy face. The side profile is amazing, with fair skin and perfect contours. She screamed in her heart, "Oh my God, why does my future husband look so handsome in different ways when I look at him at different time periods?" It directly cost her life. In the past, when she was attracted to something, she definitely wouldn't dare to do anything. It's different now. She slowly stretched out her tender white little hand. Then he held Li Nianha's hand. When I felt the warmth coming from my palm, my heart started to itch. Seeing that Li Nianha did not refuse, then he started to play tricks, scratching his palm with his little finger. Li Nianha looked out the window with a smile on his face. "Little guy, do you really think I don't eat meat?" Then, Zhuo Tianxin felt her little hand being held tightly. Make her heart beat faster. Li Nianha, who had remained silent the whole time, turned his head, his lips almost touching the little guy's white and tender earlobe. Whispered, "Call me master." At this moment, Zhuo Tianxin was surprised, happy and nervous. But she didn't dare to scream. I can only lower my head shyly. I felt something warm flowing out. If Li Nianha knew she reacted so strongly, I will definitely remember a sentence. A girl's feelings are always wet. Chapter 34, Chatting Genius Zhuo Tianxin. Zhuo Tianxin didn't dare to speak. In my mind, I kept thinking back to the 3 words that had been whispering in my ears. Call me master. It made her feel as if her heart was suddenly conquered. He made her completely intoxicated. So much so that there was an unnatural reaction just now. Very emotional. Her face was already red. My legs began to close unconsciously. Putting her hands on her knees, she whispered, "Brother Nyenha, what are you doing?" Li Nyenha would not keep teasing her. He smiled and whispered, "I like to hear you scream, like last time." Then he pretended nothing had happened and continued to look out the window. Zhuo Tianxin was almost mad when she saw that he didn't take responsibility after flirting with her. "You bad guy." She clenched her pink little fist and punched him hard on the arm. I felt like I had hit a rock. She has never touched a boy's body. But I don't think that boys are that strong. She pinched her hands aggrievedly and said, "Brother Nyenha, why is yours so hard?" Li Nyenha was almost amused by her silly and cute expression. He immediately said, "What's this? There are actually more powerful ones." The two were just talking in whispers. The driver in front didn't hear it. But he saw the two of them flirting with each other through the rearview mirror. I knew that this road was destined to be filled with the sour smell of love. Although Zhuo Tianxin couldn't figure out many things in his little head. But who made her have a filthy demon king as her best friend? So I passively accepted a lot of dirty knowledge. He immediately turned his back to Li Nyenha and said, "I'm ignoring you." Li Nyenha understood that she was not being willful and acting like a spoiled brat. "But my body muscles are beyond ordinary people. This is because of the warrior attack and fighting technique that continued the system last time." He found that his body was undergoing a qualitative change. The body has become more solid, the muscles are not very strong, but the lines are perfect. This is because of body fat percentage. Even though others may think he is tall and slender, when he is not wearing clothes, he actually has a top-notch body aesthetics. The weight increased even more due to changes in muscle density. The power of one punch can crush a world-class boxing champion, and is measured in tons. This change lasted for 5 or 6 days and has only stopped now. It made him feel like he wasn't a modern person at all. Because it's so scary. He looked at Zhuo Tianxin with some concern. I thought to myself, I wonder if she will be able to tolerate my output in the future. So, it must have really hurt when Zhuo Tianxin hit him just now. He immediately took Zhuo Tianxin's little hand. Place it near your mouth and blow warm air gently. This angle. It was blocked by the seat and the driver in front couldn't see what was happening at all. The old driver was too lazy to peek anymore. Just close the rearview mirror. If you continue watching, you will find that the driver is going to a place with bright lights and wine to buy special services without telling his wife. Zhuo Tianxin was still very angry. When he noticed that Li Nyenha suddenly held his still painful hand, I was secretly delighted. Hee, that cool and stupid pig was finally conquered by me little by little. The next moment, when the warmth of the boy's breath came to her tender white hands, Zhuo Tianxin's mind went blank at first. Then he turned his head in surprise. As for the previous little complaints, they have long disappeared. Li Nyenha lowered his head. The profile of the face is still refreshing. The slightly longer bangs gently hit the back of her hand. Itchy. She began to move towards Li Nyenha unconsciously. Who knows? The next moment, he blew a breath from his thin lips. Waves of wonderful touch came from the back of her hands and her fingers, which were white and rosy. It made him tremble in his heart. The reaction that had just been suppressed suddenly broke through the dam. It felt like, how much sorrow can you have? It is just like a river of spring water flowing eastward. She quickly pulled her hand away. She leaned on Li Nyenha's shoulder shyly and said, "You can do whatever you want, but can you please understand the situation?" Li Nyenha looked at her with some confusion and said, "Did I do anything wrong? I was just afraid that you would feel hurt." The little guy felt sweet in his heart. What could be more gratifying than being cared for by the boy you love? Immediately he gently held her hand again. But this time she didn't dare to do it again. Before she could enjoy this moment for long, Li Nyenha suddenly shouted, "Master?" It made her a little confused. I thought, the stupid pig 1T change his mind at the last minute and not go, right? He immediately looked at Li Nyenha with pitiful eyes. I was afraid he would say, "Shenanjia is in Hubei, and it takes an hour by car." I'd better not go there. Before Li Nianhe could finish his next sentence, I noticed Zhuo Tianxin's distressed look. I thought, what's going on? What is this little guy imagining? I immediately had to touch his little head and said, "Good." The old driver who was driving asked, "Little handsome boy, are you calling me?" Li Nianhe thought it was funny. I thought, why would I call that idiot next to you if I didn't call you? He nodded calmly and asked, "Well, how long will it be at train station?" The old driver looked at the timetable and said, "About 15 minutes. Okay, got it." He immediately leaned against the car and said, "Hey, there's still so much time left." He is a person who cannot sit still and does not like to waste time riding in a car. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. Zhuo Tianxin looked at him with guilty eyes and said, "Brother Nianhe, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have forced you to come." Li Nianhe was actually just complaining, and he never thought that the little guy's fragile heart would be touched again. He immediately pinched her soft little face and said, "What are you thinking about?" Zhuo Tianxin was pinched, her little neck shrank back, and she said aggrievely, "Ah, it hurts, you stupid pig." Li Nianhe looked at her silly appearance and didn't let go of her hand for a long time, looking at Zhuo Tianxin with 2 red marks on his face. Li Nianhe stupidly thought that she would be sulking again. Unexpectedly, she just wiped her little face and continued to look at him with concern. She put her pink little mouth close to his ear. The warm breath made Li Nianhe feel a little itchy. He has gotten used to this little guy teasing him. After receiving compliments from netizens many times, he also realized that his appearance might really be unsolvable. I just wonder what sweet words this little guy will say to tease me next. He immediately pretended nothing happened and listened attentively. Zhuo Tianxin whispered, "Brother Nianhe, if you can't hold it anymore, you can ask the driver to stop the car and find a public toilet. My mother said that if a man can't hold it in, it's probably because his kidneys are not in good condition. I'll find you something to nourish your kidneys someday. You just hold it in." Li Nianhe? Li Nianhe was waiting for the little guy to say sweet words to him. It cracked on the spot. Seriously said, "I can bear it." Bah. No, I don't want to at all. I just casually asked the driver how long it would take to get to the station. What the hell did you expect? Seeing Zhuo Tianxin was about to say something, he panicked. I was afraid that she would say something outrageous again. He immediately stopped and said softly, "I couldn't wait because I don't like riding in a car and the scenery along the way is not good. But now it's different, because of you, this journey has become much more vivid and interesting." Zhuo Tianxin heard this. Full of joy, he lowered his head and thought carefully. As expected, boys like girls who are careful and considerate. No wonder I often hear my mom asking my dad to take more supplements in the middle of the night. By the way, I will ask others to give some to my brother too. He will definitely be very happy. Seeing her leaning on his shoulder obediently, Li Nianhe thought his love words had worked. But if he knew what Zhuo Tianxin was thinking, he would definitely collapse again. Nourish the kidneys? Little guy, what kind of strange idea is this? Do I need me? Chapter 35. The old driver collapsed. Zhuo Tianxin was so happy after being praised that she was bubbling with joy. She took out the original earphones for her iPhone from her brand name bag. Pinching Li Nianhe's sleeve, he said, Brother, let's listen to some songs first, so we won't be bored." Li Nianhe hasn't spoken yet. Zhuo Tianxin clumsily put the other earphone into his ear. It is a more lyrical English song, Wonderful. Although it's still a bit different from what he sang himself. But I have to say that this little guy is very tasteful in this regard. The soothing singing made Li Nianhe feel relaxed. He was originally preparing to say something to the little girl. But I found that my shoulder was pressed. Zhuo Tianxin leaned his little head obediently on his shoulder. His breathing was even and he was sleeping soundly. Li Nianhe wanted to adjust his posture. Zhuo Tianxin suddenly turned sideways and hugged his arms tightly with both arms. Like a koala clinging to a eucalyptus tree. His whole body was pressed against Li Nianhe's right half. She was indeed very dependent on him. From beginning to end. Never left. In order not to disturb this fool, Li Nianhe had to lean back quietly in his chair and close his eyes to rest. About 10 minutes passed. The experienced driver looked at the 4 big words on Guicheng North Station. A sense of belonging was revealed in his eyes. I thought to myself, is it easy for me to drive a taxi? You two have been feeding me dog food all the way. I'm in my 30s. Not only am I beaten by my wife when I get home, but I'm also abused when I drive a taxi. Fortunately, we finally arrived at the station. His mind has also flown to all kinds of places of feasting and revelry. Prepare to use 3 seconds to vent your loneliness that has nowhere to go. Then he showed a warm smile and said, "Little handsome boy, we have arrived at the station." Li Nianha nodded, indicating that he heard it. Then he whispered, "Wait, let me ask if my friend has arrived yet." Then he sent a message to Liang Qingqing. "Exist?" Liang Qingqing replied, "Wow, brother Li, you are teasing me again." Li Nianha was full of questions. Li Nianha. What does again mean? When the hell did I send you a message? Ask immediately. Where are we? Liang Qingqing, my brother is really caring about others. Li Nianha held the phone and had a black question mark face. Compared with Liang Qingqing, Zhuo Tianxin's unskilled skills in flirting with men seemed a little silly. He didn't know why, but he still liked the ways Zhuo Tianxin flirted with him. Maybe I like the green taste. He immediately continued to reply indifferently. Zhuo Tianxin's best friend, let's talk about the main point. Liang Qingqing had no choice but to send an aggrieved expression and said, "Oh, I still need 1 more hour." Li Nianha nodded slightly and replied, "That's great." Liang Qingqing originally thought that Li Nianha would be unhappy, because she also knew Li Nianha more or less through Zhuo Tianxin. I know he is a person who doesn't like to waste time on useless things. So Liang Qingqing had already thought of her inner drama. Wait for Li Nianha to complain to her, and then she can act coquettishly and aggressively. By making Li Nianha feel guilty, I can comfort myself. But Liang Qingqing never expected that this person would not play by the rules. Sure enough, he is different from those blindly confident boys in my fish pond. She has flirted with so many men this time that she doesn't know how to organize her words. Directly reply to the 3 question marks. Li Nianha also explained politely. If you can delay a little longer, please do so. Liang Qingqing, why? Li Nianha, Tianxin fell asleep on my shoulder. I want her to sleep a little longer. Tianxin? Little guy? Liang Qingqing is so direct. What a guy. One sentence made her feel the huge destructive power. Oh my god, can I be fed dog food like this? He simply chose to shut himself off and didn't dare to reply to Li Nianha anymore. Although the fish in her pond are growing strong, she never shows any affection to them. Don't you want to taste the bitterness of love? I finally met someone I liked, but she turned out to be my best friend's type. She also wanted to pick up some of Li Nianha's dish, but unfortunately she couldn't even pick up a hair. She is not as tall or pretty as Xiner, and even her legs but are not as attractive as hers, so how can she be clamped? Seeing Li Nianha put down his phone with a smile, the driver asked, "Your friend must have been waiting for you for a long time, right? Go now." I thought to myself, finally I don't have to be bothered by the sour smell of love anymore. If it's just an ordinary couple. The problem is that Zhuo Tianxin is too beautiful. It is the most uncomfortable to see such a fairy-like couple showing off their love. Unexpectedly, Li Nianha's next sentence made him confused. Li Nianha apologized and said, "Master, my friend will not arrive for a long time. My sister is asleep too, so she'll just wait in your car. I'm afraid to wake her up." The driver was confused on the spot. Shit, do you think I'm taking a free taxi? I don't have to vent my loneliness later? Young man, have you ever made it up to me for delaying the time I spent with my beloved sister? Do you know that you were late and your sister was called out 7 or 8 times? Then what is the difference between me poking a chimney with chopsticks? Just when he was looking for a reason. Li Nianha took out a stack of banknotes, about 700 or 800 yuan. I handed it to the old driver and asked, "Master, is everything okay?" The master hesitated for a moment, then took the banknote and said with a smile, "What are you talking about, handsome boy? It doesn't matter to me, I like others to have leftovers." At this point, the air was filled with awkwardness. Li Nianha coughed lightly and said, "Master, I'm actually a little hard of hearing. I didn't hear you clearly when you said I like other people's leftovers." The old taxi driver's inner thoughts, "Young man, your words are redundant, do you know that?" Li Nianhe continued to speak and changed the subject. Master, let's use the air conditioning to ventilate the room during the meeting. My sister doesn't like it to be too stuffy. Okay. Li Nianhe seemed to feel that something was redundant. Suddenly thought. Oh, so that's it. Then I used my popularity points to buy a pack of Huazi from the system store. He handed it to the driver and said, Master, please go down and wait, my sister needs some personal space. When the driver heard this, he felt a little angry and thought, Young man, you are going too far. This is my car. Why should I get off? He turned around and saw the soft Zhenghua in Li Nianhe's hand, and suddenly thought of a question. It seemed to be a company car, not his. So is there any problem going down? He immediately smiled and said, Hey, handsome boy, you understand me too well. I really don't want to stay in the car except for driving. Then he got out of the car with Huazi. Leaning against the car, smoking slowly, reminiscing about his lost youth. Back then, he was also the blue man who charmed thousands of girls. Now he is the blue man driving for millions of young girls. An hour passed. Liang Qingqing finally sent a message to Li Nianhe, saying that she had arrived at the station. Li Nianhe gently rocked the little guy in his arms and said, It's time to go. Zhuo Tianxin, who had just woken up, stretched out his hand, hugged Li Nianhe's waist tightly and said, Brother, I want a hug. Chapter 36. She is not suitable for Li Nianhe. Li Nianhe smiled and shook his head, and had no choice but to carry her out of the car. Then he turned to the driver and said, Master, I am so sorry to trouble you. The driver changed his usual attitude and said seriously, Young man, you two are a perfect match, don't let the girl down. I also had a girl who loved me dearly, but unfortunately I lost her. Then, regardless of Li Nianhe's reaction, he threw away the cigarette but got into a taxi and drove away. Li Nianhe thought for a while and said, This driver is interesting. Zhuo Tianxin in his arms also woke up dazedly and said, Brother Nianhe, I didn't expect to see you in my dream. Li Nianhe pinched her little face with both hands and said, Does it hurt? Zhuo Tianxin dodged while whimpering, tears welling up in her eyes. It hurts. Li Nianhe thought it was fun to tease the little girl and said, So you still think it was a dream? Zhuo Tianxin had originally planned to continue staying in Li Nianhe's arms. When he heard the girl's voice behind him, he immediately became energetic as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Brother Nianhe, you're here so early. Zhuo Tianxin looked back. It was Su Xiaoke who was singing in the restaurant that day. She dressed up specially today and looked very young and beautiful. But her looks and figure are similar to Liang Qingqing. But compared with Zhuo Tianxin, there's still a world of difference. Even so, it didn't stop Zhuo Tianxin from getting jealous. Whispered beside Li Nianhe. Humph, you are not allowed to answer her. Li Nianhe thought to himself, why is this bullied guy so jealous? Ask immediately. Why, what are you thinking about, you fool? Zhuo Tianxin pouted and said. Because she calls you Nianhegu, only I can call you Nianhegu, no one else can. Li Nianhe thought back and thought to himself, it seems like your best friend just called out. Su Xiaoke was left aside like this. But she didn't say anything, just held the bag in front of her face with both hands. He smiled helplessly as he watched the two of them flirting with each other. Hey, you three are here so early. Fortunately, Liang Qingqing came to the rescue in time, allowing Li Nianhe to avoid this boring farce. Although Su Xiaoke was not familiar with Li Nianhe, but I am still very sure that with his talent, he will definitely become my benefactor. After all, she is only 21 years old and doesn't want to rely on singing to make a living for the rest of her life. Take out a few bottles of water from your bag. It's a long way from Guichang to Shenanjia, should you bring a bottle of water? The three of them said thank you and took the mineral water. As I was about to enter the station, Zhuo Tianxin grabbed Liang Qingqing and said, Sister Qingqing, I also want to buy something for Brother Nianhe. She thought of asking Li Nianhe to accompany her on the trip, but she didn't bring anything. I feel like I'm totally incompetent as a future girlfriend. How come Liang Qingqing doesn't know what this simple and honest girl is thinking? Holding her hand, he said. Why rush? Let's go to the station first. There is a supermarket inside. The two passed through the security gate, and Zhuo Tianxin's first reaction was to look for Li Nianhe. But I found that he and Su Xiaoke were sitting in the massage chair and chatting happily. Suddenly, I was completely jealous. But she didn't know that Li Nianhe was just discussing the original song with Su Xiaoke. Then he sat next to Li Nianhe, quietly without saying a word. Looking at the tip of my shoes, I felt a little bored. After she listened carefully to the conversation between the two, she found that there was nothing to be jealous of. So I had to sit on the chair alone. She didn't even look at her phone, but just shook her little feet to pass the time, waiting for Li Nianhe and Su Xiaoke to finish their discussion. Their tickets were for the latest train. The number of people in the waiting hall gradually decreased until there were only a few people left. While Su Xiaoke was talking, she glanced at Zhuo Tianqin from the corner of her eye. I found that although she was about the same age as me, but it seems that he has not experienced any worldly things. Not to mention understanding a man's mind. She had long realized that she and Li Nianhe were not a couple. Instead, she stuck to this very talented boy. Apart from acting coquettishly and sulking, I don't know how to make a boy fall in love with me. Therefore, it was easy for her to snatch Li Nianhe away. She only had one thought, that Zhuo Tianqin was not suitable for Li Nianhe. But she is suitable, both in terms of musical path and personality. The two chatted for more than an hour. Zhuo Tianqin on the side just waited obediently and couldn't get a word in at all. Su Xiaoke stood up and said, "Mr. Li, I really admire your talent. By the way, I'm leaving for a while. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, I'll bring you something to eat." Li Nianhe shook his head slightly and said, "Not hungry." Su Xiaoke left. Finally, taking advantage of the time when Su Xiaoke is away, Zhuo Tianqin blinked his eyes and looked at Li Nianhe. "Have you finished your discussion?" Li Nianhe said confidently. "Well, I was right about her. She is indeed very suitable for this song." Zhuo Tianqin smiled with relief. Li Nianhe ignored her for more than an hour, and she was sad. "I just think that if music is his dream, what does this little grievance matter?" Then he asked again. "It's so late, are you hungry?" Although she knew that Su Xiaoke had already asked this question. But I still couldn't help but ask. "But I didn't expect that." Li Nianhe touched her little head and said, "A little bit. I wonder if the noodles you made are delicious. I want to try your cooking skills." Zhuo Tianqin felt warm in his heart, rolled his eyes at him and said, "Huh, don't instant noodles taste the same no matter how you make them?" Then he clapped his hands cutely and said, "My dear husband, please wait. I will prepare it for you." Then he took the already asleep Liang Qingqing to the supermarket in the waiting hall. Li Nianhe looked at her graceful back and a smile appeared on his lips. "I don't know what I'm thinking." After a while, Liang Qingqing supported the limping Zhuo Tianqin back. Li Nianhe panicked and stepped forward and asked, "What did this silly girl do again?" Liang Qingqing covered her forehead and said with dismay, "I was so excited going down the stairs that I fell flat on my face." Zhuo Tianqin stupidly held the instant noodles in front of Li Nianhe and said, "Brother Nianhe, it's ready." Li Nianhe no longer had the appetite to eat instant noodles. He handed the instant noodles to Liang Qingqing and hugged Zhuo Tianqin. "Place her firmly on the massage chair." Liang Qingqing, who was watching from the side, was very envious. Zhuo Tianqin's eyes were full of him, staring at his handsome face in a trance. Li Nianhe half knelt on the ground and took off the little guy's small sneakers. Wearing pure white and clean boat socks on top, she looks very cute. He held Zhuo Tianqin's little feet in his arms. Holding his hands gently, he raised his head and asked, "Does it hurt?" Unexpectedly, Zhuo Tianqin supported his little head with both hands and looked at him stupidly. With a happy smile on his face, how could he hear clearly what Li Nianhe said? Li Nianhe held her feet and twisted them slightly. Zhuo Tianqin groaned. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes with an expression that seemed to show both enjoyment and pain, and said, It hurts, brother Nianhe, please be gentler." Li Nianhe had no choice but to reduce his strength and said, "Okay, I'll be gentle." Then massage her carefully and gently. Liang Qingqing saw it all, and her heart was filled with excitement. This dog food is too filling. At the same time, not far away, Su Xiaoke was also standing there watching. The confidence I had just felt was completely wiped out. Suddenly I realized how ridiculous my previous thoughts were. Also completely lost. It turns out that when a man loves someone, he doesn't need the girl to do something. But even if the other party does nothing, he still loves her deeply. Chapter 37, Ambiguous Behavior in Public. Zhuo Tianxin is really a bit worrying. Li Nianhe slowly and gently held her feet in his hands. I turned slowly and found that it was quite badly sprained. It's all red and swollen. Thinking about how this girl has been sticking to me recently. I care about everything, even though I am a little confused. But for such a rich lady who has everything she wants without any preparation, it is not easy to achieve this. If the two of them were really together, it shouldn't be possible that it's just her working hard and silently contributing. This little girl must be very tired these days. Now, for a word from myself, I happily ran to buy instant noodles. Then he stupidly sprained his ankle. Li Nianhe's face showed no expression. But there is an indescribable pain in my heart. He lowered his head and massaged it for a few times. I saw that the little girl's feet had not gotten any better. It gradually swelled up and the tender white skin turned red. This can't go on like this. He suddenly remembered that he still had a system store. I wonder if there is any medicine that can provide relief? Sure enough, he opened them all in his mind. Found a green-blue medicine the size of a small bottle of oral solution. The title reads, "The most powerful and ultimate spiritual medicine for relieving pain from bruise and sin in all heavens and worlds." Li Nianhe? Isn't this the system bragging about itself? There is no extra text on the medicine bottle except for the ancient pattern. Li Nianhe noticed its price again, which required 1,000 popularity points. You know, the last time he bought the accompaniment of Lost in Fantasy, he only needed 100 popularity points. This song, whether in his previous life or this life, can bring him hundreds of thousands or even millions of wealth. This bottle of inconspicuous little medicine is actually 10 times more expensive than the accompaniment? It was because of this if that Li Nianhe thought of a sentence. There is no good thing at a cheap price, and there is no cheap thing at a good price. So I buy it with confidence. After all, products produced by the system must be high quality. He now has millions of dollars in popularity but nowhere to spend it. Even if you spend all the money one day, you can earn it back by releasing 2 songs. Besides, it's worth spending any amount of popularity for this cute little girl. He could say that he didn't love her, but in his heart he had already placed her on the same level as his family. So he rushed to the system store without hesitation and exchanged for a bottle of the most powerful and ultimate spiritual medicine for relieving pain in all heavens and worlds. Then he began to stop asking Zhuo Tianxin's opinion. He took off the white boat socks on her feet and put them in his pocket. Without the blocking of socks, he realized how soft the little guy's feet were. I couldn't help but pinch it gently. At the same time, I couldn't help but think. This little guy usually looks silly, so why do his feet have a faint fragrance? And she had already been walking all day. Is this the fairy physique that is rumored? Although this fairy is somewhat unqualified because she is always silly. I really don't know how she skipped a grade and was admitted to Jinling University. Seeing Li Nianhe squatting quietly in front of him holding his feet, still unwilling to let go, with a smile on his face, Zhuo Tianxin thought he was mocking her for having feet that were swollen like pig's trotters. But this action was rather ambiguous and she was reluctant to break it. Zhuo Tianxin bit her lips slightly, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. I can only lean on the chair, support myself with my little hands, and be obedient. Thought. What is this stupid pig doing? There is someone next to him. Although there are only a few people in the waiting room now. But in public, she still feels a little restrained. I even wanted to say to Li Nianhe, "Why are you so annoying? You always bully me." After some random thoughts, she actually blushed because of her own imagination. Li Nianhe didn't look at her. How could I know her little thoughts? He took out a bottle of light blue potion directly from his backpack. Zhuo Tianxin stared with big eyes, blinked and asked curiously, "Brother Nianhe, what kind of oral liquid is this? Is it for kidney tonic?" Li Nianhe. He curled his lips, tickled Zhuo Tianxin's feet a few times and said, "You tell me this every day, how scared are you that it won't work? Stop tickling my feet. They're itchy." It is said that feet are the most ticklish part of girls, so this must be uncomfortable. Zhuo Tianxin squeezed her legs together and almost collapsed. Li Nianhe no longer teased her on purpose. I just wanted to apply medicine to her quickly, otherwise she wouldn't be able to walk the next day. But you must use some force when rubbing the medicine so that it can achieve the greatest effect. So Li Nianha held her tender white and soft little feet in one hand. Rubbed the medicine with one hand with a little force. An instant painful and comfortable soreness came from my feet. Zhuo Tianxin was confused. I couldn't help but squeak. She looked down at Li Nianha's black hair with a somewhat aggrieved expression. In order to endure the pain, she quickly covered her mouth and said, "Brother Nianha, are you okay? If not, go to the hospital. It hurts." Su Xiaoka and Liang Qingqing looked at each other. I can't express my envy. When did they get some boyfriends that awesome? Although Li Nianha loves this little guy. But at this time, he would never be soft-hearted. Rubbed the green-blue potion back and forth on her feet. He did not forget to look up at her and said, "Hold on, it will be fine soon." Zhuo Tian was so heartbroken that he didn't want to talk anymore. "Just bend over and watch." She covered her mouth tightly, her beautiful eyes began to mist with tears, and nodded. Li Nianha looked at the empty medicine bottle. Pour out everything. Not a drop left. It was also noticed that Zhuo Tianxin's originally red and swollen ankle had begun to gradually recover. He carefully took out the little girl's socks from his pocket and put them on her. Then he put on her white sneakers gently. Zhuo Tianxin's face flushed, with some beads of sweat on his forehead. Li Nianha patted her shoulder and asked, "Are you okay? How do you feel now?" Zhuo Tianxin didn't have the strength to move anymore. He looked at Li Nianha with some resentment and said, "My feet were still very painful at first. You didn't know how to be gentle with me. But in the end, it seems that this medicine is somewhat helpful." Li Nianha put his hands on his waist, looked at the little girl lying on the chair, and said teasingly, "It's all so you can get better soon. Otherwise, I won't carry you if you're that heavy, lazy pig." Zhuo Tianxin stretched out her long legs and gently pushed Li Nianha. "Humph, you're the heavier one, so why do you despise me so much?" He pouted and said, "You used to call me a little cutie in the room, but now you call me a lazy pig outside." Then I noticed that my foot, which had been hurting so much just now, was now fine. He immediately stood up and jumped up and said, "I feel like I'm okay again." "You idiot, where did you get this medicine? The swelling went down so quickly, isn't it too effective?" She looked down at her legs and accidentally jumped into Li Nianha's arms. He put his hands around Li Nianha's strong waist and said, "Oops, sorry, I bumped into you." Li Nianha thought to himself, "Sister, isn't this too obvious? Ask immediately. I think you did it on purpose." Zhuo Tianxin leaned against his hot chest and said, "Yes, I did it on purpose. I was afraid that if I didn't take the initiative to hug you, you would drift away." Chapter 38, I've had enough dog food, stop arguing. Even so, Li Nianha still slowly pushed her away. Such actions are the most arousing. Even though he has learned to perfectly avoid some blind spots of the system. Make the love ban no longer detectable. But it won't be long before it is lifted. There is no need to challenge or violate the bottom line of the ban. What's more, the two of them get along quite harmoniously like this. Just get to know each other. He heard a story. In order to win the heart of a goddess, a dog. Work hard to constantly improve yourself, 3 years after 3 years. Finally, she successfully transformed herself into the goddess's best friend. So, is it okay for him and Zhuo Tianxin to be pretentious for dozens of days? If their story were a novel, I believe readers will agree with this. Because authors who can write such stories are usually very handsome. Readers all go for the appearance. Li Nianha and Zhuo Tianxin seem to have overlooked something. Yes, there are actually 4 of them. Su Xiaoka, who was standing next to them, had eyes as big as bells. I feel an indescribable pain in my heart. I am considerate and sensible, how am I inferior to Zhuo Tianxin? Liang Qingqing, who was standing by, became increasingly upset when she saw this dog abuse scene. She originally thought that traveling would make her feel better. By the way, take a few photos and post them on WeChat Moments to increase Yutong's admiration for you. But I didn't expect that the original comfort was gone and turned into the current distress. She had no expression on her face, and even said sourly, "Can you please stop showing off your affection? It's so annoying." Zhuo Tianxin stood beside Li Nianhe with his hands behind his back and said, "Humph, there are so many fish in your pond, if you have the guts, go ahead and spread them out." Liang Qingqing, hee hee. Inner thoughts, destroy it, I'm tired. While a few people were joking around. The last train to Shanghai North is about to arrive at the station. It is not the peak tourist season, nor is it the New Year holiday. So there was no one in the car. The four of them chose the same carriage. Li Nianhe sat there quietly, reading a copy of Fortress Besieged with great interest. Zhuo Tianxin took out his headphones and raised his hand clumsily. Put the other earphone into Li Nianhe's ears. He completely ignored Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoke who were traveling with him. Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoke held their lunchboxes and stared at each other. There was a look of frustration in his eyes. They have been cute little beauties that everyone loves since they were little, okay? Li Nianhe listened to the instrumental music in Zhuo Tianxin's headphones. Put down the book in your hand. Looking at the expressions of Liang Qingqing and the other person, I understood something. Road. It's a long journey, why not take a look at the scenery outside the window and then go to sleep? Su Xiaoke wanted to say something to Li Nianhe. But he found that Zhuo Tianxin was standing there as if nothing had happened, seemingly listening carefully. Su Xiaoke thought. How can I flirt with her? This girl is like a piece of armor on Li Nianhe's body, she can fight back. There are sleeper berths in the carriages. Zhuo Tianxin naturally didn't care about the feelings of the two single dogs. He took off his shoes, leaned on Li Nianhe's shoulder and said, "Brother, I'm so sleepy." Then after a while, she hugged Li Nianhe's arm and fell into a deep sleep. Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoke looked at each other and said in unison, "I'm not sleepy anymore." Li Nianhe couldn't help feeling helpless when he saw Zhuo Tianxin falling asleep in a second. When will this girl change her silly personality? In fact, he didn't know that. Zhuo Tianxin was not stupid before she met him. It can even be said that I am not stupid at all when I am not with him. She can manage a company with assets of over 10 million in an orderly manner. She also learned 4 languages in order to travel. But emotionally, she is a blank slate. The temporary conflict and emotion made her not know how to deal with it. So when she felt safe with Li Nianhe, I simply let down all my defenses. If her personality were compared to a hedgehog. Before the age of 18, all the spikes are directed at other people. Now, she showed her softest belly to Li Nianhe. As for whether she would be hurt or loved in return, she didn't care. Li Nianhe adjusted his posture. Put Zhuo Tianxin's little head on his thigh. I chose to lean against the window. This way, there is no need to worry that Zhuo Tianxin will stupidly roll off the bed in the middle of the night. Su Xiaoke and the other person opposite them kept watching Li Nianhe's subtle movements. It would be a lie to say I wasn't envious. Liang Qingqing turned her head and looked at Su Xiaoke and said, "Are you full?" Su Xiaoke looked somewhat desperate and said, "Dog food? No, I'm already full." At 6 in the morning. The sky was slightly bright. Li Nianhe and the other 3 walked out of the station. Zhuo Tian felt refreshed and said, "Yeah, I slept well last night." Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoke looked a little tired and said, "We didn't sleep well at all." Sitting on a tourist bus. The few of them finally arrived at the mysterious place where wild men and donkey-headed wolves were said to exist, Shenangjia. Although Li Nianhe felt that this was most likely hype for the development of tourism. But he still cooperated with the performance of his 3 younger sisters. Except for group tours every few days, they can freely choose attractions during the rest of the time. Liang Qingqing thought the scenic spot was not interesting, so she suggested going to the other side near the mountain. Li Nianhe had no objection. Not to say that he did not trust the wild men. Even if it really exists, with his strength, he can fight it on equal terms. After playing for an hour near the mountain, there were no strange creatures, but I did see a Wong Tai Sin. Zhuo Tianxin was so scared that she hugged Li Nianhe like an octopus. Liang Qingqing could only hug Su Xiaoke unwillingly, even though she didn't feel safe at all. But it still needs some consideration. On the way back, Zhuo Tianxin pointed at the kiwi fruit on the tree and said, "Brother Nianhe, I want to eat that fruit." Li Nianhe said indifferently, "This wild kiwi fruit is full of parasites and cannot be eaten." Zhuo Tianxin pulled at the corner of his clothes and begged, "No, you can't eat it, but I can just look at it." Liang Qingqing endured the 100,000 critical hits from the singles and retorted, Zhuo Tianqin, even if you grow 10 centimeters taller, you still can't pick it. Li Nianhe stretched out his hand perfunctorily and said. I can't even grow 10 centimeters taller. Zhuo Tianqin's eyes turned mischievously and he said. Then the two of us together can pick it. Then he stuck to Li Nianhe's back like a little kid and said. I'll ride on your shoulders, that's all. Li Nianhe really couldn't understand why this girl was so smart at this time. I had no choice but to agree. Zhuo Tianqin was wearing a long skirt, so there was no need to worry about exposing herself. Even if there was exposure, only Li Nianhe could see it. That's all. She sat on Li Nianhe's shoulders and successfully picked the kiwi fruit. But because of being too excited, the body tilted, almost falling to the ground. Li Nianhe had abnormal strength and caught her easily. It's just that Zhuo Tianqin, who was originally sitting behind the neck, moved to the front. He put Zhuo Tianqin down. I watched her turn her back embarrassedly, holding the kiwi fruit. Recalling the confused look on my face just now. That wonderful smell is mixed with the fragrance of a young girl. It reminded him of an advertisement slogan. I know the taste of the sea. Chapter 39 Routines, all routines. Several people returned to the downtown area. After what just happened, Zhuo Tianqin became a little quiet. Because that was the most intimate contact with Li Nianhe so far. It caught her off guard. She held a large kiwi fruit that looked like a mutant, and walked with her shoulder close to Li Nianhe. Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing followed behind, looking like two tools. The food street near this scenic spot is very lively. Zhuo Tianqin saw a stall and pointed at it. Hey, Liang Qingqing, there's a folding fan stall over there, shall we go take a look? Liang Qingqing said in a weird tone from behind. Hua, you remember me now? Zhuo Tianqin turned around and took her hand and said. That's right, Sister Qingqing is so nice to me. Liang Qingqing was coaxed into submission with just a few words. Then I decided not to turn evil. Follow Zhuo Tianqin to see how folding fans are sold. Zhuo Tianqin stepped forward and said. Boss, is there any printing on this fan? Liang Qingqing looked at her pretty profile in confusion. Why print? But then I heard Zhuo Tianqin continue. Is it okay if I want to print my boyfriend's name? When Liang Qingqing heard this, her expression froze and she put on a mask of pain. I thought to myself, I'd better turn evil. Zhuo Tianqin simply ignored the tool beside him. Ask the boss for the price. The gentle lady boss said. Girl, you can only print one word. Which word are you going to print for your boyfriend? Zhuo Tian said without even thinking. Madam Boss, I want to print the word river. The proprietress said gently. Girl, what a coincidence. My husband writes the word river the best. I love watching him write the most. Liang Qingqing withstands single critical hit plus 100. A few minutes later. Li Nianhe watched Liang Qingqing and the other person coming over. I found that there was a word river printed on the folding fan the little guy was holding. He immediately asked. This handwriting is so ugly, did you write it? Zhuo Tianqin was confused and said. Is it ugly? I think it's beautiful. I think any word with the word river in it is beautiful. Li Nianhe knew her little thoughts but didn't expose them. I immediately asked the other two girls. It's late, shall we find a place to eat? All three of them agreed. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, because now that he did I felt a little hungry. Li Nianhe looked at Xaner's long legs. Considering how long she had walked, she must be very tired? He looked around and pointed to a Japanese store and said. This one, right? Kobe steak? Su Xiaoke took a look. I also started to think about it. Hey. It's my time to show off. He immediately said with great understanding. Mr. Li, the food here should be quite expensive. I don't need to eat that good, I can just find a fast food restaurant. I feel a little proud in my heart. This can help Nianhe save money and show your kindness. Then he looked at Zhuo Tianqin arrogantly. I thought to myself, sister, you don't know my moves. Zhuo Tianqin was playing with the fan lovingly and didn't notice it at that time. But she heard what Su Xiaoke said, but didn't find anything wrong. He immediately patted his chest and said. Don't worry, I'll treat you. I can afford it even if you chase after the cows. Su Xiaoke? Liang Qingqing held her forehead and thought, you are the daughter of a wealthy family after all, why do you talk like a nouveau riche? Zhuo Tianxin naturally didn't care. She now has several bank cards, any one of which contains tens of millions of dollars. She just wanted to make Li Nianhe happy. When several people were serving the dishes, the waiter came over with a cart. A silver lid was opened, revealing a small cake inside. She looked at Li Nianhe and Zhuo Tianxin with a smile and said, "You two are a couple, right?" Zhuo Tianxin and Li Nianhe didn't say anything and their reactions were a little confused. Little did they know, they had almost walked into the store arm in arm. The store manager happened to see it. The waiter continued, "It's like this, when couples come to our store, we will give them a small cake for free." Then he brought the cake to the table and lit the candles. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "May you live long and long." Su Xiaoke suffers a single critical hit plus 100. Liang Qingqing suffered a single critical hit plus 100. Of course Li Nianhe didn't want to spoil the fun, so he moved his face closer to blow out the candles. The next moment, he found that Zhuo Tianxin was in sync with him. Made the same choice. From a distance, it looks like a couple kissing happily, breathing each other's breath. After they returned to their seats, some of the shop assistants were already cheering and clapping. Li Nianhe thought about it and decided to tell the waiter, "Thank you. We're not a couple yet, so what about this cake?" The waiter looked at the two men's appearance and felt very sensible. "I think it's not that bad that these two are not a couple." He immediately said, "Little brother, it's okay. Even if it's not, I can still give it to you." "Bless you." Li Nianhe's mouth twitched, thinking, "Good fellow, did I say that in vain?" He sat back in his seat. But I found the air a little quiet. Then she saw Liang Qingqing opposite her winking at her. He immediately knew what was going on. He turned around and looked at Zhuo Tianxin, who had an unhappy face. I thought to myself that I had done something wrong just now. He immediately patted her shoulder gently and said, "Well, what's wrong?" Zhuo Tianxin said slowly, "It's been so long, you're not willing to admit it even for a second?" Li Nianhe lowered his head and looked at the ground, feeling very distressed. Looking at Zhuo Tianxin's profile, he said, "I have something to say to you." Zhuo Tianxin asked, "What?" Li Nianhe put his mouth close to Zhuo Tianxin's ear. He whispered in a low voice, "I have walked the path you have walked, does this count as a meeting? I have felt the wind you have felt, does that count as an embrace?" Hearing this, Zhuo Tianxin's heart trembled and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he playfully smeared a smear of cake on Li Nianhe's face. Li Nianhe was not angry at all. He smiled gently and prepared to get some paper to wipe it. Zhuo Tianxin stopped him and said, "No wiping." Li Nianhe asked, "Why?" Zhuo Tianxin smiled and said, "Because it's a waste." Li Nianhe looked puzzled and said, "Waste? I won't wipe it off, but leave it until it gets hard, and then I'll take it off?" Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing on the opposite side were amused. "It seems that I am beginning to like the flirting between these two." Zhuo Tianxin was silent for a while and said, "Even if I have to get rid of it, I have to use my method. It's your fault for bullying me just now." Li Nianhe put down the tissue and said lovingly, "Okay, use your method." Zhuo Tianxin began to smile and said, "Then close your eyes first." Li Nianhe was puzzled. "Isn't it just applying cream? Why are you closing your eyes?" Last time, the little guy asked her to close her eyes, but he was so aroused that she couldn't control herself. However, in order to apologize to her, I chose to compromise. Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing were also very curious. What is this sister Xin trying to do? But Zhuo Tianxin opened his folding fan with a snap, blocking her and Li Nianhe's faces. The pink cherry lips kissed her. Li Nianhe felt a wetness on his face. Suddenly opened my eyes. By the time he reacted, Zhuo Tianxin had already returned to his original position. There was still some milky white cream at the corners of her mouth, and her face was gradually turning red. Li Nianhe was dumbfounded. Routine. It's all a routine. When did this little guy become so cunning? You kissed my face like this? Chapter 40 The Joy of Eating with Hanin. After Li Nianhe screamed in his heart, I began to recall the feeling of being secretly kissed by Zhuo Tianxin just now. The wet and soft touch made him so excited that he was completely messed up. It directly strikes the soul of the sage in the body and cannot be forgotten for a long time. Turn your head. Zhuo Tianqin used the knife and fork in his hand to cut the steak on the plate. There was a blush on her delicate face due to shyness. But he looked as if nothing had happened. First time. This was the first time she kissed a boy's face in 18 years. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Now the deer in her heart is still beating wildly. After the kiss, she realized. I didn't even dare to face Li Nianhe. I can only pretend nothing happened. But the joy in her brows betrayed her. At the same time, she also noticed that Li Nianhe was looking at her profile very brazenly. Her ears gradually turned red. Directly opened the inner drama. What a fool! What are you looking at? Ah, I feel so ashamed and impulsive, should I run away? She herself doesn't know. Why did I think about kissing Li Nianhe on the face for so long? When it actually happens, you will be at a loss as to what to do. Perhaps it is just as the book says. When a boy suddenly breaks into the heart of an ignorant girl, their love is unreasonable. Li Nianhe became more and more excited as he watched. Ignoring the delicacies on the table, holding up his little head. Looking at Zhuo Tianqin. Today she is dressed simply and pure. White Puma sneakers and a white skirt, paired with a light blue t-shirt. Her hip-length hair was tied into a neat ponytail, with a few strands of black hair left in front of her forehead. Thought. Don't be fooled by this little guy's silly appearance. He looks really good no matter how he dresses up. Well, she looks good even without dressing up. He thought that to be more direct, when two people were alone in a room, it was best to wear as little as possible. Of course, Li Nianhe was not greedy for her body. I just want to make myself happy. Over here. Zhuo Tianqin is still trying hard to act cool. But Li Nianhe had already seen through her little thoughts. Just because of a kiss. Can she be happy for one night? What kind of cute and silly girl is this? But she also has a face that is envied by both humans and gods. Unreasonably fascinate everyone. The two have known each other for more than 10 days. I did a lot of things that only couples can do. We also did many things that couples cannot do. Li Nianhe thought. I should be able to give her more, right? This little girl is so easily satisfied. He sat next to Zhuo Tianqin. Look at her blatantly and without any concealment. The little girl finally couldn't help but said. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen your future wife? Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing, the tools sitting opposite, were stunned on the spot. Suddenly I felt that the steak on the plate was not fragrant. Su Xiaoke turned around and asked Liang Qingqing. Can dog food also be put in a hot pot? Liang Qingqing, this is the first time. Li Nianhe also began to ignore the two girls from Pume opposite. He did not directly answer Zhuo Tianqin's question. He stretched out his index and middle fingers and touched the place that had just been kissed by a little kid. Very naturally, put it on the tip of your nose and take a slight sniff. The scent of Zhuo Tianqin's lipstick still lingered on it. It makes people look confused. He leaned close to Xianer's ear. She said softly in a low and magnetic voice. It smells so good and moisturizing. What brand of lipstick is this? I wonder if it tastes good. Zhuo Tianqin felt that the deer in his heart was very stubborn. Because it was throbbing all the time. Without thinking too much about what Li Nianhe said. Stupid pig, you can't eat lipstick. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Li Nianhe continued to tease her. No, there is a kind of lipstick that can be eaten. Zhuo Tianqin was stunned and asked. Is there? Li Nianhe nodded affirmatively and continued in her ear. Yes, the one in your mouth is edible. After listening, Zhuo Tianqin's body trembled slightly. Tighten your legs. Li Nianhe's breath made her ears itch. She couldn't help but lift her shoulders. Li Nianhe was still leaning close to her ear. My eyes involuntarily looked down. To be honest, the little guy's clothes are not very loose. But the movement of her shoulders just happened to push the collar open. Li Nianhe looked down without any bad intentions. It was a white chasm that made men unable to extricate themselves. Seeing that the little guy was almost ready to get the hang of it after being teased by me, Li Nianhe immediately stopped when he saw that things were going well. Directly entered the gentleman template. Sitting upright in the chair, he said in a very serious tone. Tianxin, as we are friends, I hope you can take care of the misunderstanding just now. Zhuo Tianxin? She is stupid. This feeling is coming. I was already thinking in my heart how to half-heartedly give in to Li Nianhe's wild flirting. Is that all? Li Nianhe, are you not capable enough? How come you finished so quickly? Seeing Li Nianhe pretending to be serious, Zhuo Tianxin was extremely angry. The face is puffy. The little foot kicked him and said, "You stupid pig, you flirt and then run away, I'm so mad." Li Nianhe didn't care about her. Who knows, the next moment. The little guy rushed over directly. The fierce man said, "Look. I'm not going to bite you. Then just eat it." Then the next second. She covered her mouth and said aggrievedly, "Ouch, my teeth." Li Nianhe was defeated by the little guy's silly behavior. It is early spring now. Li Nianhe is wearing a long-sleeved white shirt. This little guy bites everywhere. He bit the watch on his sleeve directly. He put down the car with a wry smile. Gently stroking Zhuo Tianxin's little face, he asked, "Are you okay?" Zhuo Tianxin felt very aggrieved, and looked at him dependently and said, "Something's wrong. It hurts, but it's too much trouble to go to the clinic. If you kiss me, maybe the sweetness of love can numb the pain." Li Nianhe was stunned. "Hua! Good guy. You went to such lengths to come up with metaphysics just to get me to kiss you? If we go on like this, we be far from philosophy?" After making sure that she was fine, he said, "I think I should go to the clinic. After all, this is not a small problem." Zhuo Tianxin actually felt a little pain, but she couldn't see her teeth. Thinking that what Li Nianhe said was true, he asked, "No way?" Li Nianhe turned his head and said, "Yes, if it still hurts, I'll probably need an injection." I heard about the injection. Zhuo Tianxin panicked. He immediately picked up the chopsticks and touched the side of his face. "Imitating my mother's old manner," she said. "Hey, why doesn't my tooth hurt anymore?" Su Xiaoke, Li Nianhe, and the other two almost burst out laughing. 1 hour's time. The two of them quarreled excessively. The two young ladies who were tools on the opposite side were already numb. He immediately turned into a foodie, wishing to eat Zhuo Tianxin into poverty. If Zhuo Tianxin knew their thoughts, he must have turned into a silly upstart and said, "Eat me out of money? Even if you bring all your aunts and uncles with you, you can't make me out of money." Li Nianhe took out the tissue on the table. He wiped the corner of his mouth very gentlemanly and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Liang Qingqing looked at his back and rarely showed a serious expression. Asked Zhuo Tianxin on the opposite side, "Tianxin, I can see that you like him very much. Even though you know you want to keep going, have you ever thought about the future?" Zhuo Tianxin wiped her mouth, looked at Liang Qingqing with her watery eyes and said, "I have thought about it. Dating, getting married, and then having a bunch of kids." Su Xiaoke? Liang Qingqing. Liang Qingqing endured the passive damage of the bachelor and continued to ask, "I mean, even if you want to, I'm optimistic about you. But have you ever thought about whether your family can accept him?" Chapter 41 Weird Activities in the Milk Tea Shop. Zhuo Tianxin was stumped by her question. His expression was slightly stunned. She never seemed to think about it. Wait until Li Nianhe comes back. Several people walked downstairs. Li Nianhe walked in front and swaggered out of the door. Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing were waiting for Zhuo Tianxin to pay the bill. Zhuo Tianxin held the bank card and asked, "Bill, please." The waiter smiled professionally and said, "Your consumption is 10,200 yuan. However, the handsome and charming young man who just walked out has already given it to me." "Ah?" Zhuo Tianxin turned her head and looked at Li Nianhe, who was quietly standing outside with his back to them. Complained, "This stupid pig is such a spendthrift, spending his own money again. But there is always an indescribable warmth in my heart." Li Nianhe's thoughtfulness. Unlike some boys who try to please others deliberately and appear fake in order to achieve their goals. As soon as you get it, your shortcomings will be exposed. But unintentionally, everything will be arranged. Let her be free to act like an ignorant child. At this moment, she really wanted to go over and bite him again. She put away the bank card. Prepare to stick to Li Nianhe. But suddenly he thought of something and turned his head and asked. We didn't seem to eat much, so the price is wrong, isn't it? Zhuo Tianqing didn't care about this little money, but she wasn't someone who would let herself be cheated. What's more, this pit is caused by my boyfriend. The waiter apologized and said. The two friends behind you ordered 3 kilograms of 5 Kobe beef while you were chatting with your friends. Zhuo Tianqing turned around and glanced at them. I found these two pretty girls holding toothpicks in their mouths in a very unpresentable manner. An expression that said, I don't understand what you are saying. After Zhuo Tianqing understood, he said naturally. Let's go, two foodies. Then he jumped and ran behind Li Nianhe. Hugging him tightly from behind, she said. Brother, long time no see, did you miss me? Li Nianhe turned around and said. My lady, I don't know you at all, please don't touch me. Zhuo Tianqing slapped his strong chest and said. We don't know each other? You bad man, you made me wet several times. Zhuo Tianqing said this several times without saying anything, and immediately felt that something was wrong. Then shut up. Li Nianhe didn't tease her and said. Let's go shopping. Su Xiaoke crossed her arms and looked at the two people in front of her who were a perfect match. Turning around, he said to Liang Qingqing. It seems that your worry just now was unnecessary. Liang Qingqing nodded disappointedly and said. Yeah, I wanted to get involved, but I didn't expect Li Nianhe to just be low-key. Several people walked along the food street. 3 women and 1 man traveled together. Li Nianhe walked at the front. We came to a place where plum blossoms were everywhere. Li Nianhe was moved by the scene. The woman who hurt him the most in his previous life loved plum blossoms the most. Zhuo Tianqing saw that the scenery here was extremely beautiful. He took out his mobile phone and started the live broadcast. The virtual anime avatar only used the facial recognition of Li Nianhe and Zhuo Tianqing. Therefore, passers-by basically appear without beauty filters. After Zhuo Tianqing started broadcasting, popularity is rising rapidly. In the live broadcast room. Sister Amotong, you haven't live streamed for a long time. I thought you were having a baby with your boyfriend. Who is this woman dressed so youthfully and beautifully? Give me back my queen. Sister, we don't know you, please let the man out. Yes, we want to listen to our idol sing. Zhuo Tianqing was confused. She didn't wait for the welcome ceremony from her fans. I found out that these guys didn't even think about me. Instead, they were clamoring to see Li Nianhe. I felt a little unhappy and thought to myself, these old witches are targeting my man again. She said proudly. Humph, only I can see my man. Netizen, Sister Amotong, you are too small, your vision is too narrow. Zhuo Tianqing shifted the question and said. Let me show you the scenery of Shenangjia. There are plum blossoms. Netizens, 1,000 kinds of scenery are not as good as a glimpse of a handsome man. Flirting with your man in front of her? Zhuo Tianqing almost shut himself off. Su Xiaoke on the side said. Hey, you're live streaming, oh no, so you're the popular female gaming anchor? In the live broadcast room, many male fans lost their composure instantly when they saw Su Xiaoke's appearance. Damn, this girl is pretty good looking. I'm done with this. She is so beautiful, with phoenix eyes, oval face, and so fair skin. She's so beautiful, and her breasts are so wavy. Have you noticed that she is so beautiful, but no male idol even looks at her? With this in mind, our sister Amotong will definitely crush her in terms of appearance. Not necessarily, it may be because of the money power. Zhuo Tianqing said, Su Xiaoke, my fans are praising you. Although she knew that Su Xiaoke was interested in Li Nianhe, she didn't care about it that much. Su Xiaoke glanced at the screen and said politely, thank you. She is not a bad girl. She has a good impression of Li Nianhe and expresses it openly. Liang Qingqing was also very curious, looked over and said. Are you live streaming? Did you praise me? She currently had a thick hot dog in her mouth and was looking at the screen. Friends. This girl is okay, but she's too peaceful, isn't she? Hey, this Paravay can stop the aircraft carrier. Stop using aircraft carriers, that's too much. I think stop using starships is more appropriate. Liang Qingqing watched the people on the screen laugh at her Wangzai buns. With a hot dog in his mouth, his face fell. How careless is this girl, she actually appeared on camera with a big hot dog in her mouth. Screenshot emoji. Liang Qingqing completely turned evil. Zhuo Tianqin, can't you wait until I'm ready before broadcasting live? Zhuo Tianqin had no choice but to comfort her. I didn't take a picture of you, you came here on your own. Su Xiaoke pointed to the exhibition over there and said. Hey, look, what's that $1,000 reward? They both noticed at the same time. Zhuo Tianqin pulled Li Nianhe and trotted. Brother Nianhe, let's go over and take a look too. Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoke were also bored, so they followed over. Li Nianhe took a few glances. It's definitely a milk tea shop. Why did he look so long and unsure? That's because the milk tea shop in this parallel world is really weird. In my previous life, milk tea shops were all fresh and simple in style. It has an ancient style? This activity was organized by this milk tea shop. It seems to mean, if you write a poem for the store and satisfy the store manager, you can get a reward of 1,000 yuan. In Zhuo Tianqin's live broadcast room. Oh my god, this milk tea shop is really something, why is it so artistic? Is this store trying to hype itself up and attract customers? Ordinary people these days can't even write well, so who can write poetry? Can you write poetry? I can't. I can't do it either. Who would write poetry if they were serious? Li Nianhe looked at the activities of this store without any fluctuation in his heart. But he was not moved. The system is very excited. A long-lost cold female voice came into my mind. Task: use temporary calligraphy master skills to create poetry. Li Nianhe said expressionlessly. Damn it, I can't. Reward, 500,000 cash. Li Nianhe coughed a few times and said. But I can learn. Chapter 42. Could that person be me? Zhuo Tianqin held Li Nianhe's arm, leaned her little head on his shoulder and said. Brother Nianhe, who do you think will go out and help this store propose poems? Li Nianhe said proudly, of course it's me. Because of the height. Zhuo Tianqin could only pat his broad and strong chest. The live broadcast room joked. My male god is so naughty. Little brother really likes to tease sister Mo Tong. You guys still say you're not a couple, but you're hugging each other. Zhuo Tianqin didn't quite believe it either. Who can write poetry nowadays? Do you really think I'm stupid? Li Nianhe suppressed his laughter and said. Real. The little fellow's beautiful eyes flickered, and she even began to believe it. Brother Nianhe can really write poetry? Li Nianhe shook his head and said. No, I really think you are stupid. Sister Xiana was stunned at first, then she patted him coquettishly and said. You are the stupid one. If I were stupid, you would be the stupid husband. Live broadcast room. Why do male gods always talk so showy? I guessed the ending, but I didn't guess the conclusion. The male god is so handsome, he can be called Shinshou for short. Sister Mo Tong, don't broadcast the game live anymore. Just broadcast your daily life. Then I can go without food for 3 or 4 days just by eating dog food. Li Nianhe pretended to be ruthless and said in a deep voice. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm actually one of the few poets of our time. Live broadcast room. Yes, wet man. Whenever my male god recites a poem, I feel so wet. Zhuo Tianqin rolled his eyes at him angrily and said. I don't believe it. If you are a poet, I am the poet's wife. Netizen, Sister Mo Tong is really taking advantage of the male god all the time. The queen suddenly became cute, so sweet. Li Nianhe did not look at the comments. What comes to mind is Zhuo Tianqin's unremitting pursuit of himself. Let him love her so much. She really wants to be the other half of my life. Rest assured. It won't take long for me to make you understand. You're doing all this for what it's worth. I will give you double the reward. Both mentally and physically. He stared at Zhuo Tianqin's profile. Looking at her long eyelashes, she is very charming. Lowering his head, he whispered in his ear. How about I write you a poem? Before Zhuo Tianqin could react, Li Nianhe had already walked up the stairs. In the live broadcast room. Oh my god, this male god really dares to go. Our male god is really a man who never gives up. Okay, I'm convinced by this. No matter what it says, I'll give it 10 rockets. Liang Qingqing asked. Can he really write poetry? Zhuo Tianqin was a little confused and said. I've known him for so long, and I've never seen him have this kind of hobby. Su Xiaoke looked at it casually and said. It doesn't matter whether you can write or not. We come here to travel to have fun, and that's what's important. Friends. This young lady seems to have a mature charm. Yes, you can tell by looking at the degree of fermentation of her steamed buns. Damn it, you guys are driving again. Look, the little brother is really gone. How come the male god is so tall and has such a good figure? What a great figure, she looks at least 190 centimeters tall, like a model. The store manager is a charming young woman. She looked at the tall and handsome Li Nianhe in front of her with some emotion. Not sure. Are you really going to write poetry? You know, we need to pay a 100 yuan participation fee here. Li Nianhe took out a $100 bill from his pocket and said, I'm sure. Please prepare pen, ink, paper, and inkstone for me. Many people on the street saw this scene. They also gathered together with great curiosity. Because many people have come to challenge us in the past 2 days. After a while, this ancient-style milk tea shop attracted a large number of people. This is also what the young shop owner wants. Some people discussed. This young man, can he really write? Before, it was old uncles who wrote poems. This is the first time for a young man to write poems. Li Nianhe did not pick up the pen, but raised it and looked outside the crowd. Looking at the plum blossoms, he recalled his unspeakable emotional experience. He hadn't figured out what to write before, but now he knew. Live broadcast room. Little brother, even if you don't write, just standing there is enough for me to watch for a long time. I'm so curious about what the male god will write. Li Nianhe held a brush and used the calligraphy master skills he had acquired from the system. He skillfully applied ink on the white paper. The characters were so powerful that they could be seen through the back of the paper, and the strokes were like dragons and snakes. From the moment he picked up the pen, his temperament changed completely. It's like a master who devotes himself to this work without showing off. Li Nianhe looked focused and was not disturbed by any external factors. Then, Zhuo Tianxin, Su Xiuke and the other two were stared at in a trance. Especially Zhuo Tianxin, she had never seen this side of Li Nianhe. So strange, yet so charming. My admiration for him began to grow a little more. Friends. Don't even mention whether the writing is good or not, just look at the temperament, I want to lick it. I'm a member of the National Calligraphy Association. This guy's calligraphy can't reach this level without 10 years of practice. Shit, there's a big guy among us. Apart from anything else, although I don't understand calligraphy, this character does look very handsome. Lian Qingqing also saw Li Nianhe's elegant side and said, Xin her sister, I think he might be able to do it. Zhuo Tianxin did not answer. His words echoed in my mind, I'll write a song for you. Eyes full of admiration. I immediately told my friends. No matter how Nianhe writes, I like it. When the ink is somewhat dry. Several staff members held up the rice paper. The crowd said, It's done, it's done. Look at what this boy has done. The live broadcast room also became lively. Look carefully at the 4 columns of poetry on the rice paper. Spring has come to the small streets in the south of the city again. I only see plum blossoms but no people. People have 3,000 diseases from birth to old age. The only thing that cannot be cured is lovesickness. Everyone looked at the poem and fell silent at first, as if they could all feel a hint of sadness in it. Then they praised. This young man is really good. This poem is really interesting. This is the south of the city, and there are plum blossoms. Is this handsome boy improvising a poem? What a talent! I wonder if he has a girlfriend. My girl should get married soon. After seeing this poem in the live broadcast room, no longer calm. Oh my god, this poem is so appropriate for the occasion, isn't it? The first part describes the scenery, and the second part describes the longing for Emoton. It's really great. I've seen awesome people, but I've never seen anyone as awesome as this. This calligraphy is good, but this poem is even better. I also want to be teased by a little brother like this. I'm so envious of Sister Emoton. What kind of a godly boyfriend did she find? Calm down, you're not my boyfriend yet. Zhuo Tianxin stared at the poem blankly. Although she usually seems very simple-minded, she is a graduate of Jinling University after all. I naturally understand how difficult it is to write a poem in this format. At least in modern times, she has not seen many who write well. However, this poem touched her. People have 3,000 diseases from birth to old age. Only lovesickness cannot be cured. She silently recited the poem. So you also miss someone? Could that person be me? Chapter 43 Li Nianhe, why am I so popular again? Zhuo Tianqin looked at the 4 lines of poetry on the rice paper. Tenderness flows in her beautiful eyes. I couldn't look away for a long time. I even forgot that I was still live streaming. GIFs are constantly flying across the live broadcast room. Words of exclamation kept flooding the screen. More and more passers-by gathered on the roadside. They pointed at the poems on the rice paper and praised them. Li Nianhe was very calm in his heart, he had nothing to be proud of. If we have to give praise, it should be because our predecessors in our previous lives were so awesome. He looked at the poem on the rice paper. At least he was very satisfied with the words because he wrote them. Then I suddenly felt a little lonely. It has been half a month since I came into this world, and it feels like a dream. Can I really never go back? But it is gratifying that, at least in this world, he lived the life a man should live. He just stood there, looking at the poems. Others don't know what he is thinking. Many people also noticed a hint of sadness and loneliness in Li Nianhe's eyes. Out of tune with the surroundings. This little brother is so handsome. This poem is well written, and his melancholy eyes make me want to give him a hug. I want to give my little brother the warmth in my body at a distance. This young man has an aura that makes him seem otherworldly. Li Nianhe stood there with a pen in hand. Looking at the rice paper upright, his thoughts flew back to his previous life. His handsome face and elegant figure almost captivated all the women present. Not to mention Zhuo Tianqin, Su Xiaoke, and the other 2 who already knew Li Nianhe. At that moment, Zhuo Tianqin and the other 2, who were very arrogant, had an illusion. Are they really worthy of this handsome young man? The next second, a night wind blew by. Thousands of plum blossoms blew in the wind, and Li Nianhe, who was holding a pen, raised his head slightly. Staring up dejectedly, plum blossom petals brushed past his side. It outlines a peerless landscape. It mesmerizes others, stuns time, and makes girls wet. A little Lolita of 7 or 8 years old. I took this photo not very skillfully. Although only Li Nianhe's back and his mysterious profile were captured. But decades later, his face is still coveted by millions of young girls. There are also countless girls who think that they were born too late and did not see their male idol at his peak of beauty. Li Nianhe put down his pen. He walked up to the young and graceful store manager and said, "Does this poem feel okay?" The store manager had already been stunned twice before. The first time was when I read this poem. I felt that the girlish feelings hidden in my heart were opened up. The second time was when he saw thousands of plum blossoms falling on Li Nianhe. At that moment, she felt as if this boy did not belong to this world. At this time, she was questioned by Li Nianhe. I started to feel a little shy. She no longer believed in men a few years ago, but now she showed her shyness as a young girl and said, "My dear brother, your poem is so well written." Li Nianhe nodded very gentlemanly. "Are you satisfied with that?" The young woman looked up at Li Nianhe lovingly. I thought to myself, how can he be so handsome? Hey bro, how do you combine a good-looking appearance with an interesting soul? Still so talented, wow, you're definitely the template for your future husband. Li Nianhe didn't know what she was thinking. I thought, is this woman a little hard of hearing? Then he asked awkwardly, "Boss lady?" The young woman hesitated for a moment. "Don't call me boss lady, just call me sister." Li Nianhe? Although this young store manager is also a charming woman. But he could even withstand the angelic looks of Zhuo Tianqin and Su Xiaoke. Most beautiful women are really completely immune to it. Even if the young woman was naked in front of him. He just shook his head slightly to show respect. He immediately said, "Okay, manager." The young woman finally finished her shyness. Then he shook his head very sensibly and said, "Little brother, I cannot and dare not accept this poem." Li Nianhe was mesmerized on the spot. I thought to myself, what do you mean? Are you trying to default on your debt? Although he just wanted to write poetry, this is at least the result of his hard work. Then asked, why? Still not good enough? Oh, I mean, not good enough? The young store manager quickly shook her head in fear and said, No, it's not that it's not good, it's too good. My little shop is not worthy of this poem at all. Although I don't have a high degree, after reading it, I was shocked for a long time. It was really amazing. Li Nianha had a black question mark face in his mind and thought. After all, you just want to default on your debt? If you don't let me take the bonus, how can I collect 500,000 yuan in cash? Immediately endured and said. Manager, it's okay. I still have a lot of poems in my mind that I can copy. No, I can create. This song is just the tip of the iceberg of my endless talent. The young woman acted like a girl, which made the old men who were watching her stood up straight. She said. How about this, I'll give you the bonus. I will also pay for the 3-month use rights of your poem with 5,000 yuan. Mission completed, 500,000 cash has been received. Seeing that the money had arrived, Li Nianha didn't care about so many things. How difficult is that? Deal. Then he took out the QR code and handed it over. The young woman scanned the code stupidly, thinking, why do I feel like I'm getting it for free? But what she didn't know was. What a right decision she made. Half a month later, countless tourists came here because of this poem. At the same time, this poem is going viral on platforms like Tiba, Weibo, and Douyin. It also attracted the attention of many old scholars in Long State. Because writing poetry, especially good poetry that is rare in a century, is the most difficult thing to come by. It is not as simple as writing lyrics or composing music. The knowledge contained in poetry is something many people cannot understand in their lifetime. It is no surprise that it has caused heated discussions across the internet. However, all the videos about Li Nianha on the internet were recorded from Zhuo Tianqin's live broadcast room. His face was completely obscured by a two-dimensional virtual avatar. After reading the poem, I looked at Li Nianha's tall and strong figure. Many girls had intracranial orgasms. If an old man wrote this poem, perhaps they would not feel anything. But Li Nianha himself has top-notch looks and charm, and with his talent, who wouldn't he be tempted? Not to mention, there were many people around him saying that the boy was so handsome. It is completely possible for netizens to imagine Li Nianha's appearance. More handsome than Leonardo DiCaprio, crushes Chen Guanxi, and beats Wu Yanzu. I saw that major online dating forums began to discuss it crazily. This is the brother who sang Courage on Douyin before. No way, is it really him? Not only can singing seduce and save people, but you can also write poetry and lyrics? My male god, do you want to seduce this little girl to death? God, what kind of godly man is this? Sorry, my husband made a fool of himself. Since I met this mysterious little brother, my idol is no longer popular. I can play the 3 songs of the male god on repeat every day, but they are not the official versions, which is so annoying. Li Nianha walked off the stage. He ignored the flirtatious glances from his many younger sisters. He walked up to Zhuo Tianqin and said, Do you like it? Zhuo Tianqin nodded gently, then took out a piece of paper to wipe the ink off his hands and said, Stupid pig, your hands are all dirty. Chapter 44. You're not scared anymore, are you? Li Nianha looked at this silly guy wiping his hands. Prepare to play some fun. While she wasn't paying attention, he smeared the ink directly on her little nose. Then walk away quickly. Zhuo Tianqin was stunned at first, then wiped the tip of his nose and said, almost crying, Don't run, you stinky man. I'm going to bite you. Zhuo Tianqin's only skill against Li Nianha is bite. It's a pity that her skill level is too low. If Li Nianha doesn't want her to bite, then it will basically be in vain. After a few people casually visited the nearby scenic spots, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. They found a hotel with high ratings online and checked in. The waiter was a relatively young guy. When he saw Li Nianha coming with 3 girls to get a room, he was stunned. Although he had a smile on his face, his heart was already filled with sourness and his body was in chaos. My heart immediately collapsed. Why have I lived for 25 years and still not had a girlfriend? But others brought 3 in at once. What is even more outrageous is that all 3 girls are so beautiful. The guy at the hotel front desk suddenly felt that he was in this world just to make up the numbers. No. It doesn't even count as filling the numbers, it's just a waste of air. He forced a smile and held the ID cards of 4 people. After taking a look at the room today, he said politely, Sir, you have come at the right time. We have exactly 2 rooms left in our hotel. 1 deluxe double bed and 1 deluxe single bed. Li Nianha nodded and immediately knew how to arrange it. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuo Tianqin next to him said shyly, "Then I'll just reluctantly share a room with brother Nianhe." Then he glanced at Li Nianhe's crotch and said, "By the way, brother Nianhe, you are not allowed to move around at night. We haven't confirmed our relationship yet." Then he said to Liang Qingqing and the other two, "The remaining double rooms are yours. I envy you so much. No one is going to snatch the quilt from you." Liang Qingqing's eyelids twitched and she said, "Ha, I like it most when others snatch the quilt from me. Sister Xin, how about?" Zhuo Tianqin said innocently. "Who are you, young lady? You look so familiar. Have we met there before?" Liang Qingqing, "I'll go, you." The waiter was confused on the spot. The brain is full of random codes. Not only did he bring 3 girls with him, he also made them scramble to sleep with him? It is unacceptable. How mad and heartless. I thought to myself, brother, do you have any special skills? The waiter resisted the urge to kneel down and worship Li Nianhe as his master. Asked, "Sir, is this true?" Li Nianhe looked at Zhuo Tianqin below. I noticed that she was already laughing secretly, and immediately thought, You call this reluctant? He said calmly, "Don't listen to my sister's nonsense, she has been frightened recently and isn't feeling quite right. So you give me the single room, and the rest." He didn't continue talking, turned his head and looked at Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoke and said, "Qingqing, you sleep with Sister Xin, and Su Xiaoke, you sleep in the other bed. Is that okay?" Su Xiaoke said calmly, "I have no opinion." Liang Qingqing said, "Me too." Zhuo Tianqin, who was standing next to him, tugged at the corner of Li Nianhe's clothes and said, "Well, can I have a key card for your room? I'm afraid something might happen at night, so I can come find you." Hotel room cards can basically be used for 2 swipes, so the waiter looked at Li Nianhe for instructions. This time he didn't say anything, just nodded in agreement. Because he knew Zhuo Tianqin was not being unreasonable. Even if she was talking nonsense, it was not safe for 3 ignorant girls to stay in a hotel like this. After all, he had only heard similar news in his previous life. For example, there have been cases where a waiter secretly used a room card to open a female guest's door. The room card in Li Nianhe's hand is 580, and the one for Zhuo Tianqin and the other 2 is 583. It's only 3 rooms away, not very far. Zhuo Tianqin held Liang Qingqing's hand without any unhappiness. After all, her future husband wrote a poem that was so handsome again, which made her very happy. What I said just now was only half joking. It would be better if Li Nianhe agreed to share a room with me, but it was okay if he didn't agree. She raised her head slightly, blinked her beautiful eyes at Li Nianhe and said, "Good night, brother Li Nianhe." The door was already open. Li Nianhe leaned against the door and nodded slightly. "Good night, sweet dreams." Liang Qingqing also lowered her head slightly, waved her hand at Li Nianhe and said, "Good night, brother Nianhe." Li Nianhe, N. Zhuo Tianqin and Liang Qingqing took a few steps. The remaining Su Xiaoke stood in front of Li Nianhe. She put her hands behind her back, stuck out her tongue at Li Nianhe and said, "Good night, great poet." Li Nianhe nodded and said, "You too." Then he walked into the room. He took off his shoes and shirt, leaving only a pair of bull shorts. The strong long legs stepped on the floor, and every muscle in the body seemed to be carved by a knife, full of absolute beauty. Instead of taking a shower, he started exercising. If an ordinary person walked like this for a whole day, he would definitely be exhausted. But after being strengthened, he is different. The energy and strength contained in the muscles must be released. Just like a young man full of vigor and vitality, he must ejaculate something at night. He moved the bed as if it were a stool, placing it at the right angle. Then start doing sit-ups very quickly, aiming for 3,000. At this time, he heard a vibration from his phone. He continued to do sit-ups while checking messages on his phone. Xin, brother Nianhe, please help me. River, what's wrong? Xin, we 3 take turns telling ghost stories. Xin, and what they said was quite scary, but I couldn't even hold back a word. Oh, this is a simple matter, just wait a moment. Li Nianhe finished speaking. Immediately, he said lightly in his mind, "System, exchange for the simplified version of Sadako's text that scares people to death but doesn't pay for it." Then it was directly transmitted to Zhuo Tianqin. In room 583, Zhuo Tianqin looked at the text version of Sadako and thought to himself, Isn't this name too scary? Never mind, it's fine as long as it exists. Then he said to Su Xiaoka and Liang Qingqing, who were sitting on the bed. What you said is not good enough, let me ask you to say another one. In fact, the ghost story just now has made the three of them a little panicked. Zhuo Tianqin asked again, are you afraid? Su Xiaoka and Liang Qingqing saw that Zhuo Tianqin didn't seem afraid at all. I immediately felt that I definitely couldn't lose. It would be fine if I couldn't snatch her man away, but I absolutely couldn't lose this battle. Su Xiaoka only wore a loose t-shirt, with her white panties faintly visible. He immediately puffed out his chest and said, the word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. Liang Qingqing was wearing a very sexy and short black lace nightgown. She wanted to push up her chest but gave up. She patted her flat chest and said, I have 8 courages. If I scare one of them off, I still have 8 left. Then the 3 girls, who were too concerned about their reputation to care about their lives, began their late-night ghost story journey. After Liang Qingqing finished speaking, the 3 of them panicked. After Su Xiaoka finished speaking, they felt a chill on their backs. Then it was Zhuo Tianqin's turn. Then, she tells a completely entertaining text version of Sadako. Chapter 45. You want to stay in my room? When she talked about the part where Sadako crawled out of the TV, the sound gradually became smaller. Liang Qingqing sat stiffly on the bed, clutching the sheets tightly. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he almost peed himself. Su Xiaoka even hugged the quilt and looked around the room suspiciously. Then, the 3 of them looked at the TV in the center of the room in perfect sync. Ah! I don't know who shouted in advance. The 3 girls ran out of the room wearing very little fabric. They tiptoed to the door of Ling Nianha's room. Fortunately, it was early in the morning and there was no one in the corridor. Otherwise, Su Xiaoka and Liang Qingqing's attire would directly cause others to commit crimes. Zhuo Tianqin is fine. Except when she was alone with Ling Nianha, she would wear very little. In front of anyone, regardless of gender, she would dress conservatively. Su Xiaoka whispered, it's so late, he should be asleep, right? Zhuo Tianqin said aggrievedly. What can I do? It's all your fault for insisting on telling ghost stories. Liang Qingqing chuckled. The scariest story was told by you. I almost peed myself. Su Xiaoka was also very scared and said, Zhuo Tianqin, don't you have a room card? We can go in directly and we won't be able to disturb him. The girl on the left thought about it and realized that this was the truth. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Then he took one out of his pocket and let it go. Fortunately, she didn't take a shower or change clothes, otherwise she would definitely not have the courage to go back and get the room card. The moment the door opened, they felt a warmth in the room. After walking in, take a look inside. I was stunned for a moment. Ling Nianha is still a few dozen short of his 3,000 sit-ups. Now wearing only a pair of NBA Bulls shorts, he is making a quick statement of strength. High-intensity exercise can reduce your perception. Not to mention that he had his back to Zhuo Tianqin and the other 2. At this moment, his fair skin had begun to turn slightly red. The extremely beautiful back muscles rose and fell slowly with his movements. The 3 girls swallowed their saliva at the same time. She stared intently at the top-notch body among men. Su Xiaoka couldn't help it anymore and quickly covered her mouth. I suddenly felt how poor the quality of the fish raised in the small fish pond I used to live in was. Wei Wei exclaimed, this figure. I'm fine. Liang Qingqing leaned against the wall helplessly, completely lost in thought. He covered his nose and said, well, it's normal, normal. Su Xiaoka replied. When you say normal, can you wipe your nosebleed? Ling Nianha heard their whispered conversation and stood up immediately. He stood up slowly, with beads of sweat on his body. Standing there watching in bewilderment. After the exercise, his muscles seemed to have a hint of strength. He took a few steps forward like a male model on a catwalk. Liang Qingqing felt like she had to clean the fish pond. What kind of amazing boy would make Liang Qingqing give up the entire fish pond? Maybe it's someone like Ling Nianha. If you don't meet someone too amazing in your life, it will definitely be a waste of your life. Ling Nianha panted slightly, holding a towel and asked. What's wrong with you? Su Xiaoka asked in a low voice, we just encountered something and we are very scared. Only then did Zhuo Tianqin realize that something was wrong. Because she was also confused. He immediately pushed the 2 girls out of the room and said. Ah, you guys are victorious, get out, don't look at me. After pushing the two reluctant girls out, Zhuo Tianxin left the room for himself. Li Nianhe asked, why do you stay alone in the room? Zhuo Tianxin bit her teeth slightly and said shyly. Yes, I'm worried that you're wearing too little. Li Nianhe was feeling hot all over, so he just picked up a black t-shirt and put it on. Very calmly said. Call them in. A few minutes later, Li Nianhe sat at the end of the bed, drinking Fat House happy water. Looking at the three girls standing in a row in front of him. Their faces were full of grievances, each of them was moving in different ways. He was also wearing home clothes. Except for Zhuo Tianxin, Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing seemed to have nothing but clothes and good quality pajamas. After listening to their story, Li Nianhe felt strange and amused. So you were scared by the ghost stories you told yourself? The three girls nodded in unison. He then asked, and you want to spend the night in my room? They still nodded. Li Nianhe probably understood, picked up his backpack and said. You guys sleep on the bed. I come from the countryside and it's comfortable for me to sleep on the sofa. Then he walked to the sofa and lay down directly. What he said was true. He had even slept on the floor in his previous life. Lie down with your side facing a wall. But after a while, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Turning his head quickly, Li Nianhe looked back in confusion when he found Su Xiaoke standing very close to him. I thought to myself, girl, what's wrong with you? Why are you not sleeping at night and come to pat my shoulder? Immediately shifted his gaze and said. What's wrong? Su Xiaoke apologized and said, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Li Nianhe said indifferently, it's okay. He continued to lie on his side, and soon someone patted his shoulder again. Liang Qingqing, who was wearing a black nightgown, also chose to stand in the same position. Li Nianhe thought to himself, what's wrong with you all? Do you all like to pat others on the shoulders before going to bed? Although Li Nianhe also felt it was very strange, he did not take it to heart and was not angry at all. Liang Qingqing also apologized, I'm sorry Nianhe. Li Nianhe turned sideways and said generously. Hey, what's the big deal? I'm not someone who likes to go to bed early. I was a complete night owl in my previous life. Liang Qingqing asked, Nianhe, what are you talking about, what past life? Li Nianhe, who had let the cat out of the bag, immediately changed his words and said calmly, hey, I used to like sleeping on the sofa. It's very comfortable to sleep on this sofa. The two girls jumped directly onto the bed. Zhuo Tianxin came over and said. How about I accompany you? Li Nianhe asked doubtfully. This sofa is so narrow? How can two people sleep on it? Stop making a fuss. Sleep is very important for girls. Seriously, go to sleep. Oh. Zhuo Tianxin jumped onto the bed obediently. Li Nianhe was called several times by the three people and he lost all desire to sleep. Lying on the sofa and doubting life. Suddenly I felt something was lost beside me. A black nightgown, a t-shirt, and a white skirt. It seems that they don't take him seriously. I thought, fuck, are you guys so open-minded? Do you really think I'm not a man? I'm good at it, okay? System, no, you can't do that now. Li Nianhe? He now knew the personalities of Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing. Zhuo Tianxin is better, she has a more conservative personality, so it is understandable. He really didn't dare to think too deeply about it, otherwise he would not be able to sleep. Half an hour passed. He still didn't fall asleep. Suddenly I felt a faint fragrance coming. It was a familiar smell to him. He turned around. What came into view was the tall and graceful figure of a girl. Zhuo Tianxin was standing very close to her, and her clothes looked very nice. It brings out the little guy's figure to perfection. That faint fragrance. It's her unique body scent. After watching for a long time, he felt that something was wrong. He quickly ran and drank a sip of cold water to dispel the doubts in his heart. The slightly cool mineral water made him begin to regain consciousness. But I couldn't help but recall the scene just now. He thought he was sleepwalking. Why does this girl like to talk about herself and life in the middle of the night? Chapter 46. She began to lose confidence. Li Nianhe shook his head. Not allowing himself to think too deeply, he turned around and looked at Zhuo Tianxin under the night sky. The white moonlight fell on her, making her fair skin even more charming. She was only wearing a loose t-shirt, but it couldn't hide her long, straight and round legs. Zhuo Tianqing placed her small hands in front of her body, hiding her faintly visible lace panties. Even though the lights were off, and even though it was dark and Li Nianhe shouldn't be able to see her, she was still a little shy. But Li Nianhe is not an ordinary person. His body has been systematically strengthened, and his five senses are more sensitive than those of ordinary people. So under the night sky and in the moonlight, he could see Zhuo Tianqing's clothes and appearance clearly. Although she looked very seductive, Li Nianhe could not think of anything impure in his mind. Zhuo Tianqing, shrouded in the white moonlight, seemed to have a more sacred feeling. He looked at it for a long time. The little guy stood there for a long time, looking at him pitifully with his big watery eyes. His expression seemed a little conflicted. The small hands in front of her body pinched the edge of her shirt. Are there any unspeakable requests? Li Nianhe could more or less understand her thoughts. Pursed her lips and said softly, "What have you done? Why haven't you slept yet?" Zhuo Tianqing raised his head slightly and said like a little kid, I can't sleep." Li Nianhe asked, "Are you still scared by the ghost story? Am I not here?" Zhuo Tianqing didn't respond immediately. She walked slowly to Li Nianhe, bit her lips slightly and said with some hesitation, "I need to go to the bathroom." Li Nianhe seemed to understand something and didn't say anything. He nodded slightly, motioning for the little guy to continue. Zhuo Tianqing held his arm with her small hand and stood on tiptoe slightly. The movements seem a bit simple, but look very cute. She wanted to put her little mouth close to Li Nianhe's ear, but Li Nianhe was too tall. She tried to reach it several times but couldn't. I could only give up with grievance and stand there with my head down stupidly. Li Nianhe naturally understood it very well. He bent down slightly, tilted his ear to the side, and motioned for her to say it this way. Zhuo Tianqing couldn't express how happy she was when she saw his actions. She immediately put her little mouth close to his ear and said shyly, Well, brother Nianhe, I don't dare to go alone, can you accompany me?" Li Nianhe thought, "Why are you so stupid? It turns out that the reason you couldn't sleep was that you wanted to go to the bathroom, but you didn't dare to go?" He immediately said, "Okay, I'll wait for you outside." Zhuo Tianqing quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'm scared." She had never been afraid to watch horror movies since she was a child, so she was really scared this time. She never imagined that the simplified text version of Sadako was so terrifying. When I think back on it now, the image is still in my mind. Li Nianhe's heart almost melted when he saw her pitiful eyes. But he can't be too emotional. I could only touch her little head lightly and ask, "Then how can I help you?" The little guy continued in a low voice, "Will you come in with me?" Li Nianhe thought about the scene and felt that it was too ambiguous. Then he asked uncertainly, "Do you really want me to come in?" Zhuo Tianqing pouted her charming little mouth and said, "Yes, please, brother Nianhe, just for a little while." Li Nianhe nodded in agreement, then went in with Zhuo Tianqing. I saw a pretty girl standing next to the wash basin, her little face already rosy. Whispered, "Turn around." Li Nianhe smiled faintly, then turned around as he was told. Thinking of something, Zhuo Tianqing took off the hairband on his head. Slowly walked behind Li Nianhe and said, "Brother Nianhe, squat down." Li Nianhe did as he was told, and then felt a fragrance coming from the tip of his nose. A soft ribbon with a scent of hair was tied around his eyes. Because she didn't dare to hurt him, Zhuo Tianqing's movements were gentle and soft. She seemed very satisfied with her masterpiece, and clapped her hands happily and said, "Hee, okay, now you can't see me anymore." Li Nianhe shook his head helplessly and said, "Silly girl, you wanted me to sleep in the same bed with you before?" Zhuo Tianqing took small steps to the toilet and sat on it. Li Nianhe heard the sound of thin water columns hitting the water surface. These feelings are both exciting and difficult to describe. After a while, Zhuo Tianqing stood up and began to answer Li Nianhe's questions. She said softly, "Actually, I know you won't agree, because we've had many chances before." Then he wiped his hands and said, "Besides, there is another reason." Li Nianhe stood straight with his back to her, and asked in confusion, "Any other reasons?" The little guy put his hands behind his back mischievously, skipped and came behind Li Nianhe and said, "Squat down and I'll tell you." Li Nianhe turned his head and squatted down. He actually doted on this little girl. Apart from doing some things that were beyond the line and easily aroused emotion, he was almost always obedient to Zhuo Tianqing's small requests. Because she did so much for me but got nothing in return, I must feel very aggrieved. He couldn't say the 3 words I love you and he couldn't show that he cared about him, so he used these insignificant details to make up for the harm he had done to this little fool. He really wanted to say, I have wronged you for so long, can I repay you in my whole life? But he couldn't say it, and he didn't dare to say it. This is a completely emotional statement. The system ban is definitely not as simple as before. He squatted down. The hairband covering her eyes was untied. The little guy stood in front of her, his face was as beautiful as ever. She gently rubbed Li Nianha's cheek, just like last time in the hospital. It seemed as if Li Nianha had never rejected her before in all this time. She said gently, Nianha, do you know? My heart is very small, so small that it can only hold you. I have been praised for my good looks since I was a child, and when I met you, I was confident that I could pursue you. But, after so many times, when you shook off my hand and pushed me away, my pride was defeated little by little. I even became a little insecure. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really not your type. Is it that everything I do seems childish in your eyes? I am so scared that a girl will suddenly break into your world and take you away. Because I began to feel that I was dispensable in your heart. I also feel that Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing have a crush on you, but I have never been in a relationship. I'm really stupid. I can only use shameless words like I want to sleep in the same bed with you to maintain my status. But suddenly I thought, I seem to be just like them, just your friend. Every time Li Nianha heard her say something, his heart ached. He actually understood that the harm he had caused to Zhuo Tianxin over such a long time was obvious. But he didn't know that she never took it to heart and just endured it alone foolishly. At this moment, he no longer cared about the constraints of the system ban. I forced myself to endure the pain in my chest. He hugged Zhuo Tianxin's soft body in his arms. The pain made his voice tremble, and he spoke word by word. I'm sorry. Chapter 47 This time, I don't want to. Zhuo Tianxin was not mentally prepared at all. She never thought that Li Nianha, who disliked her so much, would hug her like this. At this moment, my mind is blank and I don't know what to do. Li Nianha's broad arms and warm embrace also made Zhuo Meizi feel very warm. I felt a little bit at a loss, as if I was dreaming. She thought to herself, Brother Nianha, you still can't bear to see me unhappy, but you know, the only way to make me happy is to stay with you. Thank you for comforting me in this way. He raised his hand and rubbed Li Nianha's back. Confidence and a smile appeared on his face again, and he said foolishly, Brother Nianha, I won again. Li Nianha let go of Zhuo Tianxin, and the numbness in his chest disappeared. He laughed and scolded, You lie to me? The little guy put his hands behind his back and raised his chin proudly and said, Humph, you are only allowed to lie to me so many times, so what if I lie to you once? Then she clenched her pink little fist and hit Li Nianha's chest. She didn't seem to be willing to use any strength at all, instead she acted a bit like she was just acting coquettishly. Li Nianha's chest pain was gone and he breathed a sigh of relief. He scratched her little nose with his finger and said, Well, you have learned to deceive my feelings. I started to have some feelings for you, but now it's gone. I'm going to sleep. The little guy, who was very proud just now, actually believed Li Nianha's half-joking words. He panicked and started his own foolish mode of admitting his mistake. No, Brother Nianha, I was wrong, I won't lie to you anymore. Then, like a little pet that had admitted its mistake, it followed Li Nianha. She pulled at the corner of his clothes and was almost crying out of grievance. Li Nianha returned to the sofa, and the girl held his arm with both hands and shook it a few times, saying, I won't dare to do that next time. Although Zhuo Tianxin is usually silly, she is very good at acting coquettishly, so Li Nianha really falls for it. It is said that girls who act coquettishly have the best luck, and Li Nianha thinks it seems to be true. The little guy was busy admitting his mistake and didn't care about these things. Li Nianha also quickly pulled out his arm, and said with a little pride, I won too, okay, we're even, let's go to bed now. Zhuo Tianxin stood there stupidly, his little head a little slow to react. After a while, he said angrily, You big stupid pig, you do this again, look at my iron head skills. She hadn't yet used her iron head skill against Li Nianha. He held down the little head with his big hand and couldn't move forward. After struggling for a while, Zhuo Tianxin gave up. She pouted and said in grievance, Woo, how can you be such a bad man? Li Nianha hugged his arms and said with a smile, Hey, you are the only one allowed to use the iron head skill on me, but I am not allowed to do it myself? Zhuo Tianxin tilted her head and said, actually I won't hit you very hard, I just want to get closer to you. Li Nianha pretended to be skeptical and said, really? Then I'll believe you this time. Zhuo Tianxin snorted and said, I don't believe you. Then he turned and went to bed. For some reason, it suddenly occurred to her, why not give it a try? Even if I get pushed away, so what? Then he turned around suddenly, pounced forward, and prepared to start the Iron Head Kung Fu. But she found that this time Li Nianha really did not take action. He just stood there, looking at her gently and elegantly. Because she was not prepared, she threw herself directly into Li Nianha's arms. This time, Li Nianha was no longer emotional and just let her hug him. My heart seemed to be saying, hold me, little one. Zhuo Tianxin was a little surprised and asked, why didn't you push me away? Li Nianha said calmly, this time, I don't want to. He restrained himself from getting emotional again, but Zhuo Tianxin was not prepared to forgive him. The little head was buried in his chest obediently, and the two of them stayed together for a long time, and were silent when they parted. 10 minutes later. Li Nianha put her on the sofa with a blushing face. I walked to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. It seemed as if the hug just now was just a dream. If he hadn't almost fallen in love at the last moment, he would have pushed Zhuo Tianxin away. I'm afraid I've already done something even more out of line. After washing his face with cool water, he walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Zhuo Tianxin, who was somewhat shy. She was half lying on the armrest of the sofa, half of her delicate face buried in her arms, looking at him with shy eyes. He probably hasn't recovered yet from what the two of them just did. After meeting Li Nianha, her previous reserve, simplicity, and principles were all broken down bit by bit. When love is deep, it is hard to control oneself. Li Nianha thought, this little guy, is he still afraid after doing something bad? Then he pointed to his chest and said, you did a good job, how about the medical expenses? Zhuo Tianxin felt even more ashamed when he heard this and quickly buried his little head in his arms. Lying on the sofa, kicking her little feet up and down, she said embarrassedly, I don't know, it wasn't me. Li Nianha looked at her lying posture, her graceful figure and streamlined lines. She was indeed a real beauty. I didn't dare to think about it any further. Because after the two things that happened just now, he found that his sage soul seemed to be unstable. If we continue to think recklessly like this, we will run into big problems. After all, the system ban is not something that can be easily enforced. He walked over quickly, held her little hand, and felt the tenderness, and couldn't help but frown slightly. I thought, how cold? Then he asked Zhuo Tianxin, is it very cold? Do you want to put on more clothes? Zhuo Tianxin looked at him and said, I didn't bring many clothes. Li Nianha said gently, I do. Then he went to the suitcase, took out a shirt and said to her, put it on first. Zhuo Tianxin obediently took his clothes, covered his face, and took a deep breath greedily. I thought to myself, he smells so good. Li Nianha didn't turn around to look at her, but picked up the white skirt on the ground. He said lightly, put this on too. Zhuo Tianxin said proudly, brother Nianha, I want you to help me put it on, can you? Li Nianha felt a little embarrassed. Even though he had lived 2 lifetimes, no girl had ever asked him to do this. However, he did not want to refuse. Thinking about the harm I had done to the little guy before, I decided to agree. Picking up the clothes, he said gently, come on, stretch it out yourself. After completing the task assigned by Zhuo Meizi, Li Nianha calmed down and prepared to go to bed because he hadn't slept well in the past few days. After putting on her clothes, Zhuo Tianxin jumped off the sofa and squeezed the armrest with her little hands. He looked at Li Nianha with some heartache. This sofa is so hard, you must be sleeping uncomfortably. Li Nianha said indifferently, just go to sleep. Zhuo Tianxin took his hand and said, isn't there another double room? Let's sleep there. Li Nianha was a little surprised and asked, are you not afraid anymore? Zhuo Meizi is a very timid girl. It would be a lie if she said she is not afraid. But she still looked at Li Nianha lovingly. I'm afraid, but for you, I'm willing to do anything. Chapter 48 has a sense of déjà vu. The two of them walked out of the room quietly. Li Nianha was in front and Zhuo Tianxin was behind. They returned to the double room where Su Xiaoka and the other two had been. Li Nianha took the room card and looked at the girl standing beside him. There was no fear on his face, and there seemed to be a hint of joy. He half-jokingly said, I feel like you're playing me, I can't tell how scared you are. Zhuo Tianxin looked at the ceiling with her beautiful eyes and said, It depends on who I'm with. If I were with you, I wouldn't be afraid at all. Li Nianhe did not respond. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's already past 1 in the morning. If they don't go to sleep now, they will have to compete with the national treasure for dinner tomorrow. He immediately shook his head helplessly and opened the door. I chose the bed by the window and sat down. Then he looked outside the door and saw Zhuo Tianxin coming in after a long time. The movements were a bit tiptoeing, which made her look particularly adorable. When Li Nianhe saw this scene, he forced himself to hold back his smile. I thought to myself, it seems that this idiot is not unafraid, but is just trying to be brave. It must have taken a lot of courage to make this decision just to be alone with me, right? Zhuo Tianxin kept looking at the 60-inch LCD TV and walked slowly towards him, feeling the wall. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Nianhe sitting on the bed. Ruo asked, Brother Nianhe, if Sadako really crawls out of the TV, what should we do? Li Nianhe glanced at the TV, clenched his fists, and said calmly, You can try physical salvation. Li Nianhe's current strength is estimated to have exceeded the limits of human cognition. So he is not just a normal person. He couldn't help but think that if there was such a thing as spiritual energy in the era of water margin, which could nourish the human body and allow a warrior's strength to reach a terrifying level, then Wu Son's fight with the tiger would be much easier to explain. Tyson's punching force is 800 kilograms, close to 1 ton. The palm force of a tiger is over 1,000 kilograms. And now Li Nianhe's combination of the two is likely to give him a 50-50 chance of success if he meets a tiger. After all, strength is not the key to everything. Zhuo Tianxin didn't know what he was thinking. She only knew that Li Nianhe was indeed the most powerful person she had ever met. I guess he can beat up his dad as personal bodyguard. After all, last time in the cemetery, Li Nianhe defeated 4 180 centimeters strong men like a weakling. Makes her feel safe. When Zhuo Tianxin thought about being hugged by Li Nianhe, she could also feel that he was very capable of restraining himself. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she couldn't help but look at her long legs and big breasts. I also thought about what would happen if the two of them were together and got married. At that time, would Nianhe make me pass out? Although she had not experienced it, she had heard Liang Qingqing describe it in detail. At that time, the boys were all on fire. Thinking of this, Zhuo Tianxin thought of Li Nianhe's muscles before, and then looked at his arms and wrists. His face flushed, and the more he thought about it, the faster his heart beat. He couldn't help but speak. Brother Nianhe, how did you train your hands to be so thick? Li Nianhe naturally couldn't tell her that it was because of the system. He immediately swung his arms a few times and said, When you are thirsty, drink dew. When you are hungry, eat grasshoppers. Zhuo Tianxin took it seriously and said, Ah, grasshoppers have this effect. I'll catch a few for my dad to try someday. The corners of Li Nianhe's mouth began to twitch. Are you trying to make someone die of filial piety? Then he lay down and said, Go to sleep. Zhuo Tianxin was also lying on the bed, looking at Li Nianhe on the bed opposite, and said in a voice that only he could hear, Good night, future husband. Unexpectedly, Li Nianhe suddenly said, Don't take advantage of me. You can hear all this? Then she wanted to ask something, but she heard Li Nianhe's even breathing. The next morning, Li Nianhe was in a daze and felt someone touching his hair. She opened her eyes slightly, only to find Zhuo Tianxin lying beside her with his chin resting on his arm. Her little face looked chubby and she was a little bored. She exhaled and blew a breath on his hair. It smelled like Colgate toothpaste. But it also has a unique fragrance, which smells very good. Li Nianhe raised his eyebrows and said, Blow me again? Zhuo Tianxin shook his arm and said, Stop blowing, get up and eat, it's past 8 o'clock. Li Nianhe had also slept enough, and he somersaulted and successfully rolled off the bed. Then he walked into the bathroom. 7 or 8 minutes later, he came out with a wet towel and said, Let's go, what do you want to eat? Shall we take Liang Qingqing and the others with us? Zhuo Tianxin said with a little jealousy. When I woke up, I didn't think about my little star, but only thought about the little herring. Li Nianhe couldn't do anything to her and said, What are you talking about? Zhuo Tianxin said, No need to go out, I brought it to you. Li Nianhe turned his head and looked at the hot breakfast on the table. I opened the ingredients and found that they were all my favorite foods. I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. After all, there were only 2 women who could remember what I liked to eat. One is his mother, and the other is the woman who will accompany him throughout his life. In fact, there are many men, but only one. Liang Qingqing is the person who can drink with him late at night, while Zhuo Tianqin is the person who is willing to drink porridge with him in the morning. Of course, Li Nianha prefers porridge in the early morning to drinking late at night. And it is a unique love. Li Nianha took the fried dough sticks and soy milk and said, "Why did you buy so much for me? Aren't you afraid that I'll become a fat otaku?" Zhuo Tianqin took the fried dough stick he had eaten, took a bite and said, "What's wrong with being a fat otaku? I still love you even if you're fat. If you're fat, no one will snatch you away from me." Then he handed the fried dough sticks to Li Nianha. He took the fried dough stick, looked at the rouge red on it, and took a bite without any disgust. Zhuo Tianqin couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. In another room, Liang Qingqing woke up and saw that there was no one on the sofa. He lifted the quilt again, and saw nothing but Su Xiaoka's two round balls. He immediately tried to wake Su Xiaoka up and said, "Where are the people? They were here yesterday. Where are the two big guys?" Su Xiaoka quickly sat up, ignoring the fluctuations of his sphere and said, "Maybe he went to buy breakfast?" Liang Qingqing said, "That's impossible, Zhuo Tianqin can't possibly not invite us to dinner." Su Xiaoka said with an "Oh. Come on, get dressed, go to the next room and get the phone to call them." Then he picked up the black underwear on the bed and put it on, and he felt something was wrong. "Hey, is this mine? It can't be this small?" Liang Qingqing was petrified instantly, and quickly pulled the underwear over and said, "Sorry, please forgive me, this is mine." The two put on their clothes and pushed the door open. Then he saw Li Nianha feeding porridge to Zhuo Tianqin with a spoon. The little guy sat obediently and said, "What will you do if I eat you?" Li Nianha said indifferently, "I'm not that hungry." At this time, Zhuo Tianqin noticed the two people with dull eyes at the door and said, "Hey, who are those two? They look so familiar." Li Nianha nodded and said, "Hey, you know what, it feels a bit familiar. Su Xiaoka? Liang Qingqing, #@#%. Chapter 49 I Don't Have a Belt. Liang Qingqing said with empty eyes. "Zhuo Tianqin, not only do you show off your affection, but you also bring Nianha along to eat alone." Su Xiaoka didn't have much to say, she just stood aside and smiled slightly. "Yes. It's so sweet for these two to be together, but it's a pity that the person next to Li Nianha is not her." Zhuo Tianqin said without any guilt. "I don't know how much you two eat." Li Nianha had actually almost finished eating and felt that this was indeed not quite right. "Liang Qingqing and Zhuo Tianqin may not distinguish between you and me. But he was the one who called Su Xiao here, so we couldn't always ignore her. After all, if I want to make money by releasing songs in the future, I still have to cooperate with her." Seeing her standing there neither humble nor arrogant, I couldn't help but find that this girl is quite sensible. But I just appreciate it and can't think of anything else. He immediately said, "Let's go out and eat together." Then he checked the time on his phone and said, "Today is a group activity for the tour group. There is still an hour left, which should be enough time." After he said this, Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoka quickly agreed. Zhuo Tianqin began to think carefully again. Why do these two guys listen to brother Nianha so much? It's obvious that something is wrong. Li Nianha took his travel clothes from the suitcase and went to the bathroom to change. Su Xiaoka and Liang Qingqing were putting on light makeup. As for Zhuo Tianqin, she basically doesn't wear any makeup except for lipstick and lip gloss. This is what makes Liang Qingqing a little jealous. I have thought many times that if I had the embryo of Xayander's sister, wouldn't the fish in the fish pond be mass-produced? It took the four of them about 30 minutes to get out. Li Nian had just changed his clothes and didn't do anything else. The little girl Zhuo Tianqin only spent a few minutes looking for matching clothes. The problem lies in the exquisite moments between Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoka. Li Nianha had to realize that it turns out that girls all have a common habit of dragging out time when going out. Of course, except for the silly Zhuo Tianqin, she almost disdains to use cosmetics. After they left, the tour guide called Li Nianha and said, "Brother, we'll leave in 20 minutes. How's it going over there?" Seeing that Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoka had almost finished eating, Li Nianha said, "I'll be there in 5 minutes. Then hang up the phone." Zhuo Tianqin skipped along Li Nianha and asked, "Brother Nianha, do you think we can see the legendary wild man when we go to the deep mountains of Shenanjia this time?" Li Nianhe found it very interesting when the little guy asked him this question. In his opinion, the Shenanjia wild man should be a gimmick of the tourism development team to attract tourists. After all, he had seen a lot of this kind of thing in his previous life. However, in order not to dampen her curiosity, I chose to be ambiguous. It depends on luck. After all, the legend of the wild man has an extra layer of mystery. Zhuo Tianxin excitedly waved his fist twice and said, "Does that mean there's a chance of seeing it?" Then he said excitedly, "If a wild man shows up, and you fight him, brother Nianhe, who will be more powerful?" Li Nianhe immediately had a black question mark face. "I'm so fucking. Why is this little girl's focus different?" Then he said perfunctorily, "Let's not talk about this, let's get in the car and talk slowly." Zhuo Tianxin saw a bus not far away. In my little head, I thought that the place where the wild men of Shenanjia appeared should be very far away. Then he pulled Li Nianhe's sleeve and said, "Brother Nianhe, I'll take Liang Qingqing to buy some bottles of mineral water." Li Nianhe nodded and said, "Okay." At this time, many young girls took out their mobile phones and said, "Wow, look at this little brother, so handsome. Isn't he the mysterious male star who sang Courage on Douyin recently? Yeah, he wrote a poem at the nearby food court yesterday, and now it's going viral on the internet. She's so tall, and seems to have good taste in clothes, too. What a pity, I went clubbing last night. He's so charming. I'd give my life to him just to see him once." Li Nianhe walked into the car with an expressionless face and did not hear anyone talking about him. But the people in the car looked over. "Hey, look at this little brother, he's so handsome. Are there really such handsome boys nowadays? Wait, look at his height and figure, and those shoes, does he look like the guy who wrote a poem and became famous last night?" Several girls who were traveling with them were discussing in low voices. "He seems to be walking alone. It would be nice if he could sit next to me, but unfortunately there is no seat left. Never mind, I'll just shoot a video first, it's sure to go viral." As soon as the girl with glasses raised her phone, Li Nianhe pressed the camera and said, "You can look, but your face won't be shown." The girls thought they spoke softly. But they don't know what kind of abnormal physique Li Nianhe has. Looking at Li Nianhe's incomparable good looks and his deep eyes, the girl with glasses lowered her head shyly and said, I understand." When Li Nianhe sat back down, she excitedly said to her companion, "Wow, the man is talking to me. How about it, should we go up there and claim some prestige? Maybe I can even invite you out to watch a late-night movie. Lunch. Night. Movie? I think you are just craving for her body. Is everything about fans called greed? This is called pampering Chow fans. But how can you be so confident that he will give it? What a joke. I'm the campus belle. You? Are you a joke or the school beauty?" Just as this pretty girl was about to get up, she was interrupted by a loud noise. The gay men in the car began to look out the window. "Oh my god, look at those three girls, they are so hot. Isn't this beauty too amazing? Especially the one in the middle holding the bottle of mineral water, she looks even more goddess-like than a goddess. There are still 3 seats in the car, and there must be one sitting next to me." Many men cast envious glances at the fat boy. An uncle said, "Young man, I will buy you a king's skin. How about you switch places with me?" The young man coughed a few times and said, "Sorry, I just felt that the king was not so good." "Uncle?" They stared at the 3 girls getting on the bus. If Zhuo Tianxin and the other 2 hadn't been dressed conservatively, several people in the car would have been ready to charge. After they got in the car, they looked around. They locked onto Li Nianhe's position and showed different smiles. The boy behind said, "Oh my god, she smiled at me. When I look back and smile, I feel like I'm in love. It seems that my looks are really irresistible to my sisters." However, Li Nianhe just nodded slightly. Then, the male passenger immediately lost his composure. "Here they come, they are here, wow, such long legs." Unexpectedly, they all chose to stay with Li Nianhe. But there were only 2 seats next to Li Nianhe, and Su Shouka originally wanted to go to the last seat. But when she realized that the fat boy was looking at her hungrily, she suddenly panicked. Li Nianhe looked at her standing there and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Su Shouka said, "No. It's okay, I can just stand there." Li Nianhe said, "That won't work, the drive is too far." Zhuo Tianxin suddenly had an idea in his head. "You take my seat." Li Nianhe was a little confused about what she was doing. Then I heard her continue. Brother Nianhe, why don't you hold me? Li Nianhe was stunned. What the hell? Zhuo Tianxin said coquettishly, if you don't hold me, do you want me to sit with another man? Li Nianhe took a look at the hungry eyes of the men behind him and immediately denied it in his heart. However, when he looked back, he released the warrior's murderous aura, making them much more obedient. Then I had to compromise with the little guy's request. The male passenger behind was stunned and called him Grandmaster. Li Nianhe felt the soft little thing in his arms and immediately closed his eyes to stop himself from thinking badly. Who knew that not long after, Zhuo Tianxin turned around and whispered. Brother Nianhe, your belt buckle is so hard, it hits me. Li Nianhe really wants to say. I don't have a belt. Chapter 50, Hugging on both sides, and there is another one in the middle. Zhuo Tianxin seemed a little uncomfortable because it was the first time she was hugged by a boy like this. She also felt that something was increasingly wrong, and looked a little shy. She turned her head slightly and whispered in Li Nianhe's ear. Brother Nianhe, what kind of belt buckle is this? Why does it feel a little hot? Li Nianhe swallowed, unable to express how uncomfortable he felt. This kind of direct contact is not a question of being emotional or restrained. But of course he was too embarrassed to tell the truth. He immediately whispered in Zhuo Tianxin's ear in a deep and magnetic voice. I don't have a belt. Zhuo Tianxin's face was so red that water was about to drip out. Because the fabric of her jeans is very thin, I can feel it clearly. Even I began to realize something in my heart. Then he asked softly. What is that? It feels weird. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Li Nianhe felt helpless. He doesn't want to either. The body that has been systematically trained is already at a perverted level. I don't know how many times more vigorous his qi and blood are than that of ordinary people. At times like this, being able to remain still is a sign of great concentration. He immediately coughed a few times and asked, Do you remember when I was fishing and you came to find me? Zhuo Tianxin twisted her waist a little uncomfortably and said. Of course I remember. It would have been fine if she didn't twist, but this time Li Nianhe almost fainted. Hiss. He couldn't help but gasp. He secretly said, Girl, please don't move. Then he thought, otherwise, this damn system will mess with me, and I will be in great glory. System, if it's not possible, then it's not possible. Why are you putting the blame on me? Li Nianhe, damn it, forget it. Then he continued the previous topic and whispered in the little guy's ear. Weren't you followed by a few thugs at the time? Do you remember what weapon I used? Zhuo Tianxin was about to say something when the bus suddenly shook. She moved back. Li Nianhe's expression froze in an instant, his body became a little stiff, and he almost couldn't hold it in. Your sister. The bus god assists? Who should he scold? Zhuo Tianxin's face flushed, and she held onto the chair in front of her and sat down firmly, and said to Li Nianhe behind her. I remember it was an iron rod. Li Nianhe nodded quickly and said. Yes, I carry it in my pocket now. It's a very hard baton, about 22 centimeters long. Maybe you are sitting here now. Zhuo Tianxin continued to feel it, puzzled. It's so long, but I remember the baton wasn't this big last time? Li Nianhe quickly explained. This is my new modification. The little guy believed it a little and asked. Then why do you need to bring self-defense weapons when you travel? Li Nianhe's brain was working rapidly. He did bring a baton, but it was in his backpack. That thing is so heavy, who would put it in their pocket? Only this silly little guy would believe it. He immediately explained. Hey, didn't you say there are wild men in Shenanjia? I was afraid of danger, so I brought them here to protect you. The little guy was moved after hearing this and wanted to turn his head to blow Li Nianhe's hair. But Li Nianhe held down his little head. Little guy, don't be naughty. But Zhuo Tianxin still had a question in his mind. If it is a baton, why does it get hot? Doesn't it become a heating rod? Just when she wanted to ask something, the tour guide came over to count the number of people. When he saw Zhuo Tianxin being hugged by Li Nianhe, he suddenly felt a sour taste like a lemon in his heart. What's even more terrible is that these three brothers are surrounded by beautiful women with natural beauties of national beauty. Especially the girl in his arms, who had a sacred and inviolable aura. It made him feel like 1,000 horses were galloping in the heart of this single dog. I comforted myself immediately and thought, haha, what's the point of being in a relationship? I just want to make money. As the saying goes, those who talk about money win in the end, but those who talk about feelings lose everything in the end. Zhuo Tianqin didn't see the tour guide and suddenly remembered something that had been bothering him for a long time. Turning his head, he asked Li Nianhe. Brother Nianhe, I don't want to drive the R8 recently. I feel that its seat feedback is not very good. I want to change to a Ferrari 488. Li Nianhe actually knows something about cars, but he has not had much contact with luxury cars like this. I could only nod slightly and said, you decide for yourself on this matter. I'm not qualified to give you too much advice. Zhuo Tianqin shook his arm and said, I am qualified. How can I not be qualified? Isn't mine yours? Then she took out the R8 key from her bag and put it into Li Nianhe's trouser pocket. Li Nianhe immediately held her hand and shook his head in refusal. No, please don't. Seeing that he was too embarrassed to ask for it, the little guy sat aside. The little hand reached directly into Li Nianhe's trouser pocket. Her expression changed, and she immediately pulled her hand away and asked, well, Nianhe, why is your baton like this? Tour guide at #%%. I'm freaking mentally broken. The tour guide, who was listening to their conversation for a moment, forgot what he was doing there. Do you eat dog food? Li Nianhe was a little embarrassed, so he immediately changed the question and looked around. Hey, look, there's a tour guide here. He immediately asked. Hey, tour guide brother, when did you come? Why didn't I notice you? The tour guide experienced the deep malice from the world. From then on, there was one more sour person in the world. I thought to myself, I've been standing here for a long time, okay? He immediately suppressed his inner sorrow and said, sir, I just got here too. Then he pretended to have just seen Zhuo Tianqin and asked, Miss, there are seats behind us, why don't you sit there? It's tiring to squeeze in like this, and we still have a long way to go to Shenangjia. Zhuo Tianqin glanced at Li Nianhe and motioned for him to answer. Li Nianhe said, it doesn't matter, we are together, they don't like to sit with strange men. The tour guide was going crazy inside and said, so this is the reason why you hold girls on both sides and have another one in your arms? He thought of something again and said wittily, how about this, we also provide folding chairs on the bus. After all, the road is bumpy and it's dangerous to sit like this. The tour guide's words were sincere, and there was no trace of jealousy or deliberate attempt to make things difficult for Li Nianhe. After all, he needs to put safety first in everything. Li Nianhe was excited when he heard it and said, okay, sure. But Zhuo Tianqin was not happy and said, it's okay, you are so strong, you can definitely protect me. Li Nianhe said, don't you think I'm hitting you with the stick? Zhuo Tianqin bit her lip and whispered, I'm a little used to it now. Li Nianhe's inner thoughts, what the hell? What are you adapting to? He immediately said seriously, no, my legs are a little numb. Zhuo Tianqin nodded and said, okay. The tour guide smiled professionally and said, then I'll get it for you. Su Xiaoke, who was listening to music with half of her headphones on, turned her head and said sensibly, Mr. Li, I'll take a folding chair. Chapter 51 My gun shoots out like a dragon. Li Nianhe turned his head to look at Su Xiaoke, only to see her smiling kindly with sincerity in her eyes. Asked, are you sure? Su Xiaoke smiled adorably, tilted her head slightly and said, it is my honor to be valued by Mr. Li. You will surely achieve great success in the future. And Miss Zhuo seems to have a good relationship with you, so let me handle this kind of compromise. Li Nianhe thought to himself, I was right about the person, Su Xiaoke is very understanding. He didn't say anything and just nodded. Su Xiaoke was sitting near the window. She was wearing black tight jeans and walked past Li Nianhe with her back to him. Li Nianhe didn't look at it for long, but just shifted his gaze to the outside of the car window and found that the scene was really beautiful. Well, it was just pure appreciation, his mind was still on Zhuo Tianqin. Soon, the tour guide brought over a folding stool. Su Xiaoke said thank you politely and took the stool. Zhuo Tianqin also sat obediently on the folding chair. At this time, Li Nianhe quickly picked up the backpack and placed it in front of him. When Zhuo Tianqin stood up, he lowered his head and did not notice anything wrong. Su Xiaoke's view was blocked by Liang Qingqing, so she didn't see anything. But Liang Qingqing was different, she also sat on the right side of Li Nianhe. when he covered his face with his backpack. His eyes involuntarily looked at Li Nianha's backpack. I screamed inside immediately. Damn, this backpack seems very heavy, what is in it? Although it was only a moment, the scene was already replaying in her mind. The more Liang Qingqing thought about it, the more surprised she became. It seemed as if the backpack was filled with more than 10 kilograms of stuff. There was surprise in his eyes, and he looked at Li Nianha's backpack from time to time, as if he knew what was inside. Suppressing her inner admiration, she couldn't help but shake her head in admiration. Ahem, I really want to protect Miss Sua, because it's some kind of weapon, right? Although Liang Qingqing had never been in a formal relationship, she had never been protected so attentively by her boyfriend. But I have also seen several of those highly rated costume martial arts films, and I admire the heroic deeds of the passionate men. She had never seen anyone as good at fighting and as manly as Li Nianha. She had heard Zhou Meizi talk many times about how he defeated 4 strong men from northeast China. Thought. It's very difficult for others to hit one at a time. I guess Li Nianha can fight against a dozen ordinary people alone? If I were to use a poem to describe Liang Qingqing's mood, it would be: the wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold, the hero will never return once he leaves. Oh, that's not right. It's not quite appropriate, but it's almost there. Li Nianha originally wanted to close his eyes and rest. But he saw Liang Qingqing next to him looking at him with admiration, sitting there motionless. I couldn't help but ask. Liang Qingqing, are your legs numb too? Liang Qingqing turned her head away a little embarrassedly and said, No, I just remembered something I admired. Li Nianha didn't think about it, and said, That's fine. Then he leaned back in his chair and his eyes swept over Zhuo Tianxin's head. Gazing at the picturesque scenery outside the car, I thought, it's so beautiful. In fact, Guichang is also very beautiful, but people are too busy to stop and appreciate it. This world is like the top courtesan in ancient times, who only shows her beauty to the rich. In this life, Li Nianha can finally stop his busy pace and savor this world carefully. There is even a beautiful woman by his side. He slowly turned his head and looked at Zhuo Tianxin's little head looking around obediently. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity, like a curious baby who would never grow up. Now, all she saw was the scenery, and all Li Nianha saw was her. I thought to myself, girl, when I become famous all over the world, will I allow you to be with me under the moon and flowers? The little guy subconsciously tilted his head slightly, as if he had noticed something. Looking over, Li Nianha immediately turned his head and pretended nothing had happened. He pondered for a long time, controlling his emotions. Then he went to hold Zhuo Tianxin's hand, and the two of them held hands together, which was very warm. Zhuo Tianxin felt it. She looked at her little white shoes with a smile on her lips. She responded enthusiastically without restraint and held his hot big hands tightly. Can we really grow old together if we hold hands? She thought so in her heart, but it didn't matter anymore. She can't see the future, so just cherish the present. She asked, Brother Nianha, next time, is it possible for us to travel together? Li Nianha rubbed her little head and said, It depends on your performance. The little guy actually seemed to enjoy being touched on the head by him, his big eyes curved into crescents, which was really cute. This face is enough to captivate the whole city at a glance. The little guy leaned on his shoulder naturally and gently. He looked out the window, pointed at the sycamore trees and said, Li Nianha, look at all those sycamore trees. Li Nianha glanced at it for a few seconds and said calmly, It really is a sycamore tree, but what's so good about it? Zhuo Tianxin shook his head gently and said, No, I read in a book that when the phoenix tree reaches a certain age, it will grow Ganoderma lucidum. I just don't know if it has any nutritional value for the body. You just said your legs were numb, which is a typical sign of not being well. Li Nianha. What the fuck? He was immediately torn apart and really wanted to take back what he had just said. Li Nianha thought that this little guy was good looking, but he probably traded his intelligence for it. He was very confused. Why did he always think about the need to replenish his body? Could it be that because I have been able to remain calm many times like Lu Xiaohui, she labeled me as not so good? It's so shameful. It's funny, I'm very strong, okay? Now Li Nianha is more determined to prove himself through various competitive sports in the future and not let this little guy look down on him. For example, when playing basketball, if he doesn't dunk the basket to pieces, he won believe in Li. No, he wants to be the MVP of the game. He wants to practice the theology of Carter, the god of dunk, and the unstoppable fadeaway of the god of basketball. When he gets to school, he will take over the game on the court and let everyone know how powerful he is. Nothing can make him feel better than today's hatred. Zhuo Tianqin looked at his face and asked, "Brother Nianhe, what's wrong with you?" He did not answer directly, but asked, "Do you know what it means to be a man who commands the whole place?" Zhuo Tianqin thought for a moment and said, "Is it used to describe a player who is very good on the court?" Li Nianhe smiled mysteriously and said, "Actually, you are only half right." Zhuo Tianqin's curiosity was aroused and he asked, "What about the other half?" He caressed the little girl's head lovingly and said, "You need to experience your other half in person later." Zhuo Tianqin smiled foolishly and said, "It sounds so mysterious. I can't wait." After that, she happily hugged Li Nianhe's arms again, greedily breathing in the pleasant smell from his body. He said happily, "Brother Nianhe, how long will it take to reach the place where the wild men of Shenangjia appear?" Li Nianhe looked at the map on his phone and said, "From what I know, that place is deep in the mountains, so it should take more than an hour." Zhuo Tianqin curled his lips in boredom and said, "There's still so much time left? How about you tell me a story, Brother Nianhe?" Li Nianhe said playfully, "Yes, there was a scholar who went to the city to take an imperial examination. When he passed by a forest, he heard a sound. Then it started to rain heavily. The scholar had no way to hide in the mountains, but the sound scared him a little, so he started to make fire by drilling wood in a cave." Zhuo Tianqin was confused and asked, "What was that sound? Can the scholar survive by drilling wood to make fire? And then what?" Li Nianhe said, "Then half a year later, a big demon suddenly became pregnant, but she couldn't remember who the father of the child was." Zhuo Tianqin looked confused and said, What's the connection? What does a scholar going to the city to take the imperial examination have to do with a demon child not knowing who his father is?" Chapter 52 was already part of the tour? Then he patted Li Nianhe's arm angrily and said, "What the hell is going on? Your story isn't funny at all. I'm totally confused." Liang Qingqing, who was standing by, also heard the story and finally couldn't hold back her smile and burst out laughing. Zhuo Tianqin turned his head, looked at Liang Qingqing's somewhat lascivious smile and asked, "Sister Qinger, what are you laughing at?" Liang Qingqing waved her hands quickly and said, Nothing, I just remembered something happy." Zhuo Tianqin frowned and asked in even greater confusion, "What's the happy thing?" Liang Qingqing covered her face and smiled, "My brother's wife gave birth to a baby today." Zhuo Tianqin asked, "You have a brother? How come I didn't know?" Liang Qingqing, "It's very nice." Zhuo Tianqin was dumbfounded, glanced at Li Nianhe and said, "What are you laughing at? Your wife also gave birth to a child?" Li Nianhe tried not to laugh and said, "Yes, no. I don't have a wife yet." Zhuo Tianqin was already full of question marks. She said puzzledly, "Sister Qingqing, just tell me." Liang Qingqing looked ahead meaningfully and said, "Actually, I've realized it." Zhuo Tianqin, "What did you realize?" Liang Qingqing continued, "I know how that big demon got pregnant." Zhuo Tianqin, you say it. Liang Qingqing said with an unfathomable look, "It should be that stormy night when the scholar suddenly broke into the cave and frightened the monster." Zhuo Tianqin still didn't understand, so he asked, "Is the big monster frightened?" Then he glanced at Li Nianhe and said, "I don't understand at all, Li Nianhe, you are just trying to fool me. I don't want this story. Can you tell it to me again, please?" Li Nianhe thought her silly look was really cute. But thinking about their special emotional experience, he couldn't help but become serious. Slowly said, "Then let me tell you another story." Zhuo Tianqin said happily, Okay. Li Nianhe began to recall his memories of his past life and said slowly, "In a big river, a black fish born in a small stream fell in love with a powerful red fish. But the green fish knew that her birth could not bring happiness to the red fish, so she hid her feelings deeply. But it still couldn't hide from the red fish. After the two got together, they encountered opposition from the red fish tribe, so they planned to jump out of this river area and look for the whiter river in the legend. But when they jumped onto the shore, they found that there was nothing but dry land, and they could only use their saliva to sustain each other's lives until the last moment." She looked at Zhuo Tianqin's increasingly sad eyes and said, "Later generations wrote this story into a simple sentence, called, 'Rather than living together, it is better to forget each other in the world.' The more Zhuo Tianqing listened, the heavier his mood became. No matter how stupid she was, she understood why Li Nianhe told this story. If the green carp is him, then the red fish is myself. Because of the disparity in their identities, there will never be a happy ending even until death. She asked gently, who wrote this story? Li Nianhe, you don't know him, his name is Zhuangzi. Indeed. There is no Zhuangzi in this world, nor is there the book Zhuangzi. The great master. So naturally they wouldn't know. What Li Nianhe didn't expect was that the little guy was not discouraged after hearing it, but confidently said, that's because the red fish didn't believe in the black fish. I think if we give the black fish time, it can also grow up. Li Nianhe felt very warm in his heart. He knew that this little girl was comforting him and encouraging him. Then he gently wiped her hair and said, thanks. Seeing that Li Nianhe understood what he meant, Zhuo Tianqing let his big hand stroke her little head and said, huh, why are you thanking me? I was just encouraging that little herring. Li Nianhe nodded in agreement. Yes, I also support the little black carp, so thank you on its behalf. Just like that, while the two were talking and laughing, the bus arrived at the terminal. As for Liang Qingqing and Su Xiaoke, they actually didn't do anything else. Just listening to the two of them flirting. I thought I would be eating dog food, but I didn't expect Li Nianhe to be so interesting. Of the two stories, the first one has a rich connotation, but the second one becomes more interesting the more you listen to it. Liang Qingqing had never seen Zhuo Tianqing made so happy by anyone. After listening to the previous story, Su Xiaoke had some understanding, but she didn't feel anything. But she liked the latter story very much. It also reaffirmed that this boy, who might very well become his boss in the future, would definitely achieve great success in the future. At this time, the tour guide said loudly, everyone, we have arrived at the site of the Shenangjia incident. You can visit and take photos and videos here, but please do not damage the plants. Don't wander around, because there are often wild animals here, and if you get lost, you may be in danger. In addition, I have just taken you to visit most of the Shenangjia scenic spots. Now stay here for half an hour and then go back. Remember not to run around. Li Nianhe glanced at his watch and found that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. According to the tour guide, what just happened was actually part of the tour. Oh my god, do you really have to be so deceiving? Just look at the scenery along the road, is that all? Although you can see some rare and exotic animals along the way, it can't be considered a tour. But their tickets are free, so it doesn't matter. But the other passengers were definitely not happy. Oh my god, you are really ripping us off. You take us on a tour on a bus, and then we just sit there in the middle of nowhere for half an hour, and that's it? Yes, I don't travel for these things, I come to see the wild people. The tour guide was obviously used to this kind of thing. Savage? Okay, I'll put on the savage suit and go for a run in the woods over there. Remember to take pictures quickly. Then I find someone to take a PP picture of, and post it on my moments to show off. Oh, I have wild man teeth and wild man private hair. The tour guide held up a bag and said, who needs it? First come, first served. Cheap and collectible. 2 for $10. Tourist? I'll go to hell with you. Is that big bag of yours mass-produced? Damn it, you're a money-sucking idiot, okay? Damn it. Return the tickets. I don't want to play anymore. The tour guide had also seen a lot of storms, and his expression changed as he said, what are you doing? Savages have been around for decades, how can I lead you to find them? Besides, you guys still want to spend 188 yuan on a travel ticket? The tourists actually knew the situation because they bought the tickets for the sake of cheapness. Then I kept silent out of guilt. Zhuo Tianqing still has a live broadcast room open. The netizens have already started to laugh. I'm dying of laughter. Is the savage suit okay? Sister Emotong, where are the fairyland and the wild people that we promised you? Why are you showing us this? Forget it, we don't want to see the savages, let your man show his face, we want to hear him sing. Looking at the barrage, Zhuo Tianqing looked at Liang Qingqing helplessly and said, Sister Qingqing, when will you change your habit of taking advantage of others? Liang Qingqing was embarrassed and said, well, there was a little accident. Li Nianhe sat on the bluestone slab and drank water indifferently. Suddenly, the system's cold female voice sounded in my mind. But this time is completely different. Tip: Red warning. Red warning. Hint: dangerous creatures will arrive in 10 minutes. Li Nianha? Chapter 53: The Man Fighting the Beast. Li Nianha was stunned when he saw the system prompt. He knew that the system would never joke around, and it was a red alert. He thought to himself, I'm just taking a free trip. I'm not going to run into any wild people, am I? Although the damage to the savages would be off the charts in a place where such ferocious beasts roamed, he himself was not at a disadvantage. After all, the system will prompt you whether you can do it or not. But there are other people here. Although there were many 180 centimeters tall strong men among them, they were powerless in front of him, let alone in front of the savages. Li Nianha did not dare to be careless, and found Zhuo Tianxin, Liang Qingqing and others who were taking pictures in the distance in advance. Su Xiaoke saw Li Nianha running over in a hurry and couldn't help asking, Mr. Li, what's wrong? Li Nianha looked around vigilantly and said, Something's wrong here, it's very dangerous, get in the car first. Liang Qingqing was also confused, because she had never seen Li Nianha like this before. He immediately asked seriously, What's wrong, Nianha? Li Nianha said again, I feel like there are a pair of eyes staring at us from all sides. It might be some unknown creature. At this time, Zhuo Tianxin also stopped taking pictures. The fans in the live broadcast room were still teasing. What happened to the male god? Could it be that my male god is a senior reader of unsolved creatures of the world? Although there are rumors of wild men in Shenanjia, the eyewitness accounts are ambiguous and not very credible. Let's understand the male god. Although he has confirmed his relationship with our Emotong sisters, his behavior still shows that he cares about us. It's understandable, don't laugh. Zhuo Tianxin looked at the live broadcast room and then glanced at Li Nianha. She had really never seen him like this. Even when he faced 4 gangsters in the cemetery, he seemed particularly relaxed. So she chose to believe, then what should we do next? In the live broadcast room. Sister Emotong is really so naive. She actually believed it? Even if your man tells you there is Ultraman in the world, you have to believe it. Sorry, there is no Ultraman in this world. Li Nianha held Zhuo Tianxin's shoulders with his 2 big hands and said, You, Su Xiaoke, and Liang Qingqing get in the car first. I'll go talk to the others. Friends. Something's not right. It seems like the male god is not joking? I didn't hear any sound. Maybe Nianha is too tired and too nervous. After sending Zhuo Tianxin and the other 2 to the car, Li Nianha walked over to the tour guide who was still posing for photos for tourists in a savage suit. He stepped forward and said, We have to get out of here. The tour guide asked, Why? Li Nianha looked a little fierce and asked, Do you know something? Tour guide, I don't know anything. I've only been in this position for 2 months. Hearing his guilty tone, Li Nianha's eyes became more fierce and he said, I'll give you one more chance. I don't want to hear any negative words. Otherwise, I can send you to bed for half a month with 1 punch, and I don't have to pay for your medical expenses. The tour guide was stunned for a moment and said, There have indeed been cases of wild animal attacks here, but it was several years ago. Li Nianha snorted coldly and said, I don't like to put my trust in others. Let the passengers get on the bus and leave here immediately. Li Nianha looked at his hesitation and continued. If there is any danger, I can take my friends away safely, but you will probably lose your job. The tour guide nodded and said, Okay, I'll go and persuade them. The passengers were somewhat dissatisfied when they heard what the tour guide said. Are you kidding me? You said you would let us stay for half an hour. How long is it? Yeah, what's your situation? Don't just stand there, go pose for a photo. The tour guide looked at Li Nianha's somewhat lonely back. For some reason, he trusted this boy very much at this time. He immediately threw his savage suit to the ground and shouted, Fuck, I'm done with this. Get in the car now. Are you guys willing to sacrifice your lives just for fun? Seeing the tour guide's expression, most passengers chose to return to the bus. Some passengers were dissatisfied and sat on the ground and said, Hey, I'm not leaving today. However, just as he finished saying this, a fierce roar suddenly came from the forest behind him. Spread everywhere. Oh my God. Several passengers no longer had the same composure as before and immediately stood up and ran to the bus. Li Nianha, who had already walked onto the bus, looked back. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. I couldn't help but gasp. His vision is several times better than that of ordinary people. Deep in the forest, a huge fat figure slowly walked towards me. The beast's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty savagery. Brown bear. In front of this animal that can weigh up to 1,700 kilograms with one palm, humans are basically just moving takeout. With a force of more than 2 tons and a powerful bite force, it is simply unstoppable in front of most creatures on land. Li Nianhe also became a little uneasy and said to himself, "How do you play this system? I think you can fight it 50-50. Li Nianhe, just shut up. 50% chance of death? 50% chance of half death?" What made him even more helpless was that when the brown bear saw the passengers who did not get on the bus running away, it became more excited. Caught up directly. He immediately thought to himself, this will attract them. He looked at Zhuo Tianxin's frightened eyes in the car, turned around and picked up the dozen kilograms of stones on the ground. He swung his hand out directly and focused on the brown bear's front legs at an extremely fast speed. Let it stumble forward and fall. All passengers boarded and the doors closed. The driver started the car with cold sweat on his face, but found that there was no response at all. Li Nianhe saw this and stopped asking too many questions. He cursed in his heart. Damn, it can't be so bloody. Bang! With a loud bang, the bus shook violently. That beast is coming. Obviously, Li Nianhe's attack just now completely angered the brown bear. And this big bus door obviously couldn't withstand a few critical hits. The video of a wild bear removing a car door in the previous life has confirmed all of this. Now, the cold voice of the system came. Solve the current beast crisis, reduce the dating ban by 10 days. Reward, 1.2 million in cash. When Li Nianhe heard this, a look of relief appeared on his face and he said, system, do you have to be so sensible? He looked at Zhuo Tianxin, whose beautiful eyes were filled with panic, and a feeling of pity began to overflow in his heart. Zhuo Tianxin's voice trembled a little as he asked, Brother Nianhe, will we die? Li Nianhe did not answer, but just smiled and shook his head. Then he squatted down, stroked her face and said, Let me ask you a question. Zhuo Tianxin nodded seriously. Li Nianhe asked, If we go back to day 1, will you still choose to know me? Zhuo Tianxin nodded heavily and said, Yes. Then he continued, not only in this life, but also in the next life. Li Nianhe lowered his head and said with satisfaction, That's enough, silly girl. The first clear tears flowed from Li Nianhe's eyes. This was the first time she saw him cry, even though he was so strong. She wanted to reach out to comfort him, but found that Li Nianhe suddenly stood up and kissed her deeply on the lips. His movements were wild yet gentle as he held her tightly in his arms. It refused to separate for a long time, as if it wanted to merge into one with it. His hot tears fell on her face. When we separated, Li Nianhe stood straight in place, and the warrior's murderous aura began to be completely released. His pupils began to turn red. He directly exchanged a 20-kilogram steel chain in the system and put it in his backpack. Everyone was very scared, but they found that Li Nianhe's temperament was completely different from before. Li Nianhe looked at the brown bear at the front door and said in a low and majestic voice, Opening the back door. The driver turned around in panic and said, What nonsense are you talking about? But when he turned around and saw Li Nianhe's majestic eyes, he did it instantly. Zhuo Tianxin seemed to realize something, stood up and begged. Brother Nianhe, what are you doing? Stop it. The car door opened, Li Nianhe walked down, and then pushed Zhuo Tianxin into Liang Qingqing's arms at the back. Slowly said, I'm sorry. After he walked down, the car doors merged instantly. Zhuo Tianxin slammed the car door hard and said loudly, Stupid pig, what are you doing? Don't go. I beg you. Wu, please. Tears wet her face, but Li Nianhe couldn't see it. The passenger also reacted and said in panic, This young man. When the brown bear saw Li Nianhe get out of the car, he stopped opening the door. It paced back and forth on the spot, as if it felt that this person was different from the others. Li Nianhe pulled out the baton and wrapped the steel chain around his arm. The anger on his face could no longer be concealed. He waved the hand holding the baton provocatively at the brown bear. Then the figure quickly disappeared from the spot. It was also the limit of his speed, like an afterimage. He arrived in front of the brown bear in an instant, raised the stick above his head, and chopped it down with great force. With a series of screams, a bloody wound appeared on the brown bear's head. But Li Nianhe wasn't having an easy time either. The brown bear slapped his arm that was bound by the steel chain, causing him to roll several meters away. Seeing that the steel rod in his hand had bent, Li Nianhe cursed inwardly. Fuck, is this beast so stubborn? After dodging several attacks from the brown bear, Li Nianhe knew that this was not a solution. I took a look at the ravine next to me, which should be 100 meters deep, and I came up with a plan in mind. Take off the chain. With a direct swing, he accurately locked onto the brown bear's neck. Tons of force exploded in an instant, pulling it violently and dragging it to the side of the ravine. Then he rode on the beast and fell into the ravine together. Zhuo Tianxin, who saw all this, had his pupils dilated and his heartbeat suddenly stopped for a second. He collapsed in front of the door, staring blankly at the ravine. I don't know how long it took. A figure climbed up from the edge of the ravine. Li Nianhe walked over with blood all over his body and his clothes in tatters. The steps are heavy. The light in Zhuo Tianxin's eyes burned again. He quickly asked the driver to open the door and ran out. She hugged Li Nianhe directly, couldn't help crying and said, "Are you stupid? Woohoo! Look at you bleeding so much, what should I do without you?" Woohoo, Zhuangzi said the opposite, he said the opposite. Li Nianhe panted and forced a smile, why? Zhuo Tianxin quickly shook his head and said with tears in his eyes. Zhuangzi said it the other way around. Rather than forgetting each other, it is better to support each other. Chapter 54 Heroes are worthy of admiration. Holding Zhuo Tianxin, the heartbroken little beauty, in his arms, Li Nianhe didn't know how to start. She must have been very sad when she fell off the cliff just now, right? He really didn't expect that this girl, whom he had only known for less than a month, would cry for him. If in the previous life, the woman who had nominally lived with him for 3 years encountered a similar situation, she would probably have already figured out how to divide her property. After this experience, Li Nianhe decided that the impulsive act of fighting the bear was worth it. Just like the saying help each other in times of adversity, true friendship is tested in times of adversity. From now on, what reason does he have for not being nice to this little guy? You have to know that at this time, everyone on the bus was shrouded in fear. Since Li Nianhe was able to climb out of the ravine, the brown bear was likely to be able to get up as well. No one would risk their life to check whether he was alive or dead. Except for this little girlie, no one would run out without looking back. Of course, there were 2 people that Li Nianhe didn't look at. They were Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing, who were not far away. Their eyes were also slightly red, but they were trying not to cry. They actually wanted to come over and ask, but thinking of their identities, they still wanted to give Zhuo Tianxin and Li Nianhe a chance to be alone. He looked down at the girl crying in his arms. Li Nianhe patted her soft back gently and said tenderly, "Don't cry, I'm fine, right?" It took Zhuo Tianxin a long time to let go of her hand. She lowered her head and looked at Li Nianhe's body. My heart ached and I shook my head quickly. "No, there's so much blood on you, how could this happen?" "Don't scare me, brother Nianhe." Zhuo Tianxin's body was also covered in blood at this time, but she didn't care at all. Li Nianhe also took a close look at his body and shook his head. "These are not all mine, they belong to the bear, I'm fine." After hearing these words, the little guy came to his senses. Looking at the cut on Li Nianhe's arm, she gently wiped it with her clothes. Choking with sobs, she said, "What's wrong with you, woo-woo, you idiot?" She gently stroked Li Nianhe's wound and said, "If you are bitten by a bear, do you need to get a rabies vaccine? It must be carrying a lot of viruses." The atmosphere was originally a bit sad, but Li Nianhe was amused by her words. A big hand gently stroked her face and said, "You are so stupid. If I was bitten by a bear, how could my hand be so intact?" Zhuo Tianxin was stunned for a moment with tears on her face, and said blankly, "Ah? How did you do this? It looks like it hurts." In order not to make the girl worry, Li Nianhe told the truth. "It was caught by a branch. I have hemostatic medicine and gauze in my backpack. Just bandage it and it will be fine." What he said was true. Just now when he and the brown bear fell off the cliff together, he used a steel chain to wrap around the vines and thus saved his life. However, he also crashed heavily into the hard stone wall and was poked by the sharp rocks. When Zhuo Tianxin heard that it could be bandaged, he immediately pulled his hand and said, "Then let's go quickly, okay? I feel so sad." Li Nianhe nodded slightly. This injury was nothing to him. Just exchange some medicine in the system store and the problem will be solved. But in order to reassure the little guy, he still exchanged some hemostatic drugs and gauze in the store. Seeing him coming, Su Xiaoka and Liang Qingqing also hurried over. Thousands of words in my heart turned into just one sentence. Are you okay? Li Nianhe saw that their eyes were red and they looked like they were about to cry. I thought, I can understand Zhuo Tianqin's fear and worry. Why do these two girls care about me so much? Then he quickly shook his head and said, It's okay, I'm lucky, I just got a minor injury. Su Xiaoka and Liang Qingqing knew that Li Nianhe was definitely not lucky. They saw everything that happened between Li Nianhe and the brown bear. That's simply not something an ordinary person can do. At the same time, he also developed an immense curiosity about Li Nianhe. Of course, there is endless worship. It is said that beauties have loved heroes since ancient times. But they knew that now was not the time to ask this. Several people surrounded Li Nianhe and accompanied him to the car. Seeing Li Nianhe getting in the car, everyone looked at him as if he were a god. In the eyes of the passengers, there was not only gratitude and admiration, but also disbelief. This is a man who had a fight with a brown bear, and he won. What followed was applause to welcome Li Nianhe. Many girls even shed tears. Everyone praised. Thank you, young man. Brother, I really don't know what to say, thank you for being so brave. Little brother, this life of mine is given to you by you. If you need anything in the future, just tell me what you want. Li Nianhe just nodded slightly and didn't say much. Because he was already very tired, the fight and climbing just now had exhausted most of his energy. The passengers also knew not to disturb him and let him have a good rest. Many people came to give him gifts, and some even gave him money. He basically rejected them all. Some girls also took this opportunity to say that they wanted to increase Li Nianhe's prestige in order to express their gratitude and to repay him in the future. Li Nianhe understood how they wanted to repay him. Well, most of them would repay him with their own bodies. But would a man of his integrity accept it? No, it's not that he has no interest or that he can't do it, he's just too upright. At the same time, Zhuo Tianqin's mobile phone was always placed on the windowsill. The whole scene of Li Nianhe getting out of the car alone and fighting with the bear was filmed. It's just that because of the angle, the scene of him falling into the ravine with the bear was not captured. It was precisely because of the moment when Li Nianhe fell into the ravine that all the tourists were so frightened that they dropped their live streaming mobile phones to the ground in the crowd. A little girl handed the phone to Zhuo Tianqin and said, Sister, is this your phone? Zhuo Tianqin was so panicked at that time that he didn't even care about his cell phone. He felt around in his trouser pockets, then took the phone and said, Yes, it's mine, thank you. The little girl also smiled brightly and said, You're welcome, sis. You're so brave. And your boyfriend is our hero. You two will definitely be together forever and live happily ever after. Zhuo Tianqin glanced at Li Nianhe with red eyes and found that he didn't say anything. My heart was warm at the moment, and I said, Thank you for your blessing. Zhuo Tianqin looked at the turned-off phone and turned it on directly. I found that my Penguin account has been maxed out. Thousands of unread messages left her confused. She took a few casual glances and realized that she had forgotten to turn off the live broadcast. In order not to worry her fans, she opened the live broadcast room again. What's going on, Wu? What happened to the male god? Is the male god okay? Sister Mo Tong, please tell us quickly. I cried. My idol is our hero. Nothing can happen to him. What kind of warrior is it to go to a dangerous place alone? The male god really loves Sister Mo Tong. Although the live broadcast screen has been outside the window, I heard what they said. The male god is trying to protect Mo Tong. In this world, no one else is worthy of the male god except Sister Mo Tong. Why did the live broadcast suddenly interrupt just now? Sister Mo Tong is fine, so the male god will be fine too, right? We still have to watch him play games. Please, Sister Mo Tong, where is our idol? Please ask him to stop hiding from us. Zhuo Tianqin looked at the barrage and said in a calm tone. Don't worry, he's fine, just a minor injury. Chapter 55 Brother, I am your sister. Then to prove that what he said was true, Zhuo Tianqin turned the phone over. Li Nianhe was photographed leaning back in a chair and resting. Although his clothes were covered by a two-dimensional virtual avatar, they were tattered and bloodstained. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room could still see that Li Nianhe was really not in any danger of life. The bloodstains had also dried up, and many people guessed that they must have belonged to a brown bear. Seeing that Li Nianhe was fine, the originally sad tone of the live broadcast room changed instantly. Fuck, this man is awesome. In ancient times, Wusong fought a tiger, and now a male god angrily beats a brown bear. This guy is truly amazing. He might be the only man in the world who dares to fight a brown bear in a one-on-one duel. You can imagine how powerful a brown bear is. How could these two brothers be evenly matched? There were many male fans who criticized Li Nianhe before, but now they are full of admiration for him. Some time ago, they thought Li Nianhe was just a pretty boy who could only sing and play games, but now they are totally wrong. Most men admire strong men, let alone such unreasonable strong men. In the live broadcast room, everyone continued to praise Li Nianhe. Oh my god, when this guy just left, I thought I was watching a movie. This kind of speed is definitely not something that an ordinary person can achieve. Is this little brother some mysterious warrior? You can fight a brown bear with just a chain. I'd like to call you the strongest on earth. Not only did I kneel down, I also burned incense and knelt down to worship. At the same time, major forums were once again in turmoil. Although not many people know who Li Nianhe is. I also thought that Nianhe was just his pseudonym, so I just used his nickname instead. In major forums, the top search topic is still about Li Nianhe. Is the Douyin online singer the last warrior of Dragon Country? The contemporary immortal poet transforms into the Dragon Kingdom martial god and beats up a wild brown bear. Shocking. Dragon singer dares to ride a brown bear in the wild. Comments from major forums. Nima, this makes my blood boil. After watching this video of a one-on-one fight with a brown bear, I used the 18 away moves directly on the teddy bear at my feet. Brother, you are awesome. The big brother rides a brown bear, but you just ride a teddy bear? He is truly the strongest man on earth. At this time, a girl posted a comment in Tieba, which instantly received tens of thousands of likes. This is our little brother, this is our idol, he is awesome. If it had happened in the past, there would definitely be people who would not accept it. However, who would have thought that a group of grown men would also echo and reply? Girl, this is not only your idol, but also our idol. I hate it so much. I am so angry that I am not a woman. Why did I meet such a stunning handsome guy? My male idol is awesome. I wonder if he needs a boyfriend. I want to fence with him. Brother, something is wrong with you, although I also want to. Weibo, on the other hand, has a different style of comments. Heroes never die, they are immortal. With a mortal body, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. With my own strength, I can shake the world. If there is a hero in the world, it is him. Where are you going, great sage? Step on the southern sky and shatter the sky. What if you never come back? Then you will never come back. I really cried when I saw him getting off the bus alone without any fear. Why is there a virtual avatar? I really want to know who he is. Don't we even have a chance to thank you? My father was on that bus. I really don't know how to thank him. Li Nianhe is a person who doesn't like to look at his mobile phone. So he had no idea that his series of deeds had become famous all over the country. Although this wasn't what he really wanted. Guicheng, Gongshui County. In an ordinary residential building in the countryside. A little girl skipped out of the room with her cell phone in her hand. She was not very old, about 12 or 13 years old, and looked like she had just started junior high school. She was wearing a school uniform that was washed so hard that it looked bleached. The woman in the kitchen was cooking. Seeing her, she gently admonished. Li Nianxin, why are you running? What if you break something? Li Nianxin, who looked sweet and lovely, handed the phone her brother had sent back to the woman and said, Mom, I think I saw my brother online. The woman's heart tightened, and she said hurriedly, Let me see quickly, is it your brother who was caught stealing batteries? Li Nianxin smiled awkwardly and said, Mom, is my brother so good? Li Ma wiped her hands and said, Don't I know what your brother is like? When your second aunt was using the toilet when they were young, he threw a firecracker into the toilet and blew it all over her. Forget it, I won't say more. I won't be able to eat later. Then he took Li Nianxin's phone and said, Show me what he did wrong. Li Nianxin dodged, somewhat angrily saying, Mom, you can't talk about my brother like that. He's a hero now. Li Ma said, What hero? He sends so much money back every month, I'm really worried. After taking the phone and watching the video of Li Nianhe fighting the bear, Li's mother couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry. What is this brat trying to do? Although Li Nianhe did not show his face, they still recognized him based on his clothes and body shape. The most obvious thing was the watch his grandfather left him when he was singing. Mother Li handed the phone to Li Nianqin and said, "Call your brother and ask him how he is doing." Li Nianqin held up her phone and said, "It said on the internet that my brother is fine." Mother Li's tone became more serious. "It said on the internet, why don't you ask it yourself? Is your brother loving you in vain?" Li Nianqin was very sensible and lowered her head and said, "Oh, okay, I know I was wrong." During the meal, the Li family was a little silent because of this incident. As the head of the family, Li Nianha's father was somewhat taciturn. He knocked on the table with his copper pipe and said, "Let your brother be careful when he is outside in the future. After all, there are not many relatives in Guicheng and he is unfamiliar with the place." Li Nianqin held the chopsticks in her mouth and said, "No, my brother seems to have a girlfriend." The woman looked at her suspiciously, and the little girl continued, "Well, it seems there is more than one." The woman didn't believe it at all and said, "There's more than one. Don't lie. How can your brother find a girlfriend?" Then he put down his chopsticks and said, "But he has to hurry up. Erden and Ergo next door both have girlfriends. I heard that their girlfriends work in the county town and earn 3,000 yuan a month. His mother talks to me about it every day. You haven't seen how proud they are." Li Nianqin knew that no matter what she said, it would not be convincing, so she could only say oh and eat quietly. After eating, she went upstairs, picked up her cell phone, found the phone number of the eldest sister next door, and asked her for Li Nianha's Penguin account. Because of the poor financial situation of the Li family, Li Nianqin had basically no chance to go online, let alone have her own mobile phone. Now that she has a mobile phone, after hearing what Li's mother said during dinner, she thought about adding her brother's Penguin account. Li Nianha was still resting in his closed position. But I felt a vibration in my pocket and found it was a friend verification code. The application notice reads, "Brother, I am the younger sister." Li Nianha said, "Wow. What era is it now? Are you still picking up girls in this way? The business of young ladies is really not good nowadays." Immediately replied, "Sorry sister, I like young women." After a while, my mother suddenly called his cell phone and said angrily, "You little bastard, your sister added your contact information, what nonsense did you reply? Chapter 56 You have to be responsible for me. Damn it." Li Nianha was dumbfounded. Then he hurriedly explained and took the initiative to apply to add Li Nianqin as a friend. "Li Nianqin, brother, my mom asked you to hurry up and find a girlfriend." Li Nianha was stunned for a while, looking at the well-behaved Zhuo Tianqin beside him. Thinking about the relationship between the two of them that could never be determined, I felt helpless. If it weren't for this damn system messing with me, I would have brought back more than just one person. At least there's one following behind her and one in her belly. System, I have never seen a host say no so refreshingly and elegantly. Li Nianha responded, "Can you hold back your words?" Then I thought about how to reply to Li Nianqin. If I said yes, it would be difficult to explain when I got home. I had to reply, "Li Nianha, women only affect the speed of drawing the sword." Li Nianqin replied in seconds, "Brother, please stop being naughty. I don't know whether you will draw your sword or not, but if mom knew, she would definitely draw her sword." Li Nianha thought, "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? I'm only 18 years old." Then half jokingly, "What is your brother like? You don't know, where can you find one? How about you introduce one to me?" Li Nianqin sent a puzzled expression and said, "Brother, my friends are all in junior high school, and they need at least 3 years to start. You can't be that weak, right?" Li Nianha fell silent on the spot. "Why is my sister a straight girl?" Forget it, I continued chatting, and then simply replied, "Okay, I understand. Let's South go to the street at night and see if we can pick one up." Li Nianqin, come on brother. Then a few minutes later, another message came. "And brother, don't even think about being a young woman. My mom said that if you dare to do that, she'll break your legs." Li Nianha looked out the window dejectedly. Well, it's social death. Looking at Zhuo Tianqin, who was changing the gauze for herself beside her seat, her movements were gentle and her expression was calm and beautiful under the night sky. I thought, what would it be like if this girl could really be my girlfriend? Zhuo Tianqin carefully changed the gauze, raised his head, and looked at Li Nianha like a curious baby. "What's wrong? What are you looking at me doing?" Li Nianha put his mouth close to her ear and said, The book says that looking at beautiful women can prolong your life. When Zhuo Tianqin heard this, she bit her lip slightly and punched him with her little fist. It's already this hour, and you're still joking. Then he remembered that Li Nianhe had been injured before and asked quickly, Brother Nianhe, did I hurt you? Seeing the little guy paying more and more attention to him, Li Nianhe felt an indescribable tenderness. Whispered in her ear, Only I can hurt you, you can never hurt me. After this period of time together, Zhuo Tianqin's thoughts have reached new heights. She immediately looked at Li Nianhe shyly and said, You stupid pig. Then he leaned gently on Li Nianhe's shoulder and said, Who called and sent you a message just now? Li Nianhe, my sister told me something. Zhuo Tianqin stood up and looked at him, saying happily, You have a younger sister, right? How about bringing her to your house to play someday? Li Nianhe thought about the difference in status between them and why he went back to meet his parents so abruptly. If they can't be together in the end, Zhuo Tianqin's reputation will be ruined. She was the daughter of the Zhuo family in Guicheng, and such families valued reputation the most. She didn't understand, but he had to understand. Then he gently rubbed her little head and said, If there ever comes a day, of course, but not now. Zhuo Tianqin looked at him puzzledly and said, Why? Li Nianhe looked at the scenery along the way, sitting in the bus that had just been repaired by the rescue team, and said slowly, Tianqin, do you know? It takes several generations of effort to get from my small county to the center of Guicheng. Zhuo Tianqin hugged his shoulders, seeming to understand, and said in a voice that only he could hear, But it will take several generations. I only recognize you. The car returned to the downtown area. The four of them walked slowly back to the hotel. Su Xiaoke, who was following behind him, saw that Li Nianhe looked in good spirits. Thinking of Li Nianhe's previous heroic deeds, his eyes were filled with admiration. For some reason, ever since she met Li Nianhe, she suddenly lost interest in other boys. What she didn't know was that Liang Qingqing next to her was in a similar situation. She used to like keeping fish online, but now she is too lazy to even look at those social media accounts. Seeing how well matched Xaner and Li Nianhe were, they naturally couldn't bear to do anything out of line. As expected, if you don't meet someone too amazing when you are young, it will ruin your life. Su Xiaoke spoke in advance. Mr. Li, I felt like I was dreaming just now. Li Nianhe turned around and saw that Su Xiaoke was looking at him with a strange look in her eyes. But I didn't think to ask, why? Su Xiaoke put her hands behind her back, her slender figure outlining an alluring curve in the moonlight. What I couldn't believe was that so many people could fight a monster as huge as a brown bear, and win so easily. What is even more unbelievable is that such a powerful person would be by my side, and he might be my boss in the future. Li Nianhe nodded and joked. I have always disliked anti-jungle guys like Brown Bear, so I sent it back to the fountain directly. Liang Qingqing smiled at the side. The strange thing is that when facing Li Nianhe, she was not as carefree as before and restrained herself a lot. He even showed some reserve and said, No matter what, you are our hero today, and I hope you will be in the future too. Li Nianhe raised his eyebrows and said, Forget it in the future. I don't want to fight with brown bears again. The few of them returned to the hotel chatting and laughing. The guy at the hotel reception was watching a Japanese love action movie. When he saw the three people coming in, he immediately put away his phone and skillfully displayed a professional smile. However, when he saw Li Nianhe's tattered clothes and glanced at the small amount of blood on Zhuo Tianqin's body, I complained in my heart, Oh my god, you guys have only been out for one day, what have you been through? A battle in the wild shouldn't be so wild, right? Although the guy at the front desk was complaining in his heart, he still asked politely, How many of you are staying? Li Nianhe nodded and took out his bank card. Just like before, Su Xiaoke and Liang Qingqing lived in a single room. Li Nianhe returned to the double room with Zhuo Tianqin. Perhaps due to the high tension during the journey, he returned to the hotel to relax. He suddenly felt extreme pain in his body and slowly stretched his back, his movements a little slow. But then I thought about the little one following me, and I didn't want to make her worry again, so I pretended to be very natural. Zhuo Tianqin saw it and noticed it, his eyes showing a look of heartache that he couldn't hide. But he pretended to be calm and said, Brother Nianhe, you take a shower first, I will take a shower later. Li Nianhe turned around and smiled, Okay, I'll be quick. 10 minutes later, he walked out in his shorts, wrapped in a bath towel. He found that Zhuo Tianqin was not in the room, and said to himself, I guess he is hungry, this little guy. But it's okay, at least she doesn't have to see me in such a mess. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Tianqin pushed the door open and walked in. Li Nianhe subconsciously pulled up the towel and said unnaturally, "Hey, you're back so early?" Zhuo Tianqin walked up to him without saying a word and said fiercely, "Take it away." Li Nianhe smiled awkwardly and said, "What are you taking away?" Zhuo Tianqin said calmly, "Bath towel." Li Nianhe made an excuse and said, "This is not good, a man and a woman alone in the same room." Zhuo Tianqin's voice began to tremble. "Are you going to take it or not? If not, I'll cry." Seeing that Li Nianhe couldn't bear to see girls cry, he had to compromise. When the towel was pulled off, Zhuo Tianqin looked at his body, which was fine last night, and now was covered with bruises and purples. There were still a lot of scratches and wounds. Even though I was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but blush. He forced himself to say, "Brother Nianhe, can you lie down?" "Li Nianhe, why are you lying down?" "Zhuo Tianqin, I just bought some medicine and will apply it to you now." Only then did Li Nianhe notice the medicine in the bag in her hand. Then he lay down on the bed slowly. Zhuo Tianqin saw all these details, and they seemed to be rooted in her heart. She thought to herself, "You have always taken care of me, can you please let me take care of you this time?" Then he applied medicine to Li Nianhe very patiently. Half an hour passed and Zhuo Tianqin's hands felt a little sore. But I still held back. After packing up her things, she finally couldn't help it and threw herself into Li Nianhe's arms. She cried, her voice trembling. Promise me, don't do such stupid things in the future. I'm really worried that something might happen to you. You broke into my world, so you have to be responsible for me." Chapter 57. Girl, don't take it too seriously. Li Nianhe looked at Zhuo Tianqin, who threw herself into his arms. The little guy's body is very soft, especially the upper body. I feel an indescribable feeling when holding him. Her dark and smooth hair rubbed against Li Nianhe's chin, making her look a bit like a kitten. But now, the little kitten who gave him warmth in his arms is very sad. It turns out that there are people in this world who are not related to him at all and can be so kind to him. It was so good that it felt unreal, like a dream. Zhuo Tianqin hugged Li Nianhe with all her strength, and her hot tears fell on his chest. She was still choking, her shoulders rising and falling. She had never cried like this since she was a child. Even when I was very young, if I fell, I would get up again bravely. This was the saddest time she had cried in her 18 years of life. Her eyes were filled with tears, so heartbreaking. Because this was the first time she met such a special boy. The last time, in order to save himself, he fought against 4 strong men alone. The second time, because I had a fever, I rushed her to the hospital and stayed up all night. The third time, in order to save himself, he went alone to fight the brown bear, even at the risk of his life. Zhuo Tianqin didn't know what love was before, and she is still vague about it now. But if there was love, she felt it this time. Li Nianhe gently rubbed her shoulders and said slowly, "Little guy, didn't you promise not to cry? You're not listening." Zhuo Tianqin stood up and supported his body with his hands on both sides. The two of them looked at each other, very close to each other. She wiped the tears from her beautiful eyes, her expression was gentle and her eyes were tender. His voice trembled and he choked. "I don't want to, but I can't help it. Woo-woo, you idiot, don't you know how important you are to me?" Li Nianhe took out a tissue from the table and helped her wipe her tears. He really felt sorry for her. "But you can't make it too obvious." Li Nianhe really wanted to say to her, "Do you know that you are also very important to me?" Unfortunately, he can only bury these words in his heart now. Zhuo Tianqin couldn't help but ask, "Brother Nianhe, why?" Li Nianhe hummed and asked, "Why?" Zhuo Tianqin sniffed and said, "Why are you doing this to me? We haven't confirmed our relationship yet, nothing has happened between us. You don't care about my opinion, you just treat me well like this. If you ignore me in the end, what should I do?" Li Nianhe's heart twitched, and a sour feeling suddenly filled his heart. He really hadn't thought about leaving Zhuo Tianqin, at least not until she left. Maybe it's because he's afraid of feelings, or maybe he knows the gap between him and her. That's why he was reluctant to express his love. After living 2 lives, he learned to be rational. If he accepted it rashly, he could get away with it, but this silly girl would be ruined. But he couldn't leave because he was soft-hearted and afraid that Zhuo Tianqin would do something irrational. The girl poured out all her passion, which she had hidden for 18 years, on him. No matter what time Li Nianhe is, he can never be without any feeling. He stood up somewhat slowly and put on the shirt on the bed. Holding the little girl's hand, he looked down at her fair and tender hands and said slowly, "My life is miserable and worthless, so how can I deserve you to obey me? If you were a princess, I would be the soldier beside the king. Protecting you is my lifelong duty. At the same time, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life, because you have given me the warmth I have never experienced before." Li Nianhe was not moved, he just said these words calmly. There was no confession in his words, just an explanation of why he did it. Zhuo Tianxin bit her lips lightly, threw herself into Li Nianhe's arms again and said, "I don't want to be a princess, I just want to be with you, I believe in you, I believe you can give me a good life." Li Nianhe thought that the Zhuo family had hundreds of billions of assets, and it would take a lot of effort to give this girl a good life. He was thinking about what to say when a cold female voice came from the system. "System, you don't believe me?" Li Nianhe was stunned and thought, "Sister, you ruined the good atmosphere." The system fell silent, and Li Nianhe held Zhuo Tianxin's shoulders and said, "I will try my best. At least we can have a long-lasting relationship and grow in love with each other." Zhuo Tianxin's long legs and light blue jeans were slightly bent on the bed, and she was lying on her side. The upper body was completely pressed against Li Nianhe. What a beautiful picture. She frowned slightly and looked at Li Nianhe in confusion and asked, "Brother Nianhe, are we really going to fall in love over time?" Li Nianhe scratched her little nose and said, "Isn't it possible?" "Zhuo Tianxin, I'm afraid I can't stand it, I can't bear it, after all, it's been too long." Seeing that he had almost coaxed her, Li Nianhe resumed his normal attitude and said, "Okay, now all you have to do is calm down and go to sleep." As he spoke, he picked up Zhuo Tianxin like a princess and placed her on the bed opposite. Zhuo Tianxin remained in that posture for a while, as if saying, "What just happened?" My thoughts slowed down again. It took him a while to realize what was going on. He walked up to Li Nianhe with small steps like a child and said, "No, I don't want to, I want to hold you for a while longer." Li Nianhe is a smart man. He knows when the little guy is really sad and when he is trying to strike while the iron is hot. She cried just now, she must have been really moved, but now there is a high possibility that she wants to take advantage of him. After all, Li Nianhe is a real man. It would be a lie to say that he didn't react when being hugged by a beautiful girl. What's more, just now, the silly girl Zhuo Tianxin unconsciously bumped into people with the ball twice, which almost made him faint. Zhuo Tianxin doesn't realize how charming she is. In any Chinese cartoon or TV series, she is a stunning beauty at first glance. He immediately pushed her away and said, "Hey, girl, I was doing this to help the people get rid of the evil bear. I was really chivalrous and righteous. Please don't take it too seriously." Zhuo Tianxin smiled, her tear-stained face was so charming, like a lotus emerging from water. The body that was pushed away by Li Nianhe couldn't help but stick to him again, like a little kitten begging for affection. She leaned against Li Nianhe's knees and said, "I just want to thank you, young man." Li Nianhe raised his hand again and said, "Girl, how do you want to thank me? Let me make it clear first, I will not accept your love." Seeing that he was not listening, the little fellow said angrily, "Then I will use force." Then he threw himself directly at him. Li Nianhe's body was as hard as a steel plate. If she just sat there and let the little guy pounce on her, he would definitely hurt her. I had to lean back slightly to relieve the impact. Who knew that this little girl would go further and bite him lightly on the shoulder? Chapter 58. Do you know that this can easily lead to death? After Li Nianhe held her firmly, he found that the little girl's head began to burrow into his neck. He immediately picked her up. Last time, it was because of this that he almost did something inappropriate. The unforgettable experiences of those days are still vivid in my mind. Before Zhuo Tianxin could use his iron head skill, he was picked up. She looked at Li Nianhe with some curiosity and confusion and asked, "Brother Nianhe, what's wrong?" Li Nianhe looked helpless, and he thought, "What's wrong? You want to be naughty again, you little guy, do you think I don't know?" Then he said sternly, "We are friends, you can't mess around." Zhuo Tianxin knew Li Nianhe's temper and was very fond of him. He immediately had a bad idea and said, "Well, I know, we are friends. So I came to check if your wound has healed, but I can't see it. I care about you so much, but you say I'm messing around." Taking advantage of Li Nianhe's doting and tenderness towards her, the little girl lowered her head unscrupulously and buried herself in his arms, being very well behaved. Li Nianhe was stunned on the spot. What was going on? Where was his deterrent power? Why is this little fool becoming more and more bold? It seems that I have spoiled her too much. Li Nianhe now has two solutions, because if he doesn't solve it, he will be punished by a system ban. At this moment, he was trying his best to control himself and not let himself get too emotional. A top-notch little beauty was lying in front of him, acting like a little kitten, and it was inevitable that he would be moved. His first plan was to be cruel to her. Let her know what fear is, and then go to bed feeling aggrieved. But how could Li Nianhe bear to be mean to her now? After all, the little girl cried so hard before, and it was for him. No matter how cruel and heartless I am unwilling to let her suffer any injustice at this moment. Even if he had to fight with the brown bear again, he didn't want to let Zhuo Tianxin cry. After all, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. He had already figured out the brown bear's tactics. That creature was too slow. If he wasn't so eager to save people, he would have wanted to make 2 more moves. Therefore, at this moment, we have to use the second plan. That is. While he was thinking, Zhuo Tianxin acted quickly to do the bad thing. If it were in the past, she might have stopped hugging him long ago, but now she is still clinging to him. So we must fight quickly and decisively. He immediately started to act very well, pretending to be in great pain and yelling. Ah! Zhuo Tianxin is no longer naughty. She immediately looked at Li Nianhe's face and found that he looked very bad. He immediately asked, "Brother Nianhe, what's wrong with you?" Li Nianhe pretended to endure the pain and said, "It's okay, I'm fine, but the wound from the fight with the brown bear doesn't seem to have healed yet, and it hurts a little bit." Seeing his appearance, Zhuo Tianxin felt guilty and said, I'm sorry, Brother Nianhe, I won't make a fuss anymore, I was wrong, does the wound on your arm hurt?" Li Nianhe raised his head. There are 3 parts of sadness, 3 parts of tenderness, and 1 part of self-mockery in his eyes. He just looked at Zhuo Tianxin and said, It's okay. As long as you are happy, what does it matter if my wound hurts a little bit?" The little guy panicked and apologized quickly. "I was wrong, Nianhe brother, it's all my fault for not being sensible." "You are injured and still doing this, woo-woo, Brother Nianhe, are you okay? Or should we go to the hospital?" Li Nianhe pretended to be exhausted and leaned against the head of the bed, shaking his head with despair in his eyes. "It's okay, don't worry about me, this is all my own fault." Then he spread his hands and pretended to accept his fate. Zhuo Tianxin squatted obediently beside the bed, gently rocking Li Nianhe with his hand. "I don't want it anymore. I was wrong. I really didn't mean it. I'm so stupid. You were like this, but I still..." Having said this, tears began to well up in Zhuo Tianxin's eyes. Li Nianhe stopped when he saw that things were going well, and immediately pretended to be very weak and tilted his head and said, "Girl, I think I should just take a nap. Can you also be obedient and go to sleep?" Zhuo Tianxin was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, Brother Nianhe, let's go to bed now." Then he sat down beside Li Nianhe's bed and started taking off his shoes. Li Nianhe immediately turned over and said in panic, "What do you want to do, you little fool? This is not good." Zhuo Tianxin turned his head obediently and said, Aren't you sleeping?" Li Nianhe pointed to the bed opposite and said, "Your bed is over there." Zhuo Tianxin looked at him worriedly and said, "I'm afraid you'll feel pain at night, so I'll apply some medicine on you." Li Nianhe said, "It's really okay. This little injury is no big deal for me. Do you believe me?" Zhuo Tianxin was slowly tricked by him. He nodded stupidly and said, I believe you." Li Nianhe said with a teachable look. "Then go to bed." Zhuo Tianxin nodded obediently, and then said, "Okay, got it, Brother Nianhe." Then Zhuo Tianxin obediently sat on the other side. She stepped on the ground, as if she felt something was wrong. She couldn't quite remember what was wrong. After a long while, he came over aggrievedly and pushed Li Nianhe. "You big bastard, I didn't even heal the wound on my hand, you were just pretending." Li Nianhe thought, hey, when did this girl become so smart? Then he refused to admit it and pretended to be very weak. Do I have it? Tian Xin. Zhuo Tianxin pouted and shook his hand. "Well, come on, stop pretending. When I was about to take off my shoes just now, you turned over so quickly." "I'm not stupid." Li Nianhe stood up, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Girl, please don't be so naive, okay?" Zhuo Tianxin asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Li Nianhe did not give a direct answer, but clenched his fist and said, Did you see my fist that's as big as a sandbag? Zhuo Tianqin nodded quickly and said. Yeah, I saw it. He rolled up his sleeves and said. Have you seen my unicorn arm? Zhuo Tianqin smiled innocently and said. Hee hee, I see, it feels very powerful. Li Nianhe nodded proudly. So for a serious man like me, it's definitely not okay to hold you in my arms while sleeping at night. This will easily lead to misunderstandings by others. The little guy asked puzzledly. What do you mean by being misunderstood by others? And after all this time, I feel like you might not be that good after all. Li Nianhe, waterfuck? What do you mean I'm not very good? It's true. No matter how naive this girl was, she could see some clues. My own walker mode, which is more monk-like than that of a monk, has been directly labeled as not so good. And this label is basically impossible to tear off. You have made a name for yourself in your life and have done so many heroic deeds. If this gets out, how will he put his face? He chose to avoid the topic directly and said. I'm afraid that others will misunderstand me because we are just ordinary friends. If your family knew about this, they would know that I wanted to defraud them of their money. Zhuo Tianqin suddenly understood, and his face turned red, almost dripping with water. She cursed shyly. You stupid pig, what are you thinking about? Then he added, Then I won't go with you, but you have to meet one small request of mine. Li Nianhe asked, What's the small request? Let me make it clear first, you can't trick me. Zhuo Tianqin said proudly, Humph, I didn't. Last time in the car, you bullied me, and now I want to pay you back. Chapter 59 I want you to sing in my ear. Li Nianhe had a bad feeling. When did this little guy become so cunning? Could it be that this was developed through the time spent with me? It's just like an old sow wearing a bra, one set after another. It's impossible to guard against. He hesitated and said. The situation was special and cannot be generalized. Zhuo Tianqin also felt aggrieved. Yes, the situation was special at that time, and I didn't even react, and you ruined my first kiss. I don't care, you have to give it back to me, or I will stay on your bed and won't leave. Then she lay down on the bed and kicked her feet up and down. Li Nianhe looked in her direction and thought, wow, how could it be so round and curvy? Is this the girl who was raised in a big family? I don't see her doing much exercise normally. Li Nianhe reluctantly turned his gaze away, looked at the door, and began to speak seriously. Girl, how long have we known each other? Zhuo Tianqin turned slightly and turned sideways. Her jade-white feet and calves were outside the bed, while most of her body was on the bed. She looked at Li Nianhe curiously and said, Well, it should be 20 days. Li Nianhe seemed to be thinking about something, and said to himself. Oh, it's been more than 20 days. Plus the previous 10 days of tasks, if the system has any more tasks in the future, hee hee. Thinking of him looking at Zhuo Tianqin's graceful figure, he thought. Then let your little one feel it. What does it mean to be the strongest man on earth with his tonnage and violent output? Zhuo Tianqin looked at him puzzledly and asked. Brother Nianhe, why are you asking this? And you look so strange just now, were you thinking about something happy? Li Nianhe looked unfathomable, shook his head and said. No, I want to tell you the truth. Sister Zhuo asked, What's the truth? Li Nianhe said, Stop pretending, let's show our cards now. In fact, I am the only true disciple of the heavenly master of Mount Longhu, and my title is Jin Meng. Zhuo Tianqin's beautiful eyes lit up. I firmly believe this because last time Brother Nianhe said he had revealed his cards, he was so powerful. Then he said excitedly, Really? Wow, you are awesome, so what kind of magic can you do, right? Li Nianhe continued to close his eyes and shook his head calmly. No, I can tell fortunes. After hearing this, the little guy's pretty eyes became even more curious. He quickly asked, Have you figured out whether we will have a boy or a girl in the future? Li Nianhe's defense was broken. Zhuo Tianqin's words made his unfathomable face become a little stiff, and he directly looked like Nick Young with a question mark face. Little sister, what's wrong with you? We haven't even started dating yet, and you're already thinking about realizing the fruit of love with me? Is there something missing that is so intense? Then he remembered that the love ban was mostly over, and he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He was just about to yell. If Li Nianhe had not been born, the world of Stick would have been dark forever. But he held it back, and said with a mysterious smile on his handsome face. No, I figured out something else about us. Zhuo Tianqin quickly sat up, shook his thick wrist with his two small hands and said, "Hey, brother Nianhe, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now." Li Nianhe pretended to be sad and looked at the ceiling and said, "I calculated that half a month from now, on a stormy night with lightning and thunder, you will suffer a bloody disaster because of our friendship." The little guy was stunned and said, "No way, then do you have any way to help me?" Li Nianhe nodded confidently. "That's nature. Not only will it help you, but it will also do its best and give it its all. But this is just a minor bloody disaster, don't be afraid." Zhuo Tianqin felt relieved when he heard this. It was great to have brother Nianhe around. Everything could be solved with him. Then she took his arm and said happily, "Brother Nianhe, you are awesome. I will be obedient and do whatever you ask me to do." He stroked the little guy's head tenderly and said, "Of course. My 18 styles of Away from Mount Longhu are not just for nothing." Then he said gently, "Okay, it's almost 10 o'clock, you girls should get some beauty sleep." The little guy got up from his shoulder and said, "No, you promised to satisfy a small request of mine." Li Nianhe was a little upset. I thought to myself, what is going on, kid? I've said so much, and you still remember it? I had no choice but to say, "Well, tell me what you think." Zhuo Tianqin felt a little happy and half knelt in front of Li Nianhe happily. Even though there was a little distance between the two, she still managed to carry the ball into the opponent. Pressed on Li Nianhe's arms. Li Nianhe glanced at his arm without any bad intention. I took a sip of water and thought, what kind of steamed bun is the most delicious? Of course, the most delicious ones are the steamed buns that look delicious but are out of reach. Thinking of this, he turned on the sage mode, looked at the door with a desireless look. Zhuo Tianqin put her pink cherry lips close to his ear and said, "My request is to hear you sing." Li Nianhe looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Is it that simple?" Zhuo Tianqin looked very sure, and nodded his head quickly. "Yes, it's that simple, you sang several times, and I didn't have it all to myself. Now I want to hear you sing it to me alone, and it should be something you have never sung to anyone else." Li Nianhe thought for a while and said, "Well, how difficult is that? I just got inspired recently and wrote a song." Then he looked at his guitar, which he had forgotten to bring, and said, "So I'll just sing it for you." Wait. Just as he was about to speak, an intoxicating fragrance hit his nose. I saw Zhuo Tianqin pressing two slender fingers on his lips. The little guy stretched his head over mysteriously, and flirted with him proudly with his beautiful eyes. "You're going to sing in my ears." Li Nianhe took her hand away reluctantly. I wondered why this little guy smelled so good. It's not like he had never touched a woman in his previous life. But compared to the girl in front of him, those women just lack a man to target. He nodded immediately and agreed to Zhuo Tianqin. The little guy was very well behaved, resting his delicate chin on Li Nianhe's shoulder, waiting quietly. Li Nianhe turned his head, looked at her pretty little ears, and spoke slowly. "Look at the traces of growth, wrapping my life, engraving my seal. Calculating me and you, the past that cannot be overcome." Li Nianhe slowly began to sing Theory of Annual Rings. The deep and magnetic voice made Zhuo Tianqin a little intoxicated. He slowly closed his eyes and listened with enjoyment. One is the crying of babies and the other is learning games. The third is the story of youth and the fourth is meeting you by chance. Understand this, you are addicted to this, you time pauses and then continues. 10 is loneliness at night, 100 is doubt, 1,000 is struggling to wake up from a dream. He finished singing. The singing voice blessed with charm is enough to make thousands of people listen attentively. But tonight, he sang only to her, and it was as if the song still lingered in the room. Zhuo Tianqin slowly opened his eyes and said, "Brother Nianhe, I always feel that you don't look like 18 years old. It seems that only after experiencing many vicissitudes of life can one have such a state of mind." Li Nianhe was just about to ask if it sounded good, but he found that Zhuo Tianqin turned his head quickly but gently. After a brief eye contact, she closed her beautiful watery eyes and raised her little mouth to meet his. The warm and sweet taste made Li Nianhe's mind go blank. I even forgot about the numbness in my chest and could only slowly close my eyes. The two figures on the wall hugged each other tightly, like a beautiful sand painting. A few minutes passed. Zhuo Tianqin let go shyly, her red lips withdrawing reluctantly, joy hidden between her brows. She stood up, with her hands behind her back and her back to Li Nianhe. "Good night, fortune teller." Chapter 60. Brother Nianhe, you were talking in your sleep. Seeing that Zhuo Tianxin was already sitting obediently on the bed, ready to lie down, Li Nianhe also covered himself with the quilt. Although the lights in the room were turned off, the curtains were open. Outside there are mountains and flowing water, and the bright moonlight shines in through the window. In addition, Li Nianhe had very good eyesight. He turned slightly and looked at the little guy who was falling asleep quickly across from him. There is an indescribable warmth in my heart. Zhuo Tianxin was lying on her side facing her, her little face was white and tender, and her delicate nose made people want to pinch it. Her facial features are perfect and she looks good no matter how you look at her. If one had to say what moved Li Nianhe the most about her, it would be her eyes. They were as clear as the water in the Tianshan Lake, watery and full of spirit. With her double eyelids and long eyelashes, she looked very charming. It was this girl, so beautiful that she infuriated both humans and gods, who had accompanied him through the more than 20 days since his rebirth. It soothed his fear and confusion about the new world, and gradually healed the pain he had suffered from emotional setbacks. Li Nianhe just watched her steady breathing. I thought, does this little guy always fall asleep so easily? But what he didn't know was that before Zhuo Tianxin met him, she also couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Sometimes it is because of the company's tedious affairs, and sometimes it is because of some unexpected events during the live broadcast. A lot of the time she has to learn to cope with things due to her young age and slow-moving personality. But now it is not necessary. Li Nianhe gave her a complete sense of security, and after spending so much time together, she already trusted this boy enough. The two of them have been in the same room more than once or twice, and in her heart, Brother Nianhe can still choose to restrain himself in order to protect her. She knows all of this and keeps it all in mind. On the other hand, Li Nianhe is not like this, compared to this little guy. Li Nianhe is indeed under a lot of pressure. What should he do? How should he truly spend the rest of his life with her? He was sometimes very confused, as the Zhuo family probably earned all the money in his card in just a few hours. There is a huge gap between the two. But he still wanted to prove himself and truly own this little guy. Every time before going to bed, Li Nianhe always has a lot of things to worry about. These things are not something a college student like him should think about. But the soul and the body is no longer in his teens or 20s. After taking a deep breath, Li Nianhe turned his head and looked at the little guy and said, "Good night, see you tomorrow." A night passed. The early morning light had not yet fully brightened, and the mountain scenery outside was shrouded in a light mist. Li Nianhe woke up on time and just looked out the window. When he turned around, he saw the little guy had his back to him. She was not wearing a t-shirt, and her smooth, white back and slender waist gave people a lot of imagination. She's wearing underwear. Li Nianhe couldn't move his eyes away. Ever since he saw the beautiful arc-shaped thing from the side of the little guy's body, it was a bit confusing. I thought to myself, it turns out that girls don't wear inner clothes when they sleep. Fortunately, he tried his best to restrain himself. If you watch him for a long time, maybe he will really endure the pain of the love ban. In the past, it was the most popular playing ball sport among boys. Li Nianhe really wanted to cry but had no tears. He was once a boy with no desires or requests. Now, I am so fascinated by this beautiful little girl that I forget my duties as a human being. But then I thought, isn't it a human's duty to pass on the family line? So, what is there to blame yourself for? Li Nianhe forced himself to comfort himself. Zhuo Tianxin also saw that he woke up, turned around, and asked, "Good morning, handsome boy." Li Nianhe turned around and said, "I woke up very early." Zhuo Tianxin thought of something and said shyly, "Then do you know when I woke up?" Li Nianhe nodded. "I heard you get up, but to respect your privacy, I kept looking outside." Zhuo Tianxin was still a little sleepy, and when he heard Li Nianhe say this, his morning dopamine was activated. I thought to myself, Brother Nianhe is really good to me, he protects me and respects me, I should be nicer to him in the future. She felt that if it were any other boy, he would definitely do something stupid when he found out that she woke up and changed her underwear. Brother Nianhe won't do that, although this is also a manifestation of kidney deficiency. Then he said happily, "Hey, I changed my clothes, Brother Nianhe, come over here." Li Nianhe propped up his hands and looked over. When he found this little guy, he put his hands on his head and said, "Brother Nianhe, it's a new day. I give you a heart." Li Nianhe smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I see, hurry up and get up, let's call them to have breakfast together." Zhuo Tianxin started to jump out of bed. Li Nianhe stared at it, his eyes a little dazed. The vibration in front of the little guy almost made him dizzy. I thought to myself, how come this little idiot has grown up so well? Did you also develop your best friend Liang Qingqing's share? Zhuo Tianqin touched his back and said a little embarrassedly. Well, brother Nianhe, my button seems to be broken, I'll go change it. Li Nianhe didn't dare to think about anything anymore. Just lie down on the bed and close your eyes to rest. Unfortunately, his brain wasn't working well and kept replaying the same scene over and over again. Not only is it a rerun, but it also develops the plot. Gradually he fell asleep again. I don't know how much time has passed. He felt an itch on the tip of his nose. A scent of a young girl's fragrance wafted over, along with a subtle hint of Yunnan Baiyao ointment. A spring in a dream passed. He woke up in a daze, and Zhuo Tianqin looked at him curiously with her beautiful eyes. Brother, this is the first time I see you talking in your sleep. Li Nianhe was stunned, and asked with some lingering thoughts. What did I talk in my sleep? Zhuo Tianqin squatted beside the bed, resting his chin on his hands, tilting his head and saying. Tell me, Xin's sister, is daddy powerful? Li Nianhe? What the fuck? Zhuo Tianqin asked curiously, is Sister Xin the name of our child in the future? Li Nianhe raised his eyebrows and said, it could also be the child's mother. Zhuo Tianqin smiled evilly, making him feel a little uncomfortable, so he pushed him and said. You are such a bad man, I don't even know what you are thinking. Then he shook his arm and said. Lazy pig, hurry up and get up, why are you still taking a nap? Li Nianhe asked, did I sleep for a long time? Zhuo Tianqin started to think about it again. It's been a long time, more than an hour, my legs are numb from squatting. Then she sat on the edge of Li Nianhe's bed and kicked off her cute slippers. Lying in the opposite direction. You don't feel sorry for me, give me a leg massage. Li Nianhe glanced at his arm without leaving any trace and found that it was only 6:30. In other words, he slept for less than 10 minutes. I thought to myself, okay, you little guy, you are trying to trick me again. However, he was still willing to meet this small request. A big hand held her small white feet. My eyes involuntarily looked forward. Zhuo Tianqin was only wearing a t-shirt, with his white panties faintly visible underneath. He immediately shifted his gaze and started massaging her legs.